Lord of the Mysteries 2, Audiobook, Part 5.
Chapter 101, Different Powers. The sound of tinkling bells sent a shiver down Leah's spine. Unable to pinpoint the danger, she instinctively used her paper figurine substitutes. Her body rapidly shrank and thinned, morphing into a carefully trimmed paper figurine. The paper figure darkened, turning yellow and brittle as if it had aged a decade in an instant. Silently, the withered yellow paper disintegrated into countless tiny fragments. Leah reappeared at the top of the stairs, clutching the kerosene lamp. But in the next moment, she felt the chill on her shoulders. Her thoughts raced as she raised her right hand and pinched the bridge of her nose. Activating her spirit vision, she glanced at the room across from her and the glass window. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, the washroom's glass reflected Leah's upper body. Transparent, ghostly infants perched on each of her shoulders. Their faces were round and chubby, their skin a ghastly blue-white. Their expressions twisted in malevolence. The spectral infants leaned down, pressing their mouths to Leah's neck as if feeding on her essence. Rather than panic, Leah breathed a sigh of relief. Identifying the source of the threat was far better than being in the dark. Now she could assess the situation and make informed decisions. Just like this. Leah drew her exquisite silver revolver, aimed at the eerie infant on her left shoulder, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A golden bullet, wreathed in illusory flames, burst from the barrel. The infant wailed as it was flung from Leah's shoulder, consumed by the golden fire. Bang! Leah fired again, this time at the infant above her other shoulder. The second ghostly child, ablaze with the same intense fire, cried out as it followed its companion down the corridor. A woman's figure materialized. Her eyes were a piercing blue, her features delicate, her round face framed by disheveled black hair. She was the Padre's mistress, Sybil Barry, sister to Shepherd Pierre Barry. Her skin was coated in a sickly blue hue, and on both sides of her neck, grotesque growths protruded. The spectral infants returned to her, latching onto the corresponding growths to feed. As they nursed, the golden flames that engulfed them gradually dissipated. But Leah would not stand idly by. She aimed at Sybil Barry and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the golden bullet traversed mere meters before striking Sybil squarely in the forehead. For some reason, Sybil made no attempt to dodge. A bloody hole bore through her skull. Within the wound, white and red mixed as illusory golden flames devoured them both. Clang! Sybil fell lifeless to the floor. The ghostly infants, their pale faces contorted in anguish, vanished. That's it? Leah couldn't believe it. The silver bells on her veil and boots continued to tinkle, growing more intense by the second. In the blink of an eye, Leah felt a cold, malevolent force growing within her. Frantically, she glanced at the washroom and the glass window. Her skin had taken on a bluish hue at some point. In the next instant, her body reverted to a paper figurine. The paper figure crumpled into a ball, hitting the floor with a thud. Leah reappeared in the bathroom, the icy sensation still growing inside her. Almost simultaneously, a gentle voice whispered in her ear. I made a pact with a strange spirit world creature and gained one of its abilities. Whoever kills me, I can be reborn within their body and take control. You're very beautiful. I like it very much. The Padre should like you very much too. Without hesitation, Leah bolted from the bathroom, silver revolver and kerosene lamp in hand. She had to find Valentine. Exorcism was one of the Sun Domain's specialties. They were particularly effective against such threats. Valentine found himself cornered near the balcony. The area was choked by pitch black, thorn-covered vines hanging from the ceiling. Blood-red, putrid-smelling flowers bloomed all around. Valentine spread his arms, summoning golden flames from thin air to incinerate the monstrous flora. Just then, a figure materialized in midair. He wore a white robe adorned with golden threads. His black hair was short, his blue eyes solemn, and his nose slightly hooked. He was Guillaume Binet, the Padre of Cordoue. No longer invisible, he floated in the air and gazed down at Valentine. In ancient Hermes, he bellowed, "Valentine." Dark energy flickered within the Padre's robes. This was an ability Guillaume Binet had obtained through a contract with a spirit world creature. By invoking the target's true name, he could affect their soul body, causing disorientation. The closer the language was to nature in the spirit world, and the better the understanding of the target, the stronger the effect. If his spirit body was far superior to the target's, he could even extract their spirit, leaving them disoriented and defenseless. Valentine's head spun as he heard the Padre shout. He suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't think straight. However, he quickly regained control and shook off the disorientation. Ever since entering Cordu, he had never revealed his full name. The Padre's ability had limited effect on him. Guillaume Binet hadn't expected success either. Before Valentine could completely shake off the dizziness, the Padre hurled a human bone he had prepared earlier. As the bone hit the ground, the airborne Padre rapidly recited in Hermes, "Blind, deaf, unwakeable." It was a curse and an ability Guillaume Binet had gained through a contract. He cast bones symbolizing death to render the target like the dead, blind and deaf, with unresponsive eyes. Valentine wasn't asleep, so the curse couldn't render him unconscious. However, the lingering dizziness intensified, blurring his vision and causing his ears to ring. He struggled to see beyond 3 meters or hear anything further away. Seizing the opportunity, the Padre extended his right palm. His blue eyes took on a hazy, almost ethereal quality. Complex mercury symbols, reminiscent of tiny rivers, swirled around Valentine. They formed a grand illusory river shimmering with light. Countless tributaries branched off downstream. As the main river surged forward, most were swallowed up, leaving only one. Guillaume Binet observed for a few seconds and snatched one of the mercury symbols just before Valentine broke free from the cursed blindness and deafness. He intended to amplify the corresponding tributary and make Valentine's fate of being paralyzed by the abyssal demon flowers a reality. Ryan barely managed to dodge the shadow's axe as it slashed down towards him. He quickly discarded the kerosene lamp he had been carrying and donned his silver-white armor. In his hand, a broadsword condensed from light appeared. Clang! 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 Ryan slashed continuously, forcing the shadow back against the wall. The specks of sunrise gleam he released covered the surroundings, exorcising the shadows in the area. The pitch-black, pale white, evil, or terrifying arms that were about to reach out from behind the shadow were pushed away, making it hard for them to grab Ryan's body. With a clang, the shadow shrank back into the wall and reverted to normal. It disappeared under the illumination of sunrise gleam. Not far away, a remnant shadow enlarged, and Shepherd Pierre Barry, dressed in a long hooded coat, walked out. He bent down slightly and charged at Ryan with his axe, accumulating powers in his body with every step. After a few steps, Pierre Barry seemed to have the posture and strength of a giant. Ryan loomed over his opponent, gripping the Sword of Dawn with both hands as he prepared to strike the enemy charging at him like a rampaging bull. Clang! The broadsword and axe clashed, sending a shower of sparks in every direction. Both Pierre Barry and Ryan recoiled simultaneously. One stumbled back 3 steps to regain balance, while the other only needed 1. Ryan halted his retreat, one leg stretched back, and seized the moment before Pierre Barry could steady himself. He lunged forward, slashing at his adversary. Just then, Pierre Barry's mouth gaped open. His tongue bizarrely morphed into a peculiar chameleon. The chameleon's head was tucked between its legs, a front foot stuffed into its mouth. The instant Ryan's gaze fell upon the chameleon, he was racked by a searing pain in his head, so intense that his attack faltered, failing to land. Headache curse. Shepherd Pierre Barry had gained this ability through a pact with an enigmatic spirit body that had reveled in studying all manner of curses during its life. Capitalizing on the opportunity to inflict a debilitating headache on Ryan, Pierre Barry summoned the receding shadow back and unleashed a ferocious assault. Amid the cacophony of clanging metal, Ryan found himself forced to retreat. Amid the chaos outside, Lumion bolted upright and urgently told Aurora, "Something's not right. We have to regroup with Ryan and the others." Ryan had drilled this principle into their heads time and time again. In the face of an attack, they had to strive to stay together. A united team was far more effective than 5 individuals battling solo. "Okay." Aurora leaped out of bed and sprinted for the door, reaching into the concealed pocket of her flowing gown. As Lumion neared the open doorway, he caught sight of a figure. Deputy Padre Michel Garriga stood before him, garbed in a white robe adorned with gold thread. The striking, curly-haired youth's eyes were eerily vacant as he offered Lumion a smile. "Do you want to pray?" With a swift motion, Lumion yanked his axe free and aimed for Michel's neck. Michel's head lolled, but only a trickle of blood escaped. Glancing at Lumion from the corner of his eye, he inquired with a radiant smile, as if nothing had transpired, "Do you want to pray?" As Lumion prepared to raise his axe and sever the man's neck, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Relying on his dancer's uncanny agility, he abruptly spun around and swung the axe behind his back. In the next second, his gaze froze. He saw Aurora. Aurora's light blue eyes had inexplicably grown vacant. She hurled a handful of powder, ground from some kind of tree, at Lumion. Gazing upon his sister's familiar visage, Lumion's axe strike decelerated until it came to a halt. He even forgot to evade. A crackling noise erupted as a sphere of silver lightning struck Lumion's head. He fainted. Darkness swallowed his vision. Chapter 102, Transfer. Clang. 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 Ryan retreated, barely managing to parry shepherd Pierre Barry's relentless onslaught. Pierre Barry's eyes were bloodshot, the gentleness gone, replaced by a ferocious rage. As sinister arms, either pitch black or ghostly white, reached from the shadows to ensnare Ryan, Pierre Barry swung his axe at Ryan's head. This time, Ryan didn't parry or retreat. He didn't even raise the Sword of Dawn. Instead, he twisted his body, allowing the eerie arms to grasp his legs and Pierre Barry's axe to strike his shoulder. Clang! Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the silver pauldron, light flaking off and dissipating. Grimacing in pain, Ryan genuflected, plunging the Sword of Dawn into the floor. He knew he'd been separated from his allies for too long. He needed to regroup at any cost. The strength of a team surpassed that of any individual. In a split second, the light-infused two-handed broadsword detonated. It shattered into countless light fragments, morphing into a hurricane that barreled towards Pierre Barry. Panic flickered in Pierre Barry's eyes at the devastating blow. Ignoring the malevolent arms, he retreated into his own shadow. A fierce storm of pure light engulfed the area, slicing shadows and evil into shreds. As an area of effect attack, Hurricane of Light inevitably impacted Ryan's surroundings, despite his best efforts to direct it towards his enemy. Silently, the walls of Lumion's and Aurora's bedrooms crumbled, reduced to tiny fragments in the terrifying storm. Near the balcony, pitch-black vines hanging from the roof writhed like tortured weeds. Even Padre Guillaume Binet, suspended in midair, had no choice but to hastily dodge. Bloodied scratches marred his body as he fled Aurora's house. Rumble. Half the roof had been obliterated, the second floor pockmarked with gaping holes. In many places, the stove below was visible. Leah was also caught in the storm of light, her figure rapidly withering and shrinking, transforming into a paper figurine. When the tempest subsided, she reappeared in the study, barely intact. Ryan knew she had paper figurine substitutes, allowing him to unleash such a brutal attack on Pierre Barry in a confined space. As for Aurora, Lumion, and Valentine, their positions offered some protection from the attack. Ryan had tried to control the storm's direction, with limited success. After assessing the situation, he decided to use this decisive attack. Crimson moonlight and faint starlight streamed through the ruined roof. Ryan scanned the area but saw no sign of Aurora or Lumion. Leah, pale-faced, was rushing towards him. Valentine lay unconscious on the balcony, numerous wounds from the hurricane of light, but none lethal. Seeing his battered allies, Ryan stopped searching. He grabbed Leah's shoulder and leaped to the balcony. With one hand, the warrior hoisted Valentine and jumped from the Lumian residence. Relying on his not yet shattered dawn armor to withstand further ambushes, he raced towards the edge of Corda village, fleeing to the nearest mountain pasture. They had a plan: if they couldn't defend Aurora and Lumian's homes, they'd retreat to the pasture. There, they could use the terrain to their advantage, escape by leaping off the cliff, and trigger the cycle. Padre Guillaume Binet hovered above, unable to match the Dawn Paladin's top speed. Beneath him, Shepherd Pierre Barry emerged from the shadows at the edge of the house. His dark robe was shredded, the hood long gone. His face, chest, and legs bore deep gashes, blood oozing relentlessly. It was a chilling sight. Had he not swapped his shadow with that of a villager at the crucial moment, he'd be dead with his body torn to shreds. The villager who had served as his pawn was now undoubtedly a mangled heap of flesh and blood. As Ryan obliterated the Abyss Demon Flower with his hurricane of light, Valentine's paralysis waned. He regained consciousness before they left Corda village. "What's the situation?" he inquired, his voice muffled by the wind. Ryan, running at full speed, couldn't elaborate. He replied tersely, "Help Leah first." Valentine glanced at Leah, cradled in Ryan's other arm, and noticed her pallid, ashen face. Without a moment's hesitation, he stretched out his hand with great effort and placed his palm on Leah's shoulder. "Son!" he cried out in ancient Hermes. Glistening golden droplets materialized out of nowhere, raining down on Leah. Her expression contorted, and steam rose from her body. Within seconds, Sybil's ethereal figure was expelled, her face filled with shock and terror. She couldn't fathom how she'd been ejected from Leah's body. Immediately after, ghostly golden flames erupted from the void, engulfing the bizarre spirit like a candle, reducing it to liquid droplets. Sybil shrieked and cursed, but couldn't evade her fate of being purified. This time, she failed to reincarnate in Valentine's body. "Vile creature," Valentine muttered under his breath. Shepherd Pierre Barry looked up at Guillaume Binet, who hovered above, and asked, "Should we chase them?" Despite his injuries, he refused to surrender. Guillaume Binet pondered for a moment and responded, "No need. Our priority lies here. They won't make any moves in the short term. They'll only observe and assess the situation. That's enough for us." As he finished speaking, he furrowed his brow and whispered, "Sybil's dead. Can't she be reborn?" Pierre Barry asked, surprised. He wasn't particularly distraught over his sister's demise. Guillaume Binet couldn't help but curse. "I warned her not to use rebirth in front of the 3 official Beyonders. Rebirth at this level is inherently countered by the power of the Sun pathway, but she didn't listen. Imbecile. What a waste of the Lord's gift." Lumian's eyes snapped open, taking in the wispy gray fog and the familiar ceiling above. He had awoken within the dream ruins after losing consciousness. Gasping for breath, Lumian struggled to sit up straight. As Aurora's attack struck him, he had been filled with despair, thinking it was better to just surrender. She could reclaim the beautiful life she had granted him, along with the 5 years she had given him. Phew. Lumian exhaled sharply as 2 realizations pierced his thoughts. That wasn't Aurora. She was possessed by a monster. To give up now would be to abandon her to the creature and snuff out her last hope. Lumian rose to his feet, his resolve stealing within him. He glanced toward the window and spotted a bottle of liquor, a honeysuckle flower, some grapevines, and fern powder. Had that woman sent these materials? Had she witnessed the attack? Why hadn't she? Lumian shook his head, dispelling his intrusive thoughts. In this dire circumstance, he could only rely on himself and his allies. No matter how powerful others may be, they were useless to him now. Wasting no more time, Lumian retrieved the instruments he'd used to brew the hunter potion and poured 50 milliliters of liquor into a beer mug. He added the honeysuckle flower, grapevine powder, and fern powder, one after the other. Lastly, the repulsive stone with its dark, flowing liquid surface. A sizzling sound accompanied the dissolution of the provoker beyond her characteristic, and the honeysuckle flower vanished. The colorless liquor in the mug turned a deep black, becoming viscous. The mere sight of the potion made Lumion want to hurl it away and stomp it into oblivion. He steadied himself, using shallow cogitation to calm his nerves and focus. Moments later, Lumion snatched up the beer mug without hesitation, gulping down the foul, pungent provoker potion. Setting the mug down, he immediately felt his insides grow heavy, as if plummeting. Drawing on his experience, Lumion sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, bracing for the next transformation. His breaths became heated, his emotions veering wildly between anger, sorrow, frustration, and exhilaration. Simultaneously, a voice, infinitely distant yet intimately close, assailed his ears, drilling into his temples like an iron spike. Familiar, searing pain engulfed Lumion's mind, but he couldn't shake certain thoughts. I must succeed. I must unlock the secret of the dream. I must save Aurora. I must shatter the loop in Cordu. Enduring the scorching, tearing sensation and the illusion of losing control, Lumion didn't open his eyes or alter his posture. He felt like a tiny vessel in a tempest, battered by waves and gales. Powerless, but not yet submerged. After what felt like an eternity, the pain began to ebb as the bloodthirsty, insane thoughts receded from Lumion's consciousness. He opened his eyes, knowing he had ascended to a Sequence 8 provoker. Chapter 103, The Padre's Plan. A dense white fog hung heavy in the sky, swallowing most of the light and casting the dream ruins into a perpetual twilight. Lumion stood, stretching his limbs and surveying the blood-streaked mountain peak as he assessed his condition. In comparison to Hunter, the provoker's strength, reflexes, speed, and agility had improved, albeit modestly. Lumion identified three primary changes. First, his body had grown more robust and his recuperative abilities had seemingly improved. Second, his spirituality had increased to a certain extent. He could now maintain his possession state for 4 minutes, up from just 3. Lastly, he had gained a beyonder power called provocation. This ability induced a permanent state change while also requiring active activation to achieve its desired effect. Lumion's observation skills had experienced a qualitative transformation, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. He could now effectively discern which words, actions, and situations would most easily trigger his target's sensitivities and provoke agitation. When provocation was employed, it merged insults and humiliation, causing the target to lose their composure. The more tailored the taunts and humiliation, the more effective the provocation. However, even a single word like dog's hit could still incite anger to some degree. Against an uncommunicative opponent, provocation allowed Lumion to exude a repugnant aura. This ability was well suited to the traps and ambushes hunters excelled in, but it held little meaning for Lumion in his present state. He no longer had time for hunting. His sole focus was exploring the wall surrounding the blood-stained peak and uncovering the secret of the dream ruins. In contrast, the enhancements to his spirituality and physical resilience pleased him. At the very least, he could now delve further into the dark area that once lulled him to sleep. With the potion's boost, Lumion massaged his temples. This time, activating his spirit vision was seamless. He finally had the capacity to easily invoke his spirit vision. Without hesitation, Lumion changed his clothes and gathered his gear: fallen mercury, the iron-black axe, a cloth bag of cheese and biscuits. He slung his shotgun over his back and exited the 2-story semi-subterranean building. Amidst the muted gray fog, he traversed the wilderness and entered the ruins. He followed a familiar path, avoiding areas where monsters might lurk, and proceeded cautiously. Upon reaching the area where he had encountered the 3-faced monster, Lumion danced, partially triggering the blackthorn symbol. With the amulet, he navigated increasingly treacherous terrain and repelled several horrifying creatures. At last, he arrived at the thorny wall formed by an array of houses. After a moment's consideration, Lumion chose a direction. He resolved to enter the area that seemed to be shrouded in night, a place that instantly plunged him into a drowsy haze. His intuition suggested that something significant lay beyond the towering wall of twisted trees. However, the area resembling the onset of night held a greater likelihood of harboring the secret of the dream ruins. After all, night, slumber, and dream were often related terms. In due course, Lumion, having performed another ritual dance, found himself in a place noticeably dimmer than its surroundings. He exhaled slowly and stepped forward with determination. Almost immediately, Lumion felt as though he had transitioned from a foggy day to a cloudy evening. Shadows enveloped the objects around him. Clutching fallen mercury, he yawned and pressed on. "I can't sleep. I can't sleep." Lumion urged himself forward. As he proceeded, Lumion remained vigilant, scrutinizing the buildings that formed the city wall. Yet, the secrets of the dream ruins eluded him. Gold coins and other trinkets held no interest for him. Delving deeper, he trudged dozens of meters, his willpower alone keeping his eyes open against the overwhelming drowsiness that engulfed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for retreat. He would investigate the area behind the wooden wall and enter this sleep-inducing zone from another angle. Perhaps that would grant him access to previously unreachable locations. Lumion pivoted and retraced his steps, but the drowsiness persisted, growing in intensity with each passing moment. At last, his resolve crumbled. His eyes slid shut, and he slumped to the ground. Darkness consumed his vision once more. Lumion was suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to curl up and open his eyes. First, he saw a dazzling mural with a curved dome, followed by the stern visage of the Padre along with his slightly hooked nose, and Pons Benet's right fist, which he withdrew with a sinister grin. "I've been captured and brought to the cathedral?" Lumion recognized the scene overhead and instinctively scanned his surroundings. He saw Raimon's father, Pierre Greg, Ava's father, Guillaume Lizier, his neighbor Louis Bedeau, and nearly all the villagers. The altar had transformed beyond recognition, now adorned with lilacs, tulips, and other symbols of that hidden entity instead of sunflowers. The sun's sacred emblem had vanished, replaced by an unnaturally twisted thorn ring, seemingly oozing black liquid. Spotting the familiar symbol, Lumion felt a wave of dizziness as heat surged in his chest. He knew this was a sign that the corruption within him had been stirred but remained trapped within the bluish-black symbol. The Padre and his followers have turned the cathedral into an altar for the hidden entity? Poor Saint Sith. Lumion imagined Valentine would go berserk upon seeing this. Bound tightly, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find the stained glass and murals depicting the great eternal blazing sun and Saint Sith's preaching unscathed. It seems the alterations were hastily made. Lumion deduced the cathedral's current state. The villagers stood eerily silent, like wax figures. After observing Lumion for a moment, the Padre scolded Pons Benet. "How could you let him sleep? You should have woken him up as soon as you brought him back to the cathedral." "Understood," Pons Benet replied, his gaze unusually deferential, as if the Padre were his deity or ruler. Leaning against a pillar, Lumion glanced up at Guillaume Benet. "Where's Aurora?" The Padre smiled cryptically. "You'll find out soon enough." "What about the 3 foreigners?" Lumion frantically devised an escape plan while trying to maintain the conversation. Guillaume Benet gazed through the stained glass, his expression relaxed. "They've escaped. They should be at the nearest alpine pasture by now. But don't expect them to rescue you and Aurora tonight. Knowing the officials, they'll stall and merely observe. They'll only act after confirming the situation. Sometimes, they'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. That's how they wasted a decade of mine." Lumion conceded the Padre's point, but he knew that wasn't why Ryan and the others were waiting. Without understanding why the evil god's followers had captured him and Aurora, Ryan's group wouldn't take drastic measures, like triggering the loop's reboot by leaving Cordu. They wanted to wait until the 12th night to uncover the cause of the disturbance here, laying a solid foundation for escaping the predicament in the future. Lumion's silence caused the Padre's grin to widen. In a matter-of-fact tone, he announced, "I plan to complete the ritual tonight." What? Lumion was baffled. In high spirits, Guillaume Binet patiently elaborated, I intend to move the April 9th ritual to tonight. The 3 foreigners won't have a chance to interfere. What? The 12th night can be moved up? Lumion was shocked, speechless, and inexplicably terrified. At that moment, Guillaume Binet turned to Pons Binet and instructed, before taking him to the altar, ensure he stays awake. You may use any method, just don't kill him. Pons Binet asked eagerly, what if I kill him? We'll die together. The Padre glared at his dim-witted brother. Send me to the altar and start the ritual again? Could the bluish-black symbol on me be useful again? Lumion's nerves steadied as he listened to the Binet brothers' conversation. The Padre redirected his gaze to Lumion and leaned down. Don't worry, you're not the vessel. We have a better choice. A better choice? Lumion's alarm grew as he followed the Padre's gaze to the original altar. Aurora had appeared there at some point in time, dressed in a plain white robe, her golden hair unadorned and her light blue eyes vacant. Aurora! Lumion cried out. Aurora remained statue-like, unresponsive. The Padre smiled and nodded. Yes, your sister is the superior vessel. Your role in the ritual is to help us expedite the timeline. We needn't wait for that exact moment or the shift in the constellations. Lumion was terrified and bewildered. Why can I help bring forward the 12th night's ritual? The Padre leaned in once more, a smile of anticipation on his face. Because most of the boons we'd prayed for are within you. What? How does he know? Lumion's eyes widened, straining to scrutinize Guillaume Binet's face more closely. Guillaume Binet leaned in and whispered into Lumion's ear, Did you really think you and Pualis were the only ones able to retain memories in the loop? Chapter 104, Resolute Decision. Upon seeing Lumion's blatant shock, Guillaume Binet straightened up with satisfaction and said to Pons Binet, Keep an eye on him. With that, the Padre strode towards the altar. As he left, the villagers around them seemed to come alive, engaging in animated conversations. The horoscope is about to change. Our good fortune is coming. It won't be long before we're wealthy. When the time comes, I'll drink a bottle of wine every day and eat a pound of meat every meal. I want to find a beautiful woman. I'm going to watch a play. Lumion's mind was a whirlwind, and he barely noticed when Guillaume Binet departed. The Padre's words were like a boulder tossed into a placid lake, sending ripples through Lumion's thoughts. How is that possible? In the previous cycle, I killed him because he didn't understand what made me special. Back then, I didn't even know what was so special about myself. It was natural for him not to know. After that battle, he didn't have any conflicts with me in the subsequent cycles until Aurora began acting strangely. But he didn't seem to know about the loop at all. The cursing he did when I led the rest to catch him in the adulterous act, him being knocked out by Leah after we infiltrated the cathedral, and being spied upon by Aurora using white paper didn't seem fake at all. If he was putting on an act, his level of restraint would be bone-chilling. Moreover, he knows that Madame Pualis retains her memories in the loop and might know something about the abnormalities in the castle. Yet he still had an affair with Madame Pualis at the beginning of each loop, allowing no one to suspect him. If it were me, I wouldn't even have desires after finding out what Madame Pualis had done, let alone sleep with her. The more Lumion pondered, the more he found the Padre terrifying. This fear was unlike the terror he felt from Madame Pualis. Questions swarmed his mind. Why didn't the Padre with his memories sacrifice the 3 sheep from the beginning and obtain the corresponding boon to take full control of Cordu? Why didn't he complete the 12th night ritual on the first day? This could have prevented any accidents. What was he waiting for? The sacrificial ritual only takes place near Lent every time. Does that ritual have a date and time requirement? The Lent celebration is an integral part of the 12th night's ritual. So, the Padre will only have a chance to advance the subsequent ritual after Lent is over? But he could just control everyone from the beginning and wait for Lent to arrive. Also, Didn't the hidden existence find it odd that they prayed for a boon twice across 3 cycles? Yes, he might have done something, like helping the Padre recover his memories. No, if their sacrificial ritual had truly been completed, the 3 sheep wouldn't have entered the loop again. Their spirits and beyonder characteristics should have gone to the hidden existence. Could it be that, like Raimund, the spirits gathered around the altar and didn't escape the loop? Who were the Padre and the others praying to, and who bestowed their power? As Lumion considered this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He instinctively curled up, but the ropes binding him prevented the motion. Pons Benet pulled his foot back from between Lumion's legs, smirking as beads of cold sweat formed on the young man's forehead. Lumion couldn't even make a sound. He squatted down, raised his right hand, and slapped Lumion. "Did you enjoy that? Tell me, did you enjoy it?" Without waiting for Lumion's response, he swung his arm and slapped the right side of his face, causing his ears to ring. Lumion felt like his head might fly off. Seeing Lumion being beaten by Pons Benet, Raimund's father, Pierre Greg, approached and squatted down. He sighed and said, "Bear with it. Just endure it for a while. Our fortunes are about to change. Good luck is on its way. If you leave now, you'll miss the opportunity." Ignoring Lumion's reaction, he repeated the same words, trying to persuade and console him. Lumion paid no attention to Pierre Greg. He gazed at Pons Benet without anger, as if he were looking at empty air. He completely disregarded him, ignoring the pain and humiliation this villain had inflicted upon him. Only one thought occupied his mind: the situation is dire. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine are unlikely to trigger the loop and restart everything prematurely before confirming the Padre's intentions. Besides, they just fought, who knows when they'll recover. They probably won't sneak back to the village until tomorrow or the day after. This way, no one can stop the Padre from conducting the ritual in advance tonight. Slap, slap, slap. Pons Benet continued slapping Lumion's face and kicking his lower body, intensifying the pain he endured. Lumion's thoughts were repeatedly interrupted by pain as he stubbornly tried to focus, refusing to waste even a second on Pons Benet. This only infuriated Pons Benet further, causing him to strike even harder. "My specialness has already been discovered and targeted. They won't give me a chance to disrupt the ritual. What should I do? What can I do?" Lumion endured the pain and searched for a way to escape his current predicament. Pons grew tired from beating him up. He stopped and panted. "If Z Padre hadn't forbidden me from killing you, I would have sliced off your flesh piece by piece, including what's down below." Hearing this, Lumion was taken aback as an idea flashed through his mind. "Kill me? Kill me?" He suddenly raised his head and glared at Pons Benet, his face contorted into a twisted smile born of pain. "Is that all you've got? Are you using that pathetic little knife of yours to pick lice for me?" He fully embraced his role as a Sequence 8 provoker. In the alpine meadow nearest to Cordu, Ryan, clad in tattered armor, stood guard at the entrance and asked Valentine and Leah, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Valentine responded immediately. Leah added, "My spirituality has almost recovered." Ryan nodded and dissolved the dawn armor. "After I rest and recover a bit, we'll return to Cordu." "Now?" Leah sounded surprised. They hadn't been gone from Cordu for long. Ryan exhaled slowly and said, "We need to find out as soon as possible why Guillaume Benet's group attacked us tonight and not on the 12th night. Besides, they captured Lumion and Aurora, but they didn't pursue us. Experience tell me that something's off." Leah nodded slowly. "But we're not in the best shape. After all, they had just fought a massive battle. That's why Guillaume Benet doesn't expect us to return to Cordu tonight," Ryan explained. "Also, we left that item at Lumion and Aurora's house. We have to retrieve it as soon as possible. We can't let Guillaume Benet and the others get their hands on it." Valentine and Leah's expressions turned grave at the mention of that item. They agreed to Ryan's plan. "Pa!" Pons Benet slapped Lumion's face again, making his nose throb. 2 streams of bright red blood flowed down to his mouth, bringing with them a foul and salty taste. "How about this?" Pons Benet asked with a smile. Lumian studied his expression and actions, realizing that his words hadn't had the desired effect. He sniffed his blood-filled nose and replied with a smile, "Any other woman could hurt me more than you." "Is that so?" Pons Benet's expression darkened. With a slap, he struck Lumian's mouth, sending 2 of his teeth flying with blood. Relying on Provoker's insight and his experience at pranking, Lumian acutely sensed that Pons Benet's reaction was different this time. Familiar with all sorts of scandals and rumors in Cordu, Lumian vaguely thought of something and grinned. "You don't seem to have a mistress." His mouth was swollen from the slap, and 2 of his teeth were missing. His words came out slightly muffled. Hearing the word mistress, Pons Benet's expression shifted subtly as he kicked Lumian's groin. Lumian nearly blacked out from the pain. He couldn't speak for a few seconds. Forcing a smile, he said with a boisterous laugh, "And the Padre's mistresses are all over the village." "Can't get it up?" Pons Benet's expression instantly darkened. Lumian knew he had guessed right. He endured the pain, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't dared use provocation earlier, fearing that he would be discovered if he used it too often. Now was the time. Lumian laughed out loud. "Did the Padre sleep with your wife too? Are all your children his?" Pons Benet's eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lumian's neck, yelling with all his might, "Why don't you just die?" Lumian heard a cracking sound from his neck and found it difficult to breathe. Yet, he wasn't afraid. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up as he calmly awaited the excruciating pain and inevitable death. He had done his best to enrage Pons Benet so that he would kill him. Once he died, the loop would be triggered, and everything would restart immediately. Everything would return to the beginning, leaving room for recovery. Not only had Lumian considered provoking Valentine to commit suicide to verify the nature of the loop, but he had also thought of sacrificing his own life in an emergency. Compared to the current situation, what was there to fear? He gazed at Pons Benet, whose expression was vicious, and his purple lips quivered as if to say, "Please, kill me quickly." Chapter 105, That Person. Pons Benet's grip tightened relentlessly, his eyes bloodshot and bulging. If it hadn't been for the fact that Lumian couldn't speak or that his vision had started to fade to black, he would have thanked him. Suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere, grasping Pons Benet's hair at the back of his head, trying to forcibly pry him off Lumian. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill him? Have you lost your damn mind?" Pierre Barry growled in a deep voice as he intervened, stopping Pons Benet. But Pons Benet wouldn't listen. His crimson eyes locked onto Lumian, his mind consumed by fury and murderous intent. All he could think of was killing this bastard. Whack! Pierre Barry swung his right leg up, striking Pons Benet's groin with his brand new leather shoe. Pons Benet reflexively let go, clutching his crotch, squeezing his thighs together, and collapsing to the ground. He whimpered involuntarily, his face contorted in agony, like a rooster being strangled by the neck. Pierre Barry glanced at him coolly and said, "Once you've recovered, bring Lumian to the altar. The ritual is about to begin." He shifted his gaze, bending down to assess Lumian's condition. As Lumian's senses returned and he slowly opened his eyes, he straightened up and nodded. His darkening vision restored to clarity, the pain in his neck became more apparent. Lumian was disheartened to find that his view was not of the familiar ceiling of his bedroom but of Pierre Barry's bloodied face. "Am I still alive?" He wondered subconsciously as he turned his head and spotted Pons Benet curled up on the ground. "Pathetic." Lumian spat contemptuously. "If you can't satisfy women and can't even kill a man, what's the point of living?" Pons Benet felt a wave of rage surge through his head. If it weren't for the lingering pain in his groin and Pierre Barry's watchful eye, he would have snapped once more. Lumian and Aurora's house lay in ruins, more than half its roof missing. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine crept back under the moon and starlight. Once they confirmed the area was clear, Ryan turned to Leah and said, "Tonight's situation is worse than we thought. Perform divination." As they traveled from Cordo village to Lumian's house, they noticed that every house was empty. They had no idea where everyone had gone. This was a shocking anomaly. "All right." Leah nodded. Before she could take out a pen and paper to write a divination statement, Ryan reminded her, "Be cautious. Choose the direction of the divination carefully. Don't attempt it if it feels too risky." "Understood." Leah was well versed in this area. She knew that Cordu was a place filled with danger and abnormalities. A minor error in the divination direction could lead to severe injuries or loss of control. After a few moments of contemplation, she entered Aurora's bedroom, which now lacked a wall along the corridor, and found a manuscript to use as a medium. As Leah wrote the divination statement, Ryan and Valentine entered Lumian's room where they had been sleeping. Ryan's brownish-yellow suitcase sat beside the desk near the window, concealed by the curtain. Seeing that the item was still there, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Valentine, "Make the preparations." As he spoke, he pulled the suitcase out, placed it on the ground, and undid the brass-like metal buckle. Valentine opened his arms slightly, and illusory golden flames emerged from the void, illuminating the room. With sunlight, Ryan finally dared to open his suitcase with a grave expression. Inside, there were no clothes, books, or coins, just a strange, folded scarecrow lying quietly. The scarecrow's eyes were covered with thick black cloth strips. Its face, neck, palms, feet, and calves were made of brownish-green straw, but its arms, chest, and thighs were covered in real, slightly pale white skin. This was a mystical item that the Joint Investigation Team had acquired from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Riston Diocese before their departure. Teams at their level could request sealed artifacts to handle abnormalities. Ryan closed his eyes, and information about the mystical item before him naturally surfaced in his mind. Number 217. Name, Tanago Scarecrow. Danger Grade 2, Dangerous. Use with care and moderation. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. Security clearance requires a diocesan bishop. Security classification, bishop, team captain, or above. Description: this scarecrow was first discovered in the Tanago region of Riston province, near the remnants of a village annihilated by a cult's worship ritual. 2 purifiers, 10 police officers, and 76 farmers vanished after passing by the farm where the scarecrow was placed, never to be seen again. Research suggests that those who enter a 30-meter radius of the scarecrow and lock eyes with it will lose self-awareness and be drawn towards it uncontrollably. Within moments, they disappear, leaving behind only their possessions and garments. At the zenith of sunlight, the scarecrow loses its power. Touching it or meeting its gaze has no effect. A farmer from a neighboring village claims the scarecrow was once ordinary, indistinguishable from others until the village farmland it protected was decimated. With each disappearance, flesh and skin appear on a small portion of the scarecrow. Its ultimate transformation remains a mystery, but revival seems a likely outcome. The scarecrow already displays signs of life, moving at night and attempting to break free from its containment. Sealing method: blindfold it with a thick, black cloth and enclose it in a confined, dark space. Usage process: remove the scarecrow only under sunlight, and unbind the black cloth from its eyes. Appendix 1. Avoid its gaze at all costs. Even under the protection of sunlight, you risk enduring lasting nightmares and mental debilitation. 2. Limit interaction with the scarecrow to no more than 2 minutes per session. Excessive use intensifies its determination to escape and resist. 3. Warning: permanently seal the scarecrow before it acquires enough flesh. As Ryan and Valentine investigated the sealed artifact's possible loss or escape, Leah entered a dream divination state. Whispering the divination incantation to locate Aurora, she sat at her desk, reclined in her chair, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted into slumber. Guided by her 4 silver bells, Leah glimpsed Aurora, clad in a simple white robe, in a surreal, distorted world. She recognized an altar, nearby villagers, and the distant stained glass and golden walls of a cathedral. Leah's eyes flew open, and she bolted from the room. Breathlessly, she informed Ryan and Valentine, they're all at the cathedral. Performing a ritual. Inside the Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun. Pons Benet carried the disappointed Lumion toward the altar adorned with lilacs and tulips. Pierre Barry, keeping a watchful eye, accompanied them. Glancing at his sister Aurora, her eyes vacant, Lumion turned to Pierre Barry and sneered. You're nothing but a coward and a piece of trash. The shepherd shot him a glance but remained silent, his expression unchanging. Undeterred, Lumion continued, grinning, your woman died of illness, yet you did nothing. You just put your faith in a malevolent god. Didn't she die because the factory owner overworked her and paid her next to nothing? If I were you, I'd have hunted down that boss and hung his whole family from the factory chimney. But you didn't. You were too scared. Scared you'd die too. Trash, coward. As Lumion studied Pierre Barry's subtle reactions, he slyly added provocation to his final words. Pierre Barry's expression contorted, his gentle gaze slowly morphed into a menacing glare, as if a hidden seal had been broken, unleashing the demon within. Padre Guillaume Benet, at the altar, barked sternly, control yourself. Pierre Barry shuddered and came to his senses. In retaliation, he ripped a piece of cloth from his ragged attire, crumpled it into a ball, and shoved it into Lumion's mouth. Fuck! Lumion struggled fiercely, but to no avail. He kept cursing and adding provocation, but time was against him. His mouth was fully gagged by the cloth, and he could no longer speak. Panic and despair welled up in Lumion's heart, threatening to overwhelm him. He desperately reined in his emotions, warding off any thoughts of surrender. Carried to the altar, Lumion's mind raced, searching for alternative ways to end his life. Soon, he was presented before the Padre, the massive black thorn symbol separating him from Aurora. Guillaume Benet motioned for Pierre Barry to help Lumion to his feet, then scrutinized the young man's face and smiled. You're tougher than I thought, but you're still lacking. The world is so hard a man must have two fathers to look after him, yet you have none. No one to teach you the ways of life. The world is so hard a man must have two fathers to look after him was a popular saying in Intis. It referred to both a biological father and a societal father, often known as a godfather. This was why the people of Intis often acknowledged godfathers and godmothers. The Padre taunted Lumion for being an orphan, with neither a godfather nor a father. In response, Lumion wished he could retort, mocking the Padre about his own child having for fathers, the Padre himself, his godfather, his mother's lover. If the gag hadn't held tight, Lumion would definitely have taunted the Padre enough to make him lose his mind, killing him on the spot. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. Should we begin the ritual now? Pierre Barry inquired of Guillaume Benet. The Padre shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. What for? Pierre Barry asked, puzzled. The Padre offered no answer, but Lumion was already devising a new suicide plan. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Enter a deep cogitation state and submit to the scrutiny of the two entities. Eagerly, he sought the enigmatic and horrifying voice, hoping to provoke his own breakdown and loss of control. Lumion glanced at Aurora, her face blank and her eyes empty, but otherwise unchanged. He closed his eyes. First, he envisioned the crimson sun. Once calm, he transformed it into the orb adorned with eyes and a cross. Silently, Lumion saw the faint gray fog once more. He saw the chaos of overlapping colors and indescribable, non-existent things. Yet this time, he didn't sense the gaze of an entity lurking within the fog or looming high above. Why is it different? Lumion's eyes snapped open in surprise. Just then, a figure entered through the cathedral doors. Clad in a black robe and a wide hood, the man's face was obscured by shadows. He stood tall, around 1.8 meters in height. As the mysterious figure approached the altar, the Padre stepped aside deferentially, his demeanor humble and reverent. Who is that? The one behind the Padre? Lumion puzzled, peering closer. The more he studied the man, the more familiar he seemed, as though Lumion had encountered him before. Suddenly, it clicked. This was the figure lurking in the corner of the warlock's tomb. The black-robed man ascended the altar and stood before Lumion. Leaning forward slightly, he stifled a chuckle. "Did you realize that cogitation is useless?" "What? How does he know?" Lumion stared at him, shocked and bewildered. At this proximity, even with the hood concealing his features, Lumion could discern the black-robed man's face. He was a young man in his late teens, his limbs long and lean, his hair short and jet black, his eyes a light blue, and his features sharply chiseled. He was strikingly handsome. "What?" Lumion's gaze locked onto the man. He knew this face all too well. He saw it every day when he looked in the mirror. It was himself. Chapter 106, The Ritual Begins. Lumion noticed that the black-robed man's face was nearly identical to his own, save for a few subtle differences. The depths of the stranger's light blue eyes held a faint silver-black hue. It was unclear whether the shadow of the hood affected the man's complexion or if his skin was naturally a shade darker. "Who are you?" Lumion blurted out in shock, his words muffled by the cloth in his mouth, leaving only indistinct movements. The black-robed man smiled without introducing himself, turning and walking towards the Padre. Lumion strained to follow, desperate to learn the man's identity, his purpose, and why he had appeared in the dead warlock's tomb. This was crucial to him. Although the Padre's ability to retain memories within the loop was surprising, it wasn't inexplicable. Lumion's theories about the nature of the loop could account for such an anomaly. After all, Madame Puali's was a prime example. However, the black-robed man's sudden appearance was entirely unexpected. It wasn't his presence that was startling. Lumion had always suspected another individual, apart from the owl and the occupant of the coffin, to be the mastermind behind Cordu's abnormalities. What truly shocked him was the striking resemblance between the black-robed man and himself. It suggested the man could be another version of Lumion. His theories about the loop's nature failed to explain this baffling revelation. Something's not right. Lumion struggled to lean forward, but the ropes held him fast, causing him to crash onto the altar with a thud. His nose, which had ceased bleeding, began to flow anew, and the red, swollen wounds grew more prominent. Undeterred, Lumion pressed on. Unable to use his limbs, he relied on Dancer's incredible flexibility, slithering towards the black-robed man with great difficulty. His mind raced with thoughts. "I have to find out who this black-robed man is and why he's here. This must be a manifestation of the loop's essence. Unraveling this secret could provide hope of using the loop to escape the current predicament and ultimately resolve the anomalies plaguing Cordu." Drip, drip. Blood from Lumion's face stained the ground a vibrant red. His body smeared the crimson hue in all directions as he writhed in his struggle. The scene was chaotic and reeked of blood. He strained to reach the black-robed man, but couldn't utter a sound. His face, contorted by pain and anxiety, was a horrifying sight. The black-robed man, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lumion, glanced down and instructed the Padre, Guillaume Binet, begin the ritual. "All right," Guillaume Binet told Pierre Barry at the edge of the altar. "Bring Lumion to the altar." Pierre Barry strode over, gripped Lumion under his arm, and hoisted him up. "No!" Lumion thrashed with all his might, like a fish freshly yanked from the water. Pierre Barry nearly lost his grip due to Lumion's slipperiness. The gentleness in Pierre's eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a ferocious and brutal glint. His strength surged as he forcefully restrained Lumion and flung him onto the altar. Afterward, Pierre Barry glanced at Lumion and chuckled. "You better hope you die during the ritual rather than live through it. You'll regret it, I promise." Is this a response to my earlier provocation? Just as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he saw Aurora, clad in a simple white robe, approach his side. She leaned against the altar adorned with lilacs and tulips, her gaze vacant as she stared at her brother. The cathedral's villagers swarmed forward, forming a semicircle around the altar. The Padre retrieved 2 grayish-white candles, positioning them at the corresponding locations of Aurora and Lumion. Next, he placed a candle beneath his feet, creating a pattern on the altar with 2 candles above and 1 below. After a few moments, the Padre ignited the 3 candles in sequence, from top to bottom and left to right, using his spirituality. A faint sweetness wafted into Lumion's nostrils, leaving him disoriented. The scene felt inexplicably familiar. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine stealthily approached the side of the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral, clutching a brownish-yellow suitcase. Hidden in the shadows, they peered through the stained glass to see the Eternal Blazing Sun's altar transformed. They spotted Lumion bound on the left and Aurora standing on the right. They saw the Padre facing the siblings, a lit grayish-white candle beneath his feet, flanked by the enigmatic black-robed man and Pierre Barry. Valentine's fists clenched as a golden light flickered in his eyes. Leah cast a sidelong glance at him, concerned her companion might be consumed by rage. Fortunately, Valentine was a seasoned purifier who had completed numerous missions. He understood what needed to be done and what to avoid. Ryan averted his gaze and lowered his voice. "We'll move closer to the altar, shatter the glass, and launch a surprise attack. Our goal is to grab Lumion and Aurora and be out of the village within a minute. If we don't achieve our objective in that time, abort the mission and flee to the river. Trigger the loop proactively." "All right," Valentine and Leah murmured in hushed tones, each nodding in agreement. Ryan added, "Valentine, ready sunlight. We can't hold back any longer. We have to deploy 2 to 217 now." "No problem," Valentine responded as Leah retrieved a box of matches. She manipulated the silver bell on her veil and boots, sprinting around Cordo's square at breakneck speed while tossing matches at various points. This marked a predetermined escape route. Magicians didn't perform unprepared. Once Leah had completed her task, the trio of official investigators cautiously circled beneath the stained glass to the side of the altar. Valentine peered inside and told Ryan, "The ritual is about to commence. We must act now." Ryan, also observing the cathedral's interior, furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you notice anything off?" Leah hastily replayed the scene she had just witnessed in her mind, replying with apprehension, "I can't hear anything from inside." They were a mere 3 meters from the closest villagers, yet they couldn't discern any sound emanating from within. The villagers were clearly engaged in animated conversation. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and a suspicion instantly took shape in his mind. He stood up and rammed into the stained glass window before him, disregarding that the cultists inside the cathedral might discover his presence. Clangs echoed as the delicate glass remained unbroken, but the villagers within the cathedral seemed oblivious to the chaos outside. As Ryan summoned the dawn armor and sword of dawn, Leah sprinted in circles outside the window. This time, not a single deliberately uncontrolled silver bell jingled. From Leah's perspective, this implied there was no danger, yet, how could there be no threat emanating from the cathedral? Thus, she concluded that the correct answer was, the situation was extremely dangerous. It was so dangerous that the silver bell-sealed artifacts were utterly disrupted or dared not react. Bang! The sword of dawn, forged from light, struck a pane of stained glass but failed to have any impact. It seemed as if the entire cathedral was shrouded by an invisible, terrifying force that barred outsiders from entry. A brilliant pillar of light, encircled by flames, descended from the sky as Valentine spread his arms. However, it didn't appear inside the cathedral as he had anticipated. Instead, it landed outside the stained glass, causing ripples. It appeared that the interior and exterior were entirely isolated. Ryan made a quick decision and said to Valentine and Leah, "Let's try the sealed artifact. If it doesn't work, we'll leave the village to trigger the loop." Ryan didn't suggest immediate retreat because he hoped to barge in and save Lumion and Aurora. He suspected that once the ritual truly began, the loop might be affected. In that case, they wouldn't be able to leave Cordu or restart everything there. Wasting no time, Valentine summoned the illusory golden flames. With 2 pops, Ryan opened the suitcase and retrieved the Tanago scarecrow, its skin already half covered. He pressed the scarecrow's front against the stained glass and untied the thick black cloth. A pair of human-like eyes appeared on 2-217's face, devoid of emotion and embedded within the brownish-green straw. The eyes swiveled and locked onto Pons Benet, standing at the edge of the altar. The villain froze, then bolted toward the window. As he ran, his body vanished, leaving his clothes to flutter to the ground and cover his leather shoes. A piece of skin-covered flesh emerged on the Tanago scarecrow's neck, fusing with the stalk below. "It works!" Ryan and the others exclaimed, elated. This meant that breaking into the cathedral wasn't impossible, and the altar's protection was not impregnable. The horoscope is about to change. It's finally happening. Amidst the villagers' uproar and the surrounding scent of gray amber, cloves, musk, and tulips, Lumion experienced an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Relying on Dancer's flexibility, he forced his upper body up despite being bound. The next second, he saw the Padre open his mouth and shout in ancient Hermes, the mighty circle of inevitability. As soon as the words left his lips, darkness enveloped the cathedral's interior, and the villagers fell silent. The orange flames on the 3 candles were reduced to the size of pepper granules, now tainted silver and black. Lumion's mind buzzed as the familiar burning sensation ignited in his chest. His vision blurred, and the vacant-eyed Aurora, the solemn-looking Padre, and the hooded black-robed man appeared before him in layers beneath the dazzling gold dome. A sharp pain stabbed at his head, as if something was being yanked from the depths of his memory. It felt eerily similar to the scene unfolding before him. The sense of familiarity and déjà vu surged within Lumion's heart, dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than before. Thump, thump. He could hear his heart pounding. Chapter 107, Shattering. Thump, thump. Lumion felt his heartbeat pounding, as images were painstakingly dragged from the depths of his memories. His head threatened to split open. He fought against it, unwilling to continue. Outside the stained glass, Ryan observed the ritual beginning. He tossed the Tanago scarecrow to Leah without hesitation, signaling her to use the sealed artifact against the Padre. He hefted the Sword of Dawn. Beneath the golden flames, Leah and Valentine moved to another stained glass window, a half-exposed cylindrical wall separating them from Ryan. They did this to evade the damage from the hurricane of light without hindering their movements. With the cathedral's defensive capability, they believed a barrier between them would suffice. After all, Ryan would do his best to control the attack's direction. Leah embraced the Tanago scarecrow from behind, pressing it against the stained glass depicting Saint Sith's sermon. She aimed at the altar and Guillaume Benet, the Padre leading the ritual. On the other side, Ryan gripped the handle with both hands, plunging the Sword of Dawn into the windowsill. The two-handed broadsword, forged from pure light, shattered and transformed into a whirlwind of razor-sharp fragments and specks of light. The hurricane exploded and slammed into the stained glass before him. With a cracking sound, the entire cathedral trembled. Hairline fractures spider-webbed across the glass surface. But it held fast. Seeing this, Ryan summoned the minuscule particles of sunrise gleam, forging a massive two-handed axe. Unable to use Hurricane of Light for now, he switched weapons. Leah and Valentine, shielded by the protruding wall, dodged the Hurricane of Light's remnants. At that moment, the Tanago scarecrow's gaze locked onto the priest. Its eyes, set in the brownish-green straw, reflected the white-robed figure with golden threads. Leah noticed a faint silver light tinged with black materialize around the altar where Guillaume Benet stood. With a snap, the Tanago scarecrow's eyes burst open, weeping blood-red tears. The Padre glanced over before looking away. As 2 sheep willingly entered the altar, he intoned the incantation with calm fanaticism. You are the eternal cycle, the predestined destiny, the cause, the effect, and the process. Suddenly, the 2 deity-representing candles on the altar elongated to the size of a human head. A howling wind swept through the cathedral, turning the villagers to statues. But silver-black warts emerged from their exposed faces and hands. The silver-black light enveloping the altar rapidly spread, engulfing the entire cathedral. The mural-filled dome became transparent. Clouds dispersed, and the crimson moon darkened to the shade of blood. The stars on the black velvet backdrop flickered into existence, one by one, glowing with the intensity of the sun. In an instant, night became day. The villagers stirred and murmured dreamily. The horoscope has changed. Fortune is here. With 3 thuds, Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, who hadn't heard but had witnessed the scene, crumpled to the ground. They writhed, wailed, and screamed in agony. Ryan's skin turned grayish-blue, Leah's face appeared to teem with maggots and pulsing tendrils, and Valentine radiated a sun-like glow, from inside to out, from top to bottom. They were on the brink of losing control. The Tanago's scarecrow lay cast aside, trembling violently. Lumion felt his chest burn as the terrifying voice, seemingly originating from an infinite distance and yet right beside him, echoed in his ears. Invisible steel drills penetrated his skull, stirring his brain. Blood vessels bulged in pain, and silvery black spots emerged beneath his skin. An unseen force enveloped him, lifting him from the altar. The ropes binding him and the cloth gagging him crumbled to dust and dispersed in the air. Aurora, too, was hoisted by this invisible force, floating above the altar and facing Lumion. His bloodshot eyes mirrored his sister's long blonde hair, vacant light blue eyes, pristine and emotionless face, and the simple yet odd white robe she wore. He recoiled, sensing a familiar déjà vu from the depths of his memories. The pain was as intense as the madness. The surrounding scenes melded together in Lumion's mind, the Padre's solemn and fanatical expression, the black-robed man advancing toward the altar, Pierre Barry prostrate on the ground, the transparent cathedral dome, the crimson moon and constellations in the sky, the villagers with stiff expressions, welcoming their fortune, Aurora, her face contorted with pain. Lumion's head spun as his body was torn apart by an invisible force, silver-black spots multiplying on his skin. He was powerless to break free or resist effectively. Ah! Lumion screamed involuntarily as his chest was gradually pried open, casting a silvery black light onto Aurora. Aurora's eyes darted around, hearing the agonized cry. Her empty gaze mirrored Lumion's swollen blood vessels, his twisted face with silver-black hues beneath the surface. After a momentary pause, she instinctively reached out and pushed Lumion away from danger. "Grande, sir." Lumion stared, dumbfounded, as Aurora shoved him out of the altar's reach. Suddenly, the dreadful sound in his ears vanished, and the invisible restraints on his body disappeared. The burning sensation across his skin subsided. Yet the pain in his head remained unchanged. Deep-rooted memories were forcibly dredged up. It was as if someone had used a hook to slowly extract his brain from his skull. Aurora's light blue eyes tainted with silver black, her blank stare, her lifeless face, and her resolute, forceful actions pushing him away flashed in Lumion's mind. It was nearly identical to what he'd witnessed moments ago, but the black-robed man was missing from the background. This amplified déjà vu led Lumion to instinctively question if something similar had happened before. He screamed in pain once more. Bam! He plummeted to the ground after leaving the altar. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his head and his disorientation, Lumion sprang up, prepared to seize Aurora and flee the altar with his sister. A figure obstructed his path. The black-robed man wearing his face struck him on the right cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lumion refused to give in. With desperate courage, he rose again and lunged at the black-robed man blocking his way. Whack! The black-robed man swung his fist, and Lumion instinctively evaded. He stood stunned for a moment before a twisted smile crept across his face. He snarled, "Why are you so damn weak?" "As weak as me." Lumion dismissed thoughts of the Padre and Pierre Barry as he lunged at the black-robed man. The man sidestepped, raising his right foot to trip Lumion's calf. Lumion didn't evade. With the terrifying flexibility of a dancer, he forced a half-turn and extended his arm to grapple his foe. Thud! He tumbled to the ground, taking the black-robed man down with him. The man nimbly raised his right hand, gripping Lumion's throat and delivering a brutal knee to his groin. Lumion didn't flinch. Bloodshot eyes locked on his opponent, he clawed at the man's eyes with his right hand. Ah! The black-robed man screamed as Lumion tore out his eyeballs, blood spurting forth. Lumion instinctively curled up, nearly passing out from the agony in his lower body. Struggling to his feet, he shot the writhing man on the ground a sinister grin. "Come on! Let's die together! You coward! Coward!" He lunged once more, encircling the man's neck with his arms. At that moment, Pierre Barry, at the edge of the altar, staggered to his feet. Brandishing his axe, he sprinted to Lumion's side. Whack! His axe descended, only to be halted by a faint gray mist that had materialized. It failed to harm Lumion. Pierre Barry employed 2 different abilities, but couldn't penetrate the gray fog's defense. Guillaume Binet, the priest, didn't hesitate and began reciting a prayer. "I implore you, I beseech your benediction. I plead with you to grant me." Before he could finish, the scene transformed. The constellations in the sky shifted incrementally, deviating from their original positions. Cordoue trembled violently as every house and inch of soil surged toward the cathedral. Silently, the villagers decomposed into organs. Eyeballs, mouths, noses, hearts, fingers, and flesh. A scant few reassembled into different people. Some appeared normal, others malformed, some missing parts, and some with extra appendages. The majority hurtled toward the altar and Aurora. Cracks spread across Aurora's body, and she swiftly disintegrated into countless pieces of flesh. Witnessing this, Lumion spiraled into despair. Still, he refused to surrender. Seizing the black-robed man's head, he twisted it violently, snapping his neck under the man's horrified gaze. Lumion rose and raced toward his sister. But an invisible barrier surrounding Aurora obstructed his path. Rumble! With a muffled thud, the cathedral began to ascend. Trees, soil, and boulders from outside the village soared, accompanied by houses, furniture, and miscellaneous items. The organs of most villagers merged with Aurora's flesh at the altar, contorting and writhing before morphing into a colossal being. The giant stood 4 to 5 meters tall, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms. Its entire form was composed of flesh and organ fragments, its body riddled with cracks oozing yellow pus. The central head of the giant, filled with pain and regret, strained to gaze at Lumion. Transparent, blood-hued tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, Lumion's mind reeled as if cleaved by an axe. His vision wavered as he saw the shattered cathedral, the steadily rising blood-red peak, the thorny city wall formed by distorted houses, the encircling ruins around the peak, and the various monsters forced to flee the area. What? Lumion's head throbbed with pain again. As he watched countless tiny beams of light shoot from the giant and surrounding monsters, landing on his chest, he realized that the scenes buried deep in his memories had been entirely unearthed. They were nearly identical to what he saw now. This is... Lumion abruptly had a hunch, and his headache worsened. Suddenly, everything before him turned eerily illusory, with pronounced cracks appearing like broken glass. This is... Lumion finally recalled something. Then, he saw the black-robed man transform into a pitch-black, repulsive liquid that soared before him and seeped into his left chest. Ah! Lumion screamed in agony as his surroundings crumbled. He snapped his eyes open and found himself lying beneath the blood-red mountain peak. The encroaching darkness, signaling the onset of night, had nearly vanished. Lumion instinctively sat up, leaning forward. He placed his hands on the ground and scanned his surroundings. He saw a twisted, thorny wall, a barren landscape devoid of vegetation, and the dream ruins beyond. He spotted Ryan, Leah, and Valentine lying at the edge of a room not far away. They were sound asleep. Lumion abruptly bowed his head, raised his hands, grasped his hair, and whispered in anguish, "Is reality a dream, and the dream reality? Is this the present or the past? Aurora. Is Aurora beyond saving?" "Yes." A woman's voice echoed in the ruins. Lumion looked up, bewildered, and faintly saw the enigmatic woman appear before him. She approached, wearing the orange dress she donned at the beginning. That's why you were so desperate to obtain superpowers in your dream, regardless of the consequences. That's why you disregarded others' lives and even your own. You wanted to resolve the loop embodying the concept of a problem as quickly as possible. That's why you couldn't control your instincts and uttered inappropriate words or performed inappropriate actions on certain occasions. Lumion gazed at the mysterious woman, dazed, realizing that the indescribable and inexplicable emotion in her eyes had resurfaced. This time, he could finally decipher it. It was pity. Chapter 108, Report. Several days later, an investigation report on Cordu Village was submitted to Intis Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee's Bureau 8, the machinery hive mind of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Inquisition. Upon receipt, the brass immediately reviewed the report. Background: over the past year, numerous disappearances have occurred in the Fenapotter Kingdom's Grabaka province, near the Durige region, and in the Lemberg Republic's Upper Hell state. Several Beyonders without official permission have mysteriously vanished, and these incidents seem to be connected to shepherds traveling across the three regions. Among them, those from Cordu Village became our primary focus. Consequently, after receiving an unusual distress letter, we prioritized the mobilization of elite personnel and dispatched them as a joint investigation team. The investigators' complete written statements are as follows. The anomaly in Cordu Village can be categorized into two levels: reality and dreamscape. Reality: Cordu was ultimately destroyed by a large-scale but unsuccessful evil god sacrificial ritual. Only a small number of villagers survived. Most villagers were utilized as nutrients for the failed creation of an evil god. The remaining individuals were reassembled in peculiar ways and transformed into various monsters. The evil god sacrificial ritual altered the landscape. The river dried up and changed course. The village square and cathedral were elevated nearly 40 meters by a small-scale orogeny, forming a blood-colored pillar. The failed evil god creation was located atop the pillar. However, when we discovered it, it had already been destroyed, potentially by self-destruction or interference from other factions. Cordu's houses also underwent reassembly. Some formed a twisted, thorny city wall around the blood-colored pillar, while others were arranged in circular patterns. In these severely damaged buildings, we found only a few coins and the most common lever blue. We did not find any written information or anything that could clearly identify Cordu. The reason remains unknown. Only the House of Lumion Lee, the target, contained books, newspapers, magazines, and other items that clearly identified it. Within the ruins of Cordu, there are two abnormal areas surrounding the blood-colored pillar. One can induce a deep slumber, leading to a dreamscape, while the other is teeming with life, filled with flowers and trees, and features a self-rocking crib. Our assumption regarding the latter area is that it is closely related to Madame Puali's of Cordu. For a detailed explanation, refer to the Dreamscape section. At the other edge of the blood-colored pillar, we unearthed 4 relatively well-preserved corpses. The location likely corresponds to the original cathedral cemetery. The first corpse was a woman, no more than 20 years old, who had been strangled to death. The second corpse was a young man, also no more than 20 years old, who had drowned. The third corpse was surrounded by coffin fragments. Female, over 60 years old, and died of mechanical asphyxiation. Based on other evidence, we speculate that she was suffocated with a pillow. The fourth corpse was male and had not decomposed. His tongue had been severed while he was alive, and there were visible ligature marks on his neck. Relevant speculations about the aforementioned corpses can be found in the Dreamscape section. Upon entering the ruins of Cordu, we were likely affected by the power emanating from Lumion Lee's body. Our memories of the date became disordered, and the thought of leaving ceased to occur to us. One by one, we fell asleep. While in the dream state, our bodies maintained a weak level of activity, eliminating the need for food replenishment for several days. Had we remained in this state for another half a month, it is uncertain whether we would have awoken from hunger or perished within the dream. The entire ruin is locked in a loop capable of reverting to its original state at any moment. The trigger point is most likely tied to Lumion Lee's self-awareness and the restrictions he imposes. The former refers to the inevitable restart if Lumion Lee's subconscious anticipates it, while the latter stems from his desire to prevent anyone from disrupting Cordu's current state and the development of the dream. Any relevant event would immediately trigger a restart. We inquired with villagers from surrounding areas, but they reported no abnormalities concerning Cordu. Through their responses and previously gathered information, we confirmed 3 points. First, there was never a legend of a deceased warlock in Cordu. This refers to a story told by Lumion Lee in the dreamscape. Once, a warlock lived in Cordu. After his death, an owl perched on his bed head for a time before flying away. The warlock's corpse grew heavy, requiring 9 bulls to transport it. Second, no elves suspected of being in the form of lizards have appeared in the Darige area. Third, Lent is traditional folklore and had no issues originally. Dreamscape. The dreamscape originated from Lumion Lee and is so realistic that we couldn't discern that we were dreaming. We consulted psychologists and dream experts and synthesized their opinions to form a hypothesis about this dream. It is an amalgamation of Lumion Lee's personal experiences, all the novels he has read, and his assumptions and conjectures based on previous events. The dream exhibits obvious coincidences and characteristics of wish fulfillment at certain critical junctures. Within this dreamscape, not all the situations we encountered were real, nor were they entirely fabricated. Disorganized facts, the minutiae of daily interactions, and the illusory scenes that left a profound impact on Lumion Lee were reassembled in a chaotic and symbolic manner, presenting themselves to us. This is both a characteristic of the dreamscape and a manifestation of Lumion Lee's subconscious avoidance or fear of certain issues. Moving forward, we will provide a detailed account of every aspect of our experience. We ought to have realized that we were in a dream earlier on. The most evident clue was that we did not recall needing to change our clothes until Lumion Lee reminded us that our garments were severely damaged. Though this is quite unusual, humans tend not to think critically within dreams. It has been confirmed that we did not send telegrams. The corresponding responses may have originated from Lumion Lee's subconscious and the knowledge he possesses. By combining the events in the dream with the situation in reality, we have arrived at the following conjectures. Our consciousness and knowledge, to some extent, enriched the dream, and we may have inadvertently exposed some of our secrets to Lumion Lee. There are at least 2 distinct evil god faiths in Cordu. One represents a power akin to Earth Mothers, embodied by Administrator Beast's wife, Madame Pualis. The other is the one followed by Guillaume Benet, the former Padre, and the majority of the villagers. The latter faith ultimately led to Cordu's destruction. During the Lent celebration, the spring elf's beheading and send-off symbolized driving the force representing Madame Pualis out of Cordu. There may have been a violent conflict between the 2 factions. Simultaneously, the decapitation of Ava Lizier, the personification of the spring elf, symbolized that this girl had discovered something amiss in reality. When she attempted to escape or inform others, she was clandestinely strangled to death by Guillaume Benet's group. Raymond Gregg was thrown into the river. The appearance of his spirit body beneath the cathedral symbolizes that, like Ava, he was deemed a snitch and subsequently drowned. Jean Maury discovered that his wife, Sybil, had an affair with the former Padre. In a fit of rage, he became mute. This symbolized that as a devout follower of the eternal blazing sun, his tongue was cut off when he tried to inform others about the village's abnormalities. His subsequent disappearance implied that he had been murdered. Naroka's death shares the same potent symbolism as Ava, Raymond, and Jean. First, she must have covertly followed Madame Pualis, intending to allow her deceased husband's spirit to return home through the aid of the soul messenger. Thus, her post-death behavior was to enter Permitha. Second, it is highly likely that she was killed by her youngest son, Arnault André, likely because she had discovered the issue with Guillaume Benet's group and wanted to inform Madame Pualis. Based on our search of the ruins, the Lent celebration, and Madame Pualis's claim that she could depart at a specific moment, it is implied that she, her husband Beast, butler Louis Lond, and lady's maid Kathy left Cordoue before the ritual on the 12th night. They remain alive, and their whereabouts are unknown. This is reflected in the dream by the lady's refusal to assist at critical moments. However, considering the circumstances in the peculiar area teeming with vitality, we suspect that Madame Pualis left something behind before her departure and indirectly participated in the ritual on the 12th night. The black-robed man in the warlock's tomb likely symbolizes Lumian Lee's mutated persona due to his corruption. However, for some reason, Lumian Lee did not appear to be deeply corrupted, enabling him to easily triumph during the skirmish, given his increased courage. The bizarre lizard-like creature found in the mouths of Aurora Lee, Michel Garriga, and others might symbolize their corruption and mutation, eventually transforming them into an alternate version of themselves. Questions. 1. How is Lumian Lee aware of the abilities of Guillaume Binet, Pierre Barry, and others? If he had secretly observed them in reality, it would be understandable if he remained undetected once or twice. There must be an inherent reason why he could obtain so much information without facing consequences. 2. Why did the villagers and Aurora Lee behave indistinguishably from real people, making it challenging for us to recognize that we were in a dream until Lumian Lee believed that something abnormal should have occurred to them? 3. What does Prometheus symbolize? 4. What do Madame Pualis's numerous children in the castle and the crib with an invisible object represent? 5. Why did Lumian Lee use lizard-like elves to portray the villagers' corruption? 6. What do Lumian Lee and Aurora Lee's attempts to escape Cordoue and enter Prometheus signify? 7. Why did the ritual on the 12th night fail? 8. How can Lumian Lee enable us to enter his dream? He evidently lacks the ability to do so. 9. Why did he suddenly acquire normal Beyonder powers? 10. How did he survive and cause the ruins of Cordoue to enter a loop? 11. Aurora Lee's abnormalities occurred at entirely different times during the 2 cycles. What does this indicate? 12. What does the legend of the deceased warlock symbolize? 13. What does the warlock's corpse in the coffin in the underground tomb represent? 14. What does the owl symbolize? 15. What does the change in the horoscope signify? 16. What is the origin of the matter? Conclusions and recommendations. This is a quintessential disaster resulting from the worship of an evil god. Currently, 6 known survivors exist: Lumian Lee, former Padre Guillaume Binet, Pualis de Roquefort, Beast, Louis Lond, and Kathy. The latter 5 are adherents of evil gods. We must locate and eliminate them as soon as possible. Directly killing Lumian Lee is not advised. Until his issues are understood and resolved, his death might trigger an even more severe anomaly. The optimal solution is to capture and securely contain him. Reporters: Ryan Visha of Machinery Hive Mind, Major Leah Bellet of Bureau 8, and Purifier Valentine de la Court of the Inquisition. Chapter 109, Minute Hope. Days earlier, beneath the Crimson Peak, adjacent to the warped city wall, Lumian knelt on the ground, gazing up at the enigmatic woman as she approached. Her words echoed in his ears, only to gradually grow muffled. Lumian's hands pressed against the ground, clenching the soil as if attempting to crush it into liquid. As the mysterious woman halted about a meter away, he scrambled to his feet, anxiety gripping his voice. "Didn't you say there's still hope? Didn't you claim Aurora and the others could be saved if I broke out of the loop myself?" His voice grew hoarser with each word. The enigmatic woman remained silent, her eyes filled with pity as she gazed at him. Lumian hesitated before asking, hope lacing his words, "There's still hope, right? That's not just a fleeting dream." During my discussion with Aurora, she spoke of things I had never heard of, like how the description of an honorific name can hint at 2 separate entities. His eyes locked onto the woman, fear and hope battling as he scrutinized her every move. At last, she nodded. "There is indeed hope." Lumian's eyes brightened, waiting for her to elaborate. In a gentle voice, the woman explained, in truth, Aurora has already died, but mystically, she's not entirely gone. Do you recall the soft, faint sounds you hear from within your body each time you perform the summoning dance? Do you remember the light fragments from Aurora and the others that flew into your chest on the 12th night ritual? Are those their spirit bodies, their voices? Lumion interrupted, eagerness filling his voice. The woman responded, a mix of calm and pity, they can only be considered soul fragments. At the end of the 12th night, you became a conduit for the hidden entity to unleash its horrifying power. The surrounding believers, including the soul fragments of the sacrifice, were absorbed by you. Guillaume Binet, who led the ritual, was the sole exception. Later, those soul fragments and the potent corruptive power were sealed in the left side of your chest by my lord. That's why, as you became increasingly awake in your dreams and sensed the date and loop more clearly, Aurora and the other villagers seemed more and more lifelike. They even displayed a degree of self-awareness and cognition. To truly awaken from the dream and restrain the looping power consuming the ruins, you had to rely on yourself. You had to find the courage to confront the pain, face the truth, and chase after the elusive hope. If I were to resolve it, there's only one option: to completely annihilate you in the ruins of Cordu. Otherwise, the corruption within you will seep out uncontrollably, and Aurora and the others will truly perish in the realm of mysticism. As the mysterious woman mentioned the 12th night ritual, Lumion couldn't help but remember. A sharp pain stabbed his head, and only a few images surfaced. Aurora, with vacant eyes, shoved him away from the altar. Beams of light burst from Aurora and the villagers, spiraling into the vortex on his chest. Guillaume Binet, the Padre, revealed a shocked expression as he fled the altar. Beyond that, Lumion couldn't recall anything else. Only the events within the dream were clear, as if some force prevented him from remembering the rest. His face contorted, his body trembling. I can't remember much. The woman nodded. That's normal. Firstly, it's a subconscious self-protection to prevent an overload of painful memories and intense scenes from causing you to collapse and lose control. Secondly, there are things you haven't witnessed and don't know the truth about. I don't know either. Yes, I'll need you to do something in Trier eventually. There are two exceptional psychologists I know there. I can arrange an appointment for you and see who's available to treat you. They can help you remember more and reconstruct the events in Cordu as much as possible. Lumion's emotions roiled as he listened, but all he could muster was a soft, thank you. Fists clenched, he asked anxiously, then what can I do to bring Aurora and the others back? The woman sighed, admitting, I don't know either. Seeing Lumion's eyes darken, she added, but you have to believe that true miracles exist in this world. And the great existence I mentioned earlier is synonymous with miracle. Despair and hope swelled in Lumion's heart. Though he knew the mysterious woman before him was likely offering comfort and hope, he couldn't help but say, you said that once I unlocked the secret of the dream, you'd tell me the honorific name of that great existence. Her expression grew solemn, her tone serious. I'll tell you now. Remember it well. His honorific name is, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As she spoke, Lumion felt his consciousness slipping, as if he could see a thin gray fog and a looming castle above it. A gaze weighed upon him. Simultaneously, the entire village of Cordu shuddered as the thin fog engulfing the area receded rapidly. By the time Lumion regained clarity, sunlight had already filtered through the sky, casting golden specks upon the crimson mountain peak and desolate earth. Lumion recalled the 3 lines of the honorific name and his conversation with Aurora in his dream. He winced, a bitter smile forming as he said, I thought there'd be a description of the past, present, and future. The enigmatic woman in the orange dress tersely acknowledged his remark. There should be another one in the future, but if I use a description other than the 3 lines to pray to him now, I can't guarantee the response will be from him. You should know that such a situation is very dangerous. Silent for a few seconds, Lumion then asked, a glint of hope in his eyes, if I work diligently for you, can I eventually summon that great being to resurrect Aurora? That's one way, the woman said softly. You can also explore other methods. I won't stop you. I'm merely reminding you that many resurrection techniques have grave flaws. Lumion nodded, signaling his understanding. He didn't dare to inquire, yet couldn't help but ask, is there a significant chance of resurrection? The enigmatic woman glanced at him and sighed. It's very, very slim, but I know you'll still pursue it. Lumion pressed his lips together, remaining silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to assure her he'd do everything in his power to find a way to bring Aurora back, but he feared that speaking would reveal the sorrow surging within his heart. After a few seconds, he asked in a raspy voice, what do you need me to do in Trier? Join a covert organization and help me gather some intel, the woman replied simply. I'll tell you how to contact them once you're in Trier. She added, besides uncovering the truth from your memories, you can also look into the survivors of this catastrophe. Survivors? Lumion's eyes narrowed. The woman nodded. Besides you, there are 5 others, Madame Pualis, Beast, Louis Lund, Kathy, who left Cordoue before the 12th night, and Guillaume Benet, who was protected by the ritual as its host. They escaped before this place was completely destroyed. The Padre is still alive? Lumion's lips curled up. The enigmatic lady locked eyes with him and said, if my divination is accurate, they should be hiding somewhere in Trier. Very good. Lumion smiled, wiping the corners of his eyes. The woman then looked at Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, who slept near the room's edge on the thorny city wall, and asked Lumion, what do you plan to do with them? If they leave alive, you'll undoubtedly be hunted by Bureau 8, Machinery Hive Mind, and the Inquisition. From now on, you can only hide. You'll never live openly under the sun. You'll be forever accompanied by darkness, filth, and danger. Lumion glanced at Ryan and the others, chuckling hoarsely. Will killing them bring Aurora back? The woman shook her head. No. Lumion scoffed, bowing his head with his eyes closed. Soon, he looked up and asked, what's the name of the organization I'm about to join? How should I contact you once I'm in Trier? The woman sighed faintly. I'll tell you when the time comes. I'll give you my messenger's summoning method and the corresponding medium later. Contact me through that. Lumion fell quiet for a moment before posing another question. Did I possess the power to trap Cordoue in a loop? Strictly speaking, you didn't. At least not before receiving the Circle Inhabitant boon, the woman explained casually. This place is corrupted by that hidden being everywhere, and the power level sealed in your left chest is quite high. Therefore, when your emotions fluctuate and you're in a subconscious state, you can mobilize the corresponding specialness to reset this place. She paused, adding, however, you've always been physically in a loop. The corruption sealed within your body allows you to reset your form at 6 a.m. every day and return to 6 a.m. on the 12th night. Only changes brought about by beyonder characteristics and boons are retained. Is this the real reason why I recover every time I wake up from injuries in the ruins? No wonder I didn't starve to death. Lumion immediately understood. He glanced at his body, a self-deprecating smile forming. It'll always be that day. That nightmarish day. Without waiting for the woman's response, he looked up and asked, how should I address you? She smiled, beginning to reply, you can call me. Before she could finish, cards suddenly danced in the air. Each card bore a unique pattern, fluttering towards Lumion. Instinctively, Lumion extended his right hand, attempting to catch some of the cards. At that moment, most of the cards vanished, leaving just one. The card gently settled in Lumion's palm, face up. It depicted a figure extending their scepter into the sky and pointing at the ground with their left hand. Tarot card, Magician. Lumion glanced up in shock, realizing the enigmatic woman had disappeared. Should I call her Madam Magician? Lumion subconsciously flipped the tarot card in his hand, revealing Rose of Minute into script, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, an upper world creature that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Magician. Lumion studied the words for a moment before tucking the tarot card away. He glanced at Ryan and the others, then turned around and staggered away from the area. As he walked, Lumion couldn't help but look back at the blood-stained mountain peak and the twisted, thorny city wall. The Cordu in his memory had already morphed into this. It bore no resemblance to what it once was, but Lumion still tried his best to observe and search, hoping to overlap the scene in his mind with reality. He wanted to take another look at the giant atop the mountain, but he knew that it would cause him grave harm. Unwittingly, Lumion slowly circled the blood-stained mountain peak and thorny city wall, his gaze constantly scanning the distorted and chaotic objects. He knew what he was looking for, and he knew he would never find it. Just like that, Lumion arrived at the spot where the wooden wall had blocked him. Most of the area had collapsed, revealing the garden behind it. The garden was lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to the blood-stained peak, the warped city wall, and the ruins on the other side. In the center was a brown wooden crib, reminiscent of the one Lumion had seen in Madame Pualis's castle. He subconsciously leaned over and realized that there was a small human-shaped indentation on the slightly aged white cotton swaddling cloth in the crib. It was as if a baby had once lain here, but its whereabouts were now unknown. What does this mean? Just as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he felt the sunlight shining down from the sky grow much brighter. He instinctively looked up and saw golden flames completely engulfing the mountaintop. The three-headed, six-armed giant loomed in the inferno, seemingly melting. Lumion stared blankly for a few seconds before suddenly raising his hands to shield his face. The sunlight was too intense. In the semi-subterranean two-story building at the edge of the ruins, Lumion trudged to his sister's bedroom with the 237 Vril d'Or and 46 Capet he had collected. He grabbed a brown suitcase filled with clothes and memorabilia and pushed open the door. He was here to say goodbye. As soon as he stepped in and saw the desk with the manuscripts, his head throbbed as an image surfaced. Aurora's eyes darted around, no longer vacant. She looked at Lumion, who had been pushed away, and said with difficulty, "My notebook." "Grande Sir's witchcraft notebook? Is there important information in it?" Lumion pressed his forehead, walked to the desk, and opened the drawer below. Familiar dark notebooks greeted his eyes. He suddenly remembered that Aurora had taught him a great deal of mysticism knowledge before Cordu was destroyed. In Dirige, at the steam locomotive station, the ticket agent eyed Lumion and asked, "Where are your identification documents?" "I forgot," replied Lumion, clad in a linen shirt, a dark jacket, and a round-rimmed black hat, as he held a brown suitcase. He then turned and walked away from the window. A short man in a half-top hat and black suit approached Lumion, whispering, "Do you want to take the courier carriage? It's headed for Bigorre." "Does it require identification?" Lumion inquired. The short man chuckled, responding, "No need. Our business is about to be crushed by the steam locomotive. Why would we need identification documents? So, are you taking it or not? This is the last remnant of romance from the classical era." Lumion gave a slight nod and asked, "How much?" The short man's enthusiasm flared. 20 Vril d'Or to Bigorre, takes about a day. There are 5 stops in between. Each stop allows for a rest, changing carriage drivers and horses. 2 of the stops also provide free food. Without further questions, Lumion followed the short man to a deserted street nearby. A large carriage drawn by 4 horses was parked at the roadside. Upon boarding, Lumion discovered the interior was rather spacious. Like the public carriage, it had 2 rows separated by an aisle, as well as space for larger luggage. He found a seat by the window, placed his suitcase down, and pulled out a book with a dark red cover. As the horses neighed outside, Lumion flipped through the book, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the window. Beside him sat a man in his 30s with a well-groomed mustache, brown hair, blue eyes, and smart attire. He glanced at the book in Lumion's hand, asking with interest, "Eternal Love? Aurora Leigh's book? The one featuring the female lead named Kingsley and the male lead named Seal?" "Yes." Lumion nodded. The mustached man became chatty. "This book is Aurora Leigh's earliest work. The writing was quite amateurish, particularly the dialogue between characters. It doesn't sound like something people would say in real life at all. It's so emotional, it's uncomfortable. Indeed. Lumiere nodded again. He bowed his head and flipped to the last few pages of the book, his gaze resting on the relevant passage. On her deathbed, Kingsley clutched Seal's outstretched hand and gazed at his anguished expression. She forced a smile and said with difficulty, "Stupid, live well." End of Part 1, Nightmare. Chapter 110, Foreigner. For you are dust, and to dust you shall return. From the Bible, Genesis 3 verse 19. The imposing grayish-white city wall, rising to a height of 3 meters, loomed before Lumiere, stretching as far as the eye could see. A multitude of private carriages, 4-seaters, open tops, tandems, and cargo carriers queued, awaiting entry through the city gate. Blue-uniformed tax collectors in white-shirt, black-vested police officers inspected each carriage methodically. Occasionally, they would demand identification or order pedestrians to open their suitcases. Lumiere, clutching his brown suitcase, scanned the scene, casting furtive glances as he sought a way to bypass the checkpoint. Before long, a man who had observed his behavior approached. "What's the matter, friend? You look a bit uneasy." The man was somewhat shorter than Lumiere but twice as broad. His cheeks were plump, causing his blue eyes to appear minuscule. As he neared, Lumiere caught a whiff of sweat mingled with cheap cologne, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Lumiere gestured toward the gates, puzzled, and inquired, "What's all this for? Are they searching for criminals? Why screen those entering Trier and not the ones leaving?" The disheveled, blonde-haired man in a billowy blue shirt appraised Lumiere. "My friend, are you from some small city or village?" Upon seeing Lumiere nod, the man sighed and explained, "They're collecting taxes." "Tariffs? Tariffs for entering Trier?" Lumiere asked. The man nodded. "Exactly. This city wall encircles Trier. There are 54 gates, each manned by tax collectors and police. They also apprehend wanted criminals." "Are all goods taxed?" Lumiere inquired, curiosity piqued. The man touched his blue canvas shirt and replied, "Almost everything, only grains and flour are exempt. Once upon a time they were, but after the war a few years back, the price of bread in Trier skyrocketed, inciting riots and protests. Eventually, the government abolished tariffs on all food. Ah, if only drinkers were as bold. Liquor, wine, and champagne are taxed the most. Many people venture to the suburbs on weekends to drink tax-free alcohol at small taverns. They call it town hopping." "Interesting." Lumiere nodded thoughtfully. The man glanced around and lowered his voice. "If you want to avoid the tariffs, I can help you into the city. All you have to do is pay me a small fee." "You mean bribe them?" Lumiere gestured with his chin at the tax collector and police near the city gate. The man snorted. "Their greed is greater than an elephant's appetite. I'll show you a path into the city without checkpoints." "But isn't Trier completely surrounded by walls?" Lumiere didn't conceal his bafflement. The man grinned. "You'll see soon enough." Then he teased, "Noble sir, do you require my assistance?" Lumiere considered for a moment before asking, "How much will it cost?" 3 Vril d'or, the man replied with a congenial smile. "If you agree, we can depart immediately. You can pay once we're inside the city." "Deal." Lumiere adjusted his dark wide-brimmed hat, picked up his brown suitcase, and followed the rotund man away from the city gate. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a hill blanketed in vegetation and soil, with grayish-white stones peeking through. Scaffolding, decaying pillowwood, and numerous pits were scattered about. It appeared to be an abandoned mine. The rotund man guided Lumiere through heaps of jumbled rocks to the entrance of a mine. "Is this the shortcut?" Lumiere asked cautiously. The portly man in the blue shirt chuckled. "You really don't know much about Trier. Ever heard the saying that underground Trier is even larger than the Trier above ground?" No. Lumian shook his head. The man elucidated, Trier used to be much smaller. It was surrounded by quarries that supplied stone for building the city. As the population swelled, the city had to expand outward, enveloping these quarries. As a result, the ground became riddled with holes and mine tunnels. Add to that the portion of Trier that sank underground in the Fourth Epoch, plus the sewers, subways, and gas pipes installed by the government. Aren't these more extensive than what's on the surface? Lumian's eyes widened in understanding. Are you taking me into the city through underground Trier? Yes. The man turned, stooped, and entered the mine. He casually inquired, What should I call you? Seal. Lumian brushed back the golden hair at his temples. And you? Just call me Ramies. The burly man rummaged through a pile of stones in the mine's corner and unearthed an iron-black lantern. Clearly made of metal, the rusted lantern was cylindrical, with the upper section slightly narrower than the lower. A black rubber lining encircled its base. At the junction of the narrow and wide cylinders, a polished trumpet-shaped metal piece was embedded, though a few rust spots remained. Ramies produced a matchbox, fiddled with it briefly, and an orange flame tinged with blue erupted from the metal trumpet, illuminating the mine's depths. What's this? Lumian asked, puzzled. Holding the iron-black lamp, Ramies ventured underground, chattering. Carbide lamp. Invented by the Cave Association. Many miners use it. I don't know why it glows, but I just need to put some rocks and water in, attach them top and bottom, and when needed, press here and ignite the mouth with flames. Carbide and water react to form acetylene, which burns and emits light. Lumian recalled the chemistry he'd studied a few months prior. He remained silent for a time as he followed Ramies underground along a disused mine tunnel. Then he inquired, the Cave Association? Trier Cave Association. Formed by a group of spelunking enthusiasts. Nowadays, they seem to be involved with the mines. Ramies turned to Lumian, walking beside him, and asked with a grin, Why didn't you just take the steam locomotive into Trier? The train station checkpoints aren't that strict. They just do spot checks. Lumian reminisced and replied, I wanted to experience the last vestiges of romance from the classical era. A courier carriage? Ramies chortled. That's far pricier than a steam locomotive. Your accent gives you away as from the Rhine or Rhiston region. The journey from the south to Trier runs about 120 vril d'or, doesn't it? And it takes 4.5 days. On a steam locomotive, you'd pay less than 50 vril d'or for a third-class seat and arrive in under 20 hours. So, the last bit of romance from the classical era, you say? Sounds more like a con job for folks like you. You must have shelled out a pretty penny, huh? Lumian responded candidly, a fair amount. I've only got 267 vril d'or left. Ramies glanced at him once more and averted his eyes. What a waste. Clutching the carbide lamp, he traversed an archway and veered into another passage bathed in the orange-yellow glow cast by the lamp's flame. Lumian glanced up and noticed rocks nestled in the darkness overhead, adorned with moss that wept droplets of water. The path underfoot was pockmarked with holes, and stone pillars flanked both sides, supporting the cave's ceiling. Stones and various objects were heaped between the pillars, creating a street wide enough for 6 or 7 people to walk abreast. Under the carbide lamp's illumination, a steel nameplate affixed to a stone pillar came into view. Inscribed on it in Intis, Rua Droit. There's a street name down here? Lumian queried, puzzled. Gripping the carbide lamp, Ramies chuckled and replied, Didn't I tell you? This is underground Trier. In fact, it was constructed decades ago during city renovations. The brass deemed the underground too chaotic, a veritable labyrinth. Rioters, murderers, smugglers, and cultists all found refuge here, and something had to be done. Additionally, numerous houses had crumbled and sunk due to the underground quarries. Reinforcement was necessary. So, City Hall spent nearly a decade repairing pillars, constructing foundations, and connecting the previously isolated quarries, subterranean ruins, catacombs, and sewers. To prevent workers from getting lost, the underground streets were named to correspond with those above during the renovations. Roads, squares, and alleys were recreated down here, and nameplates were hung, marking the streets. If future repairs were needed, the names could just be referenced. In other words, Lumion gestured overhead with his free hand. The real Rua droid is just above us? Yes. Ramies pressed on. This is underground Trier. There's an anti-smuggling wall up ahead. Quarry police often patrol the area, but don't fret. I'll guide you through a small tunnel. Heh, the brass, with their phony collars and lies, believe they can manage underground Trier like they do above ground, but they're only aware of half the entrances and modified routes. As he spoke, he led Lumion to a dead end and located a narrow crevice to crawl through. Lumion trailed closely. 2 or 3 minutes later, they emerged from the small tunnel. Before them stood a wall composed of stone pillars and a street wedged between. Just then, a burly figure appeared beside the stone pillar, holding a carbide lamp, and addressed Ramies. "Is this our customer?" Ramies spun around and grinned at Lumion. "Foreigner, I've changed my mind. The price is 265 vril d'or. Wasn't I generous to leave you enough for bread and a hotel tonight? What if I refuse?" Lumion's face displayed a mix of fear and defiance. Ramies's chubby face quivered with laughter. "What do you think will happen? Didn't your mother warn you not to trust strangers too easily when you're away from home?" He and the burly man closed in on Lumion from opposite directions. Lumion smiled, set down the suitcase, and advanced towards Ramies and his accomplice. In the flickering firelight, over 10 seconds swiftly ticked by, and the carbide lamp ended up in Lumion's possession. Lumion crouched beside the trembling Ramies, his face battered and swollen, and pulled all the banknotes from his wallet. In the dim orange and blue light, he counted them with grave intent. Gently patting Ramies's right cheek with the wad of cash, Lumion grinned. "Now there's only 319 vril d'or left." With that, he pocketed the banknotes and strolled toward a path that appeared to lead up to the surface. A nameplate dangled from a stone pillar, inscribed with 2 lines of Intisian script, Rue du Pot de Chambre, Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Someone had scratched out Rue du Pot de Chambre with a stone and scrawled a new name beside it, Rue Anarchy. Chapter 111, Messenger. Clutching the carbide lamp, Lumion climbed the stone steps. Soon, light appeared ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Emerging from the silent underground, it felt as if the entire world had sprung to life. Lumion quickened his pace, twisting the valve on the carbide lamp with his right hand, stopping the water droplets from dripping into the carbide pile below. As the acetylene gas burned out, the flames in the metal mouth gradually faded. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the scene outside. Tall and low buildings appeared to have solidified at the moment of collapse, either tilted or on the verge of tumbling down, but standing stubbornly. Pedestrians wore old or tattered clothing, and arguments and curses filled the air, the noise never subsiding. At the underground exit, Lumion spotted a 5-story building called the Auberge du Coq d'Or. The top 2 floors of the brownish building seemed like later additions, contrasting with the Roselle-era pillar walls, arches, large windows, and patterns on the lower floors. It looked so simplistic it could have been transplanted from Cordoue. Lugging his suitcase and carbide lamp, Lumion navigated through children scavenging for orange peels and quarreling adults until he reached the entrance of the Auberge du Coq d'Or. He glanced at the hotel floor, littered with yellow phlegm, shredded paper, spilled ketchup, and alcohol stains. Occasionally, a horde of bedbugs would congregate on the ceiling and walls. Had his hands been free, Lumion would have applauded the scene. Cordo's old tavern was much cleaner than this. He found a route devoid of filth and headed to the front desk at a moderate pace. A plump, middle-aged woman sat there, her grayish-white dress stained with oil and her brown hair tied in a simple bun. She looked up at Lumion with her blue eyes, unfazed by the disdain and resistance on his face. "This is the best and cheapest inn on Rue Anarchy, in the market area. But the owner's a miser who can't bear to hire cleaning ladies. He only gets freelancers to clean it once a week. Does he skimp on your salary too? Lumian asked, feigning naivete. This set the woman off. Do you want a room or not? Yes. Lumian quickly clarified his intent, looking frightened. I'd like to know the price. The woman calmed down. It depends on the room. The top 2 floors are 3 Vrildor a week, and the bottom 2 are 5 Vrildor. If that's too much, you can knock on doors and ask who's willing to share their bed or rent out floor space for 1 to 1.5 Vrildor a week. Give me a room on the lower 2 floors. Lumian reasoned it'd be easier to escape, whether by jumping from a window or taking the stairs. The plump woman sized him up. Pay 15 Vrildor up front for the whole month, and it's yours. Why the discount? Lumian feigned the ignorance of a country bumpkin new to the city. The woman sneered. Many people have no choice but to move or leave Trier after a week or 2. This place is both heaven and hell. Lumian pulled out 3 light blue 5 Vrildor notes and handed them over. The currency was all in 5 Vrildor denominations, featuring the bust of Indus Republic's first president, Ravings, along with laboring farmers and herders on the front, and the Hornacis mountain range on the back. Upon receiving the full month's rent, the plump woman's expression visibly relaxed. She produced 2 brass keys strung together and tossed them to Lumian. Room 207 on the 2nd floor. There's a small diner downstairs and a tavern in the basement. You'll find sulfur in the room's table drawer to help chase away those damn bugs. My name's Fells. If you need anything, just come to me. Thank you, Madam Fells. Lumian took the keys, grabbed his suitcase and carbide lamp, and headed upstairs to the 2nd floor. As he ascended, he noticed newspapers and cheap pink paper plastered on the walls, though some had already peeled away, exposing the cracks they were meant to hide and an abundance of bedbugs. The 2nd floor contained 8 rooms and 2 washrooms. Each room was cramped, with a bed to the right. A table nestled between the bed's edge and the wall sat beneath the window, a rickety chair positioned in front of it. There was no other furniture, but rows of bedbugs crawled across the ceiling. Having grown accustomed to Aurora's cleanliness, Lumian set down his suitcase and carbide lamp, opened the drawer, and took out some sulfur. He lit it with a match, and as the pungent smell filled the room, the bedbugs fled. Within seconds, Lumian detected the sulfuric scent from the room next door. Almost simultaneously, some of the bedbugs returned, seeking refuge. He quickly understood the situation. He had smoked the bedbugs into the adjacent room, and the tenant had used sulfur to chase them back. Amused, Lumian bent down, opened his suitcase, and took out pen and paper. Amidst the potent sulfur smell, he sat at the wooden table and began writing. Honorable Madam Magician, I've arrived in Trier as agreed. Please advise on my next steps, which organization to join, and how to contact them. Are the 2 psychologists available soon? When can I receive treatment? Do you have any new leads on Guillaume Binet and Madame Pualis? After penning the letter, Lumian retrieved an orange candle from his sister's room. Lighting it with his spirituality, the scent of citrus and lavender enveloped the air. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, his expression calming. After standing quietly for a minute or 2, Lumian used the ritual silver dagger to sanctify the candle and create a wall of spirituality. He then dripped essential oil on the flame. With the preparations complete, he placed the magician card on the altar, a medium for summoning a messenger to pinpoint the incantation. Lumian stepped back, observing the misty orange fire, and muttered in ancient Hermes, "Aye." An invisible wind swirled within the spiritual wall, dimming the room. Switching to Hermes, he continued, "I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, an upper world creature that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to magician." As the wind howled, the candle flame turned deep blue, casting a sinister, cold atmosphere. Lumian focused on the candle, awaiting Madame Magician's messenger. After a few seconds of silence, the letter on the altar floated into the air. Surprised, Lumian glanced up to find a doll the size of a man's forearm perched atop the carved window. With long blonde hair, light blue eyes, pale white skin, and an exquisite pale gold dress, the doll bore strikingly realistic yet bizarre features. In the next second, the letter landed in the doll's smooth, shiny hand that lacked any skin-like texture. "Are you Madam Magician's messenger?" Lumion asked. The doll slowly lowered its head, Lumion's figure reflecting in its unfocused, light blue eyes. Its voice, ethereal and angry, replied, "Choose a cleaner environment next time." With that, the doll vanished along with the letter. Lumion was stunned for a moment before murmuring, "Didn't Aurora say the altar just needed to be clean and tidy?" As he glanced around, he noticed numerous bedbug corpses on the floor. The room was now insect-free. "This is better than sulfur." Lumion stroked his chin and ended the summoning ritual. Lumion habitually cleaned the room before squatting beside his suitcase to retrieve his toiletries. Aurora's dark-colored witchcraft notebooks lay undisturbed at the bottom. During his journey to Trier, Lumion had already skimmed through them without finding anything suspicious. Aurora wasn't one for recording her personal thoughts or daily minutiae. Her witchcraft notebook was purely dedicated to mystical knowledge, filled with incantations, symbols, and principles for selecting ingredients. Likely due to Aurora's penchant for keeping detailed accounts, most spells included information about when and where they were obtained, their cost, or the items exchanged for them. Lumion realized the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society likely had numerous interest groups. Aurora frequently attended academy gatherings, where many spells were traded among members. She also participated in exchanges with other groups, occasionally acquiring mystical knowledge and spells from events like April Fool's Day. Finding nothing amiss in the notebooks, Lumion resolved to continue his investigation after consulting the psychologists and locating Padre and Madame Pualis. He knew his sister wouldn't have mentioned the notebook without reason at that critical juncture. There must have been an important message she wished to convey. Gazing at the dark-covered notebooks, Lumion determined to study his sister's recorded knowledge in reverse order, starting that night. Although using spells in combat was nearly impossible for a hunter, understanding them could help him identify any issues with the corresponding mystical knowledge or detect abnormalities. With his belongings packed, Lumion's stomach growled in hunger. He stood up and glanced at the window. The dimming light of dusk allowed him to vaguely see his reflection in the glass. His hair, now dyed blonde and grown out, barely disguised his features. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and dark suit, his cold, indifferent expression made him appear years older. Even Guillaume Binet would find him only vaguely familiar. Lumion patted his face, coaxing a smile, before opening the door and stepping out. Chapter 112, Charlie. In the dimly lit cellar of the Auberge du Coq d'Or, a cozy bar had just enough space for 20 to 30 patrons. The moment Lumion stepped in, he saw a man leap onto a small round table, beer in hand, and address the handful of customers around him. "Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. I experienced something unbelievable 2 days ago." By the scant light from the steam lamps on the wall, Lumion discerned that the man was quite young, around 22 or 23 years old. He had short, light brown hair and a clean-shaven face, which was flushed, likely from the alcohol. Wearing a flaxen-colored shirt, black trousers, and leather slip-ons, the man stood just over 1.7 meters tall. However, his unusually short limbs made him appear closer to 1.6 meters. Waving his stubby arms and slurring his words, he continued, "How incredible was it? I'll tell you, it's changed my entire perspective on faith. As a believer in the God of steam and machinery, I'm now ready to convert to the eternal blazing sun. Listen up, isn't that astonishing? Can you imagine how famished I was after 5 days? I'd lost my job and been fired by that good-for-nothing manager. I couldn't find work even after exhausting my savings. For 5 days, I starved, barely able to leave my bed. I was on the verge of death. Do you know how that feels? Oh, may God bless you and never let you find out. In that moment, I couldn't bear the thought of dying like this. I came to Trier to make my fortune, and I had to do something. That's when I noticed the portrait of Saint Vive on the wall. Yes, with great effort, I managed to get up, kneel before her, and pray for her help. I was still a believer in the god of steam and machinery then, but what wouldn't a starving man do? Besides, it couldn't hurt, right? 5 minutes after I finished praying, an old friend dropped by and saw my dire state. He didn't have much himself, but he reminded me that I'd rented a kerosene lamp for use at night. The deposit was 35 kopecks, a whole 7 licks. God, I'd completely forgotten. With my friend's help, I returned the lamp and used the refund to buy bread and half a liter of cheap booze. The bread was cold and damp, like it had been doused in putty. The alcohol was a bit off and weak, but it was the most delicious meal I've ever had. Ladies and gentlemen, I was reborn. I found a new job today, and tomorrow, during my break, I'll light a candle at the nearest St. Vive Cathedral. St. Vive was a female angel mentioned in the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Bible. She was one of the city's guardian angels and trier. The other 2 were prominent figures from the God of Steam and Machinery Church and the Annals of Intis. Lumion observed the young man's blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he ambled towards the bar. The bartender, who was polishing a glass with a cloth, glanced at the orator on the round table and chuckled. Charlie never could keep quiet. Always talking. In his mid-30s, the bartender sported a thin, dark brown beard circling his mouth, and his hair of the same color was tied back in an artistically casual ponytail. Lumion took a seat at the bar and asked with a grin, "Is he telling the truth?" "Who knows?" The bartender shrugged. "You must have heard the proverb, it's better to trust a snake than a Rhemian." Charlie is from Rheims. Rheims and Riston provinces both hailed from the south. Their accents were similar, but they were mountainous provinces more akin to Lemberg. Lumion mused aloud, "I don't think that's the whole proverb. I feel like there's more to it." The bartender's azure eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "You're right. That proverb is longer than you'd think. Trust a Loanese over a Rhemian. Trust a snake over a Rhemian, but never trust the islanders." The islands referred to the Fog Sea archipelago west of Intis. This was one of the Republic's overseas colonies. The islanders often played the roles of thugs and con artists in Trier. Without waiting for Lumion to inquire further, the bartender cast a mocking glance at Charlie, still droning on, and whispered, "If he really experienced that, he certainly doesn't know that the portrait of Saint Vive isn't in his room." "Then whose is it?" Lumion asked, amused. The bartender struggled to suppress his laughter. "Charlie lives in room 504. The previous tenant frequented the Quartier de la Princesse Rouge's Rue de la Muraille. The image in the room was of one of Trier's most famous prostitutes a few years back, Susanna Matisse. Just think. Charlie believes he's praying to an angel for help, but he's actually praying to a prostitute. He even feels lucky to have escaped hunger and landed a new job. How ironic." "Indeed," Lumion concurred. It was a scene beyond his wildest imagination. Reality was sometimes stranger than fiction. He then added, "As long as it works." The bartender didn't pursue the topic further and inquired, "What can I get you?" "A glass of fennel absinthe." Lumion tapped the bar counter with his finger, signaling he was deep in thought. "What kind of food do you have here?" "How about Duvar broth?" 3 licks for a ladle, the bartender suggested. 3 licks equaled 15 kopecks, 0.15 vril d'or. Lumion appeared intrigued. "What's Duvar broth?" The bartender casually explained, "A restaurant owner, Duvar, invented it. He simmered meat, sauerkraut, and turnips together to create a hearty broth. Finally, he added cheese and bread crumbs. Just 1 serving can fill your stomach, and it tastes pretty good." As a result, Duvar is now wealthy and has relocated to Quartier de la Maison d'Opera. Lumion was currently in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, also known as the Market District, situated on the south bank of the Srenzo River, home to numerous slums. Quartier de la Maison d'Opera was on the north bank of the Srenzo River, near Avenue du Boulevard, one of the Republic's core areas. Trier's city walls encompassed a total of 20 quartiers. Sounds good. Lumion nodded with a smile. I'll have one. Though he could restore his physical state by 6 a.m. and not worry about hunger, eating was one of the few things that made him feel alive. The bartender nodded and asked, "Little mummy or somersault?" "What?" Lumion didn't hide his confusion. Unfazed, the bartender calmly explained, "That's common slang in Trier bars, cafes, and beer houses. Little mummy means a small shot of fennel absinthe. Somersault is a double shot. Red tomato has pomegranate juice added, and with mint, it's called parrot. There are plenty more like that. Friend, you still have much to learn in Trier. Little mummy it is." Lumion sensed the bartender's subtle disdain for foreigners, but he didn't mind. 7 licks, the bartender announced as he flipped open a small goblet. This was pricier than the absinthe at Courta's old tavern, but it was typical in places subject to city taxes. Soon, a glass of pale green absinthe, glowing hypnotically, appeared before Lumion. He picked it up and sipped. The faint, lingering bitterness of the refreshing taste spread and burrowed into his brain. As Lumion waited for the waitress to bring Duvar's broth, he noticed glass jars, hoses, valves, gears, and other items piled beside the bar counter. "What's this?" He glanced inquisitively at the bartender. As the bartender wiped a glass, he casually replied, "Left by a previous tenant. He's a believer in the god of steam and machinery. He always thinks he has a knack for mechanics and has accumulated many similar items." "Where is he now?" Lumion asked, playing along even though he knew the answer wouldn't be pleasant. The bartender paused for a couple of seconds before answering. "He went to the factory, and word is he got distracted while working and was pulled into the machinery. Half of him was crushed." Lumion didn't pry further. He turned to examine the half-assembled parts and fell into deep thought. A few seconds later, he left the bar stool and squatted beside the counter, tinkering with the pile. The bartender glanced at him but didn't interfere. He only notified Lumion when Duvar's broth arrived from the kitchen. After busying himself for a while, Lumion returned to the bar stool and sampled the hearty broth with a spoon. The rich aroma of meat, the taste of cheese, the tangy sauerkraut, and the sweetness of the turnip melded to create an unforgettable flavor. The breadcrumbs soaked in juice were the crowning gem of the dish. Lumion didn't expect that a soup costing 3 licks would include several pieces of meat. It could genuinely fill an adult's stomach. Once the plate was empty, Lumion pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. He squatted back beside the half-assembled parts and resumed his work. 10 minutes later, he placed a machine on the bar counter. Above the machine was a glass jar, and beneath it were intricate components connected to 2 rubber hoses. Lumion then asked for a glass of clear water and poured in the remaining fennel absinthe, tinting the colorless liquid a pale green. Finally, he inserted one of the rubber hoses into the cup. The fashionable bartender, his hair tied back in a ponytail, watched intently and asked, puzzled, "What's this?" "My invention," Lumion declared, tracing a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "I'm also a believer in the god of steam and machinery, with a few impressive achievements in the mechanical field." He then extended his black-gloved left hand and gestured toward the machine. "This is a groundbreaking machine. Its effects are beyond your wildest dreams." "What can it do?" Charlie, suspected of having prayed to a prostitute, approached the bar counter with a beer bottle and a curious expression. Lumion explained, both solemn and excited, "It's called the idiot instrument. It tests a person's stupidity and intelligence." "Really?" Charlie and the bartender looked skeptical. Lumion detailed his idea. "It's easy to use. Blow into the tube until the liquid in the cup rises into the glass jar and forms bubbles. By observing these bubbles, we can determine the corresponding stupidity or intelligence index." Intrigued, Charlie said after observing Lumion, "Fascinating. Just as I'd expect from a believer in the god of steam and machinery." He picked up the exposed rubber hose and blew into it. The light green liquid in the cup flowed through the interconnected gears, valves, and other components, rising into the glass jar above and forming a small bubble. "What does it say?" Charlie asked, eager for the result. Lumien's mouth curved into a sly smile. "My friend, the principles of this machine are quite simple. When you believe me enough to actually produce a bubble with it, that's when you prove you're a dumb idiot." Charlie's expression froze, his eyes burning with anger. The bartender beside him laughed. "Excellent prank," he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Lumien grinned at Charlie, waiting for the explosion. After a few tense seconds, Charlie swallowed his anger and turned to the patrons who had been listening to his story. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold what I've discovered, a groundbreaking machine. It can test your intelligence index." Chapter 113, Tenants. "You're such an interesting person." A drunk Charlie slung his arm around Lumien's shoulder as they stumbled out of the raucous bar. Inside, nearly 20 people sang, gambled, and yelled, releasing pent-up emotions. At moments like these, they didn't seem like paupers on meager wages but rather kings and queens. "I thought you'd play Billy B with them." Lumien draped his arm over Charlie's back and grinned as they headed for the stairs leading upstairs. Billy B was a popular gambling game in Trier, one Lumien had just recently learned. Unlike Trierian's favorite fighting evil, Billy B only required a piece of paper. Depending on the number of players, the dealer drew a grid of squares, ranging from 9 to 64. Each square was assigned a number, allowing participants to place their bets. The dealer then determined a lucky number by drawing lots, tossing coins, or throwing dice. The winner took the entire pot. If no one won, the money went to the dealer. The patrons of the Auberges du Coq d'Or's underground bar were either locals or impoverished folks from nearby. Their wallets were thin, so they mainly wagered alcohol instead of cash. For instance, a game of Billy B might only reward the winner with a glass of booze bought by everyone's pooled money. Charlie released a long burp. "I haven't gotten my salary for this week. Can't be too indulgent." He turned to Lumien, excitement in his voice. "Did you know? I'm now an apprentice attendant at Hotel du Cygne Blanc, the one on Rue Neuve in Quartier de Thermes." "What does that mean?" "It means I get to wear a white shirt, red vest, and black suit. I'll tie an elegant bow and earn 65 Vril d'Or a month. When I become a full attendant, I hear that during peak season, I can make 7 Vril d'Or a day just in tips. When I strike it rich, I'll open my own motel, no, a hotel. When the time comes, I'll hire you as an attendant foreman. That jerk just walks around in his tailcoat, nitpicking, and earns 150 Vril d'Or a month. Apprentice attendants earn slightly more than manual laborers." Lumien reeked of alcohol, but his eyes remained clear. He nodded almost imperceptibly. He recalled reading a newspaper in his study earlier in the year, boasting that Trier's laborers earned about 700 Vril d'Or annually. At the time, Lumien didn't have a clear concept of that figure. He didn't know if it was too much or too little. As a vagrant, he'd only worried about how much food he could get each day and whether kind people might offer him a few licks. The income of Cordoue villagers was mainly in goods, so he understood specific prices and the value of various banknotes, but he lacked a broader understanding. Of course, this was also because Aurora's income was very high, so he hardly fretted about family finances. As far as Lumien knew, Aurora's fame brought her a significant income through book sales and contracts. Last year's royalties had neared 130,000 Vril d'Or. However, Aurora spent as much as she earned. Spells, materials, and arcane knowledge accounted for most of her expenses. She might also be supporting struggling members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society or donating to government or church-run charities. Yet what puzzled Lumien was the absence of a deposit slip at home when he left Cordoue. He knew all too well that Aurora was a saver. Spending big was only possible because she had stashed away plenty of cash at Suchet Bank and other institutions. For a moment, Lumien suspected that Guillaume Benet's crew had snatched it while he and his sister were being used as sacrifices or vessels. As Lumian and Charlie made their way to the second floor, arms slung around each other's shoulders, a mournful cry pierced the air. "You bastard!" Bang! A door slammed, muffling the wail and leaving only echoes in the hallway. A figure in a crisp black tailcoat approached the stairs from the far end of the hall. He was a young man, roughly Charlie's age. His brownish-yellow hair was styled in a 30 to 70 parting, and his dark brown eyes were devoid of expression. His thin lips were pressed tightly together. Quite handsome, he held a black top hat in his hand, looking more like he belonged at a high society soiree than the Auberge du Coq d'Or. Following the man's cries was a woman's voice, heavy with pain and despair. As Charlie watched the man vanish down the stairs, his flushed face contorted. "What a bastard! You know him?" Lumian was still rather concerned about his neighbors. After all, he might be staying here for a while. The more he knew about his surroundings, the safer he'd be. Charlie scoffed, "That's Laurent, Mrs. Lacazan's son from room 201. Mrs. Lacazan slaves away, mending socks and crafting all sorts for 16 hours a day just to support that bastard. He always dresses nicely and spends her money at fancy cafes, claiming he's mingling with high society to find opportunities to make it big. He thinks he's so talented." Before Charlie could finish, another heated argument erupted between a man and a woman nearby. They hurled insults at each other. "Third floor's a couple who eloped. They're like this every day when they're almost broke." Charlie clicked his tongue and grinned. "My friend, you'll have to get used to it. This is the Market District, Rue Anarchy, the Auberge du Coq d'Or. We've got the seriously ill, the bankrupt, swindling peddlers, foreigners who never leave the inn and only drink downstairs, broke street girls, lunatics who wake up in a frenzy, jobless stonemasons, veterans, miserly old men, and wanted criminals. They should all thank Monsieur Ive for being so lenient. As long as they don't default on rent, he's pretty forgiving." "Monsieur Ive? The innkeeper? The miser Madame Fels mentioned?" Lumian inquired. Charlie grinned and replied, "That's him, a kind but stingy fellow. He even provides everyone with free sulfur. Burp, I haven't seen Monsieur Ive in a few days. I'm really worried he'll try to save a few copets by visiting some random woman on Rue Anarchy and catch some nasty disease instead of patronizing Rue de la Muraille or Quartier de la Princesse Rouge." As he spoke, Charlie waved his hand. "Seal, burp. I'm off to bed. I've got to leave at 6 tomorrow morning and get to the hotel by 7. Burp, if you can't find a job, let me know. I'll introduce you to a handyman at our hotel. You can earn 50 vril d'or a month. Stick around long enough, and you might make 75. Plus, there's free food. We even get a liter of wine every night." "All right." Lumian smiled as he watched Charlie climb the stairs. At the same time, he muttered to himself, simple provocation isn't doing much for the potion's digestion. He had assembled the idiot instrument in the bar to rile everyone up. The result was successful, but it didn't further the potion's digestion. During his journey from Darige to Trier, Lumian frequently provoked others. Sometimes he felt the potion digest, but most times, he gained nothing. If he couldn't find a better way to act, he suspected it would take at least a year to fully digest the provoker potion. Heading back to room 207, Lumian heard a bout of coughing from upstairs. He heard a woman berating her lover, calling him lazy and trash. Gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of a group chasing someone outside. This was life at the Auberge du Coq d'Or and on Rue Anarchy. Charlie had said that even the police wouldn't dare walk here alone at night. They needed a partner to bolster their courage. Taking out the brass key, Lumian opened the door and stepped back into his room. The bedbugs seemed to have sensed something and stayed away. Lumian sniffed the sulfur and glanced up. A letter lay silently on the wooden table beside the window. He took a few steps forward and picked up the folded piece of paper. "Madam Magician's reply?" Lumian mused, unfolding the letter and reading it under the crimson moonlight streaming through the window. "I'm glad you arrived in Trier without issue. This shows you've mastered the basic technique of evading capture and regained your experience navigating the dark underbelly of society. At 3:30 p.m. this Sunday, a psychologist will treat you at Booth D in Mason Café, located in Quartier du Jardin Botanique. For the next few days, your mission is to venture near the catacombs in Quartier de l'Observatoire and locate a man named Asta Troll. He often masquerades as a warlock to con tourists and locals alike. By any means necessary, earn Asta Troll's trust and reveal your powers when the time is right. Quartier du Jardin Botanique and Quartier de l'Observatoire were west of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, adjacent to one another. The former lay further south, while the latter was closer to the north, right by the Srenzo River. Lumion read Madame Magician's reply over and over, committing the relevant locations, times, and names to memory. Then he struck a match and burned the intention-scripted paper. Having done all this, he headed to the nearest washroom to freshen up. Afterward, he took out Fallen Mercury, wrapped in black cloth, removed his coat, and lay on the bed. The bed-bug-infested ceiling met his gaze, and the faint sounds of coughing, crying, and arguing filled the room. Soon after, the eloped couple announced their reconciliation through a passionate and vigorous exercise, accompanied by uninhibited moans. Outside on the street, a few coarse voices sang vulgar songs, punctuated by gunshots, followed by curses, the clashing of poles, and the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh. Compared to Cordoue, the nights here were far from quiet. Chapter 114, Life Experience. At the break of dawn in early May, the sky remained cloaked in darkness. The setting crimson moon and the scattered stars cast a faint glow, thinning the darkness just enough to reveal nearby silhouettes. Lumion awoke early and freshened up. He donned his formal attire from the previous day and a wide-brimmed top hat. He tried his best to smile at his reflection in the glass window that served as a mirror. As he descended the stairs, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Soon, Charlie came into view. He was still dressed in a linen shirt, black trousers, and strapless leather shoes. His flushed complexion had turned a shade paler, and his small blue eyes betrayed unmistakable fatigue. "Good morning, Salle," Charlie greeted Lumion with enthusiasm. He seemed quite pumped. "Shouldn't you have left long ago?" Lumion asked, smiling. He had only awoken to freshen up when he heard the cathedral clock chime 6 o'clock. Charlie should have departed by then. Charlie lowered his head, adjusting his clothes as he muttered, "I drank too much last night and had a wonderful dream. I didn't want to wake up." As they conversed, the pair reached the ground floor. They traversed the dingy, dimly lit hall towards the door reflecting starlight. An elderly couple, grizzled and slightly stooped, opened the door. In their 60s, they were both short, the man barely 1.65 meters tall and the woman even shorter. Their dark jackets and yellowish cloth dresses were tattered and oil-stained. "Who are they?" Lumion had expected Madame Fels or the miserly motel owner, Monsieur Ives, to be in charge of opening the door in the morning. Charlie didn't slow down, casually explaining, "Monsieur Rohr and Madame Michel, they're the swindlers I mentioned yesterday. They scam tourists into buying things. They rise early every day, and Madame Fels has them open the inn's door. In return, she turns a blind eye to the mess and stench they create in their room. Can you believe it? They haven't changed their clothes since I moved in. It's been 7 months. 7 months. No wonder it's so filthy." Lumion could recall his own grimy days as a vagabond, but Aurora's penchant for cleanliness still made him frown. Charlie strode quickly out of Aubert's du Coq door, puzzledly asking, "Salle, why are you up so early too?" As they stepped onto the street, a bustling scene unfolded before them. Countless workers, clerks, and laborers hurried along in their gray, blue, black, and brown clothes, occasionally stopping to purchase food from street vendors. Some women carrying wooden baskets moved more leisurely. They meandered between various vendors, comparing prices and quality. The peddlers lined both sides of Rue Anarchy, occupying half the street and leaving just enough room for a carriage to pass. They bellowed loudly, vying for customers' attention. Whiskey sour, apple whiskey sour. 2 licks a liter. Freshwater fish from Bondi's fish pond. Fresh cod and herring, come and take a look. Onion bread, 1 lick, just 1 lick. Salted meat, delicious salted meat. Soap and wigs imported from Lowen. Buy the kids a bottle of refreshing soda. Hot sauce, soybean paste, scallions, water celery. Absorbing the sounds and energy of Rue Anarchy, Lumian turned to Charlie and smiled. I just arrived in Trier and couldn't sleep. I thought I'd walk around and see if I could find a suitable job. As a hunter, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the area he frequented and understand its intricacies. It would be too late to adapt if something were to happen. Charlie nodded knowingly. He said with enthusiasm, you could try your luck at Rue de Blouses Blanches. It's between Le Marquet du Gentleman and the steam locomotive station. Many motel, hotel, and restaurant managers like to chat at the cafe there. They use the opportunity to hire dishwashers, floor cleaners, washroom attendants, and apprentice attendants. If you have money on you, remember to buy the cafe waiters a drink. They'll introduce you to the right person and give you a shot at a better job. Without waiting for Lumian's reply, Charlie shared his wisdom. You must pay attention to your appearance. Do as I do. As he spoke, he raised his hands and slapped his face, mimicking an actual slap, but with less force. Soon, Charlie's pallid complexion regained its rosiness. Look, look. He pointed at himself smugly and said, don't I appear more energetic? Those managers don't want to hire someone who looks particularly destitute and sickly. They think it'll bring trouble. They're either unwilling to give you a decent job or will slash your salary. If you do this before entering the cafe like me, it'll make you seem like someone who has a place to sleep and breakfast to eat. But doing it too early won't work, as this rosiness will gradually fade. This clever job hunting technique was new to Lumian, a former vagabond. He found it fascinating. He smiled and nodded. I still have enough money to rent a place and fill my stomach. I don't need to do this for now, but who knows if I'll need it in the future. He deliberately didn't conceal the fact that he still had a fair amount of vril d'or. What if a generous soul was willing to donate another sum? Charlie expressed his understanding and took out 5 kopek worth of copper coins to buy onion bread from a nearby vendor. Lumian felt a pang of familiarity. During his time on the streets, if he could acquire money, his first choice was onion bread. It was cheap, and the aroma of onions lingered, creating the illusion of having just eaten a satisfying meal. Lumian also purchased onion bread for breakfast. Alongside Charlie, they navigated through the numerous vendors and exited Rue Anarchy. I love the mornings here. Charlie glanced back and sighed with his signature zeal. Those gangsters who deserve to rot in hell can't get up this early. They can't destroy this captivating vitality. He then waved at Lumian. I've got to take the subway. Otherwise, I'll be late today. That damned foreman will surely dock my pay. After saying goodbye to Charlie, Lumian wandered around Rue Anarchy, exploring the area like a curious tourist. Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman was situated on the south bank of the Srenzo River, in the southeast corner of Trier, officially known as Quartier 13. Trier boasted various quarters named by numbers, each with its own historical and characteristic monikers. Even officials sometimes used these colloquial names. The district earned its name from Le Marquet du Gentleman. Proximity to the Srenzo River allowed for a suet steam locomotive station, which catered to travelers from southern Intis. Encircled by the market and the steam locomotive station, many of its streets were notoriously dangerous and teeming with impoverished inhabitants. It was one of Trier's slums. To the north of the market district, on the south bank of the Srenzo River, lay Quartier 5, the Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative or Quartier Universitaire. Trier Normal College, Trier Higher Mining College, and Intis Academy of Fine Arts were all located here. To the northeast of the city, on the north bank of the Srenzo River, stood Quartier 12, known as the Noël Quartier. It housed the Veterans Home, Wounded Soldiers Hospital, and several large medical facilities. To the northwest of the Market District was Quartier 6, Quartier de l'Observatoire, where Lumière planned to visit later. It contained the primary entrance to the catacombs. To the southwest of the Market District was Quartier 14, known as Quartier du Jardin Botanique. On Sunday, Lumière was scheduled for treatment with a psychologist at the Mason Café there. This area was also called Quartier du Sans Culottes due to the large factories located south of the Botanical Garden. And so, Lumière spent nearly the entire morning traversing the streets of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. As noon approached, Lumière returned to the vicinity of Suet's train station, intending to find a spot for lunch before heading to the catacombs in search of the phony warlock, Asta Troll. Walking along, Lumière spotted the couple, Roure and Michel, who also resided at Auberge du Coq d'Or. They were hawking parcels of items wrapped in paper bags to groups that appeared to be foreigners. As Lumière drew near, the gray-haired, ragged, and wrinkled Roure leaned towards him and lowered his voice. "Do you want photos of a street maîtresse d'atelier?" "What's a street maîtresse d'atelier?" Lumière didn't conceal his confusion or his revulsion at Roure's stench. Roure waved the thin paper bag in his hand and whispered, "In Trier, beautiful girls who model for painters are called maîtresses d'atelier." With the advent of cameras and photographers, they also began taking photo subjects. As you might imagine, some of these photos were sold to painters as reference material, while others. Roure flashed a sly grin and shook the paper bag in his hand again. "4 licks per bag, with 2 photos inside. Others sell them for over 10 licks." Lumière laughed. "Monsieur Roure, Madame Michel, is this the souvenir you peddle to tourists?" Hearing Lumière address them by name, Roure and Michel's expressions shifted dramatically. They spun around, trying to escape, but Lumière was quicker and clamped down on Roure's shoulder. Michel, who had weaved her way through the crowd, noticed her husband couldn't keep pace and returned, her face etched with bitterness. "I also live at Auberge du Coq d'Or. My name is Salle," Lumière introduced himself. Finally realizing how Lumière knew them, the couple breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him pleadingly. "What's the matter, Monsieur Salle? What kind of photos are you selling?" Lumière inquired curiously. Roure responded timidly, "Scenic photos of the Srenzo River, as well as images of Trier's castles and palaces." "No one is causing trouble for you?" Lumière asked, grinning. Roure swallowed and said, "The people who buy them don't dare to open them on the spot or confront us later. They feel guilty. Besides, no police will bother you if you sell landscape photos." Lumière nodded. "Does anyone really sell street maîtresse d'atelier?" "Yes," Roure confirmed. "Last month, the police arrested a group of photographers and art dealers. They said they confiscated over 10,000 photos. If only they could give them to us. Who knows how much we could sell them for." Madame Michel, also sporting a wrinkled face and hunched figure, mumbled, "There was a model staying at our inn previously, but she hasn't been around lately. Perhaps she became the mistress of some painter, or maybe she was captured to be a street maîtresse d'atelier. Auberge du Coq d'Or has quite a variety of guests." Lumière asked with interest, "How much can you earn in a week by tricking foreigners into buying photos?" "We sell them very cheaply." "About 10 vril d'or," Roure replied, his gaze slightly evasive. "From the looks of it, it's more than 10 vril d'or, but not much more. I'll count it as 12 vril d'or, which is 1,200 kopek or 240 licks. 60, fools fall for it every week?" Lumière surveyed the square and expressed his disdain for the average intelligence of the people there. As for Roure and Michel, they took a significant risk to deceive others, yet, they only earned about 50 vril d'or a month, far less than the apprentice attendants or even laborers. Observing their slightly hunched backs, slender frames, and wrinkled faces, Lumière understood that it wasn't that they didn't want to do more legitimate work for better pay, but rather that they couldn't handle those jobs. With a wave of his hand, he left Suet's steam locomotive station and headed northwest towards Quartier de l'Observatoire. Chapter 115, Legend. The catacomb's main entrance was tucked away in Place du Purgatory, close to the Intisian Observatory. The structure enclosing the entrance was supported by grand pillars, crowned by a dome adorned with intricate stone carvings, reminiscent of a miniature memorial hall or the base of an immense mausoleum. As Lumion approached, he noted a crowd of 20 to 30 people already assembled near the stairs leading down. Their attire varied, but most were dressed formally, both men and women alike. A man in his 30s, sporting a blue vest, yellow pants, and a thick beard, stood before the crowd. His brown curls framed upturned eyes, and he held an unlit iron-black carbide lamp. Addressing the gathered group, he announced loudly, "I'm Kendall, one of the catacombs administrators. I'll be guiding you through the ossuary today. Does everyone have a white candle? If not, please let me know immediately." Tourists? Lumion's eyes swept over the stone staircase behind Kendall. It plunged down into impenetrable darkness, its end hidden from view. Beside Kendall stood a massive wooden door, half of it emblazoned with the sun's sacred emblem in gold, while the other half was adorned with an intricate triangle filled with symbols of steam, levers, gears, and more. Upon receiving confirmation, Kendall ignited his carbide lamp and led the group into the depths below. The tourists trailed behind him, some bearing lanterns. Lumion followed, keeping a 4 to 5 meter distance. Clutching the carbide lamp he had obtained from Ramies, he descended the staircase at a steady pace. Thanks to his beyonder-enhanced hearing, Lumion easily heard Kendall's informative spiel at the front. After 138 steps, you'll find yourselves 26 meters below Trier's streets, surrounded by the remains of nearly 50 generations of Trierians. That's a conservative estimate. In truth, the history of some of these ossuaries can be traced back to the previous epoch. 47 years ago, there was no more space for the dead in Cimetière des Innocents or Cimetière de Prêtres. White bones lay scattered, and the stench drove nearby residents to protest daily, demanding the relocation of the cemetery. Ultimately, City Hall opted to go underground. They repurposed graves from the Fourth Epoch and adjacent underground quarries, creating a vast tomb. Today, you'll be visiting but a mere fraction of it. Kendall's voice echoed through the silent, never-ending staircase, imbuing the atmosphere with an eerie sense of foreboding. As Lumion continued downward, a path lined with stone pillars and walls came into view. This passage, unlike other subterranean areas, was well-maintained and frequently repaired. It was smooth, wide, and unnervingly sinister. An icy breeze occasionally swept through the corridor. Gas lamps were strategically placed along the path, casting a dim, yellowish light that allowed shadows to mingle with the illumination, stretching into the darkness. Kendall, clad in his blue vest, warned the visitors once more, "Stay close and don't wander off. There are countless underground areas we know little about. If you get lost, it'll be nearly impossible to find you. Do not stray from the path once inside the tomb. There are passages that lead to deeper, more sinister chambers. The Fourth Epoch's malevolent spirits lurk within that darkness. Praise the sun and the light. By adhering to the routes endorsed by the Padres, we can avoid all perils." Some visitors outstretched their arms in praise of the sun, while others traced a triangle over their chests. After trailing Kendall and the others for nearly 200 meters, Lumion caught sight of the subterranean tomb. Before him lay a natural boulder cave, modified over time. Its walls were adorned with intricate reliefs of skulls, skeletal arms, sunflowers, and steam symbols. Above the entrance, 2 Intisian inscriptions commanded, "Halt. The Death Empire lies ahead." Kendall, the catacomb administrator, turned to address the visitors once more, "Extinguish your lanterns and light the white candles. Everyone must do this. If you'd rather not enter the catacomb, feel free to explore this area, but don't stray too far. It's all too easy to lose your bearings, and that would be a problem. Should you find yourself separated from the group inside the catacomb, don't panic. Locate a road sign. If there isn't one, look above and follow the black line drawn on the tomb's ceiling. It will guide you back to the main entrance." Soon, The lanterns were snuffed out, replaced by the flickering glow of orange candlelight. The visitors hoisted their white candles and trailed Kendall into the catacombs. Lumion observed from a distance, watching as the yellowish flames merged into a stream that meandered into the darkness. He refrained from entering. Grasping his carbide lamp, he circled the tomb's entrance, intent on locating the phony warlock, Asta Troll. A few minutes later, Lumion discovered a small bonfire. Beside a pillar, damp moss clung to the stone wall above. A man was seated on a rock behind the fire, garbed in a hooded black robe. His high-bridged nose and dark brown eyes were framed by a flaxen beard that obscured his chin. He stared intently at the dancing flames. Lumion approached and inquired, "Are you Asta Troll?" The hooded man raised his gaze to meet Lumion's and replied in a deliberately subdued, magnetic voice, "Lost soul, why have you sought me out?" Flames and shadows danced across Asta Troll's face, obscuring his age. He appeared to be somewhere between just below 30 and 40. Lumion spoke earnestly, "I've heard whispers about you. They say you're a mystical warlock who can help me resolve my dilemma." Asta Troll responded in a low, magnetic tone, "Witchcraft is taboo. Witchcraft is a curse. I won't render aid without cause. What must I do?" Lumion pressed, anxiety evident in his voice. Asta replied softly, "The essence of witchcraft lies in equivalent exchange. Reveal the nature of the help you seek first." Equivalent exchange. Have you been reading too many novels? Lumion suppressed the urge to ridicule and antagonize him, instead adopting a pained expression. "I've lost everyone I cared for. I feel forsaken by the world. Sleep eludes me each night. I want to forget these burdens and begin anew." Asta Troll scrutinized Lumion's countenance, finding no trace of deception. He nodded slightly. "I, too, have suffered great losses. It's a curse born of witchcraft. I can empathize with your sentiments and thoughts. Yet forgetting pain is no simple task." "Very well." Lumion exhaled a long sigh and turned to depart. Asta hastily called out, "Wait. Just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's impossible." "Really?" Lumion whipped his head back, excitement flooding his features. Asta nodded subtly and continued, "Have you ever heard of the Samaritan Women's Spring?" "No." Lumion shook his head. Asta glanced at the burning bonfire and explained simply, "In one of the ossuaries within the catacombs, there's a murky spring known as the Samaritan Women's Spring, or the Fountain of Oblivion. Drink from it, and all your pain will be erased from memory." Of course, it's a fabrication. The spring is merely a puddle left by a construction error during the catacombs' creation. The administrators spun it into legend. As Lumion's eyes sparkled with hope, Asta Troll carried on, "However, as a warlock, I can reveal that deep within this subterranean realm lies a genuine Samaritan Women's Spring, hidden in a tomb believed to be a relic of the Fourth Epoch. Many corpses there chant, 'Drink the blissful waters of forgetfulness and be purged of primordial pain.' I can help you recover it, but the principle of equivalent exchange must be honored. It will cost you 100 Vril. 100 Vril? Isn't your asking price a bit too low? How can anyone believe that procuring a legendary item as perilous as this could be genuine without demanding a few thousand Vril? Lumion had been listening closely, but the absurdly undervalued service left him amused. How could such priceless spring water be worth no more than an apprentice attendant's 2 months' wages? He had read about the legend of the Samaritan Women's Spring in Psychic. Aurora had murmured a word he didn't understand. Its pronunciation likely resembled Granny Meng. Psychic also asserted that the Samaritan Women's Spring was a legend fabricated by the catacomb administrators, but they were convinced the tale had its origins. The Fountain of Oblivion might genuinely exist somewhere on the northern continent. Lumion's eyes widened as he hastened to Asta's side. Clasping his shoulder, he exclaimed, "Really?" Asta brushed his hand away and nodded composedly. "This is a warlock's vow." All right. Lumion responded, thrilled. "But I didn't bring that much money. I'll head back now and return here to find you tomorrow." Asta nodded approvingly. No problem. Lumion expressed his gratitude profusely, seized the carbide lamp, and departed with excitement. Once out of Asta's view, Lumion's smile vanished. He raised his right palm and sniffed the faint fragrance. Before reaching the Quartier de l'Observatoire, he had deliberately sprayed an inferior cologne on his right hand and touched Asta's body. Back on the surface, Lumion took cover behind a pillar, concealed himself, and waited patiently. The sky gradually darkened. As twilight descended, he detected the faint and familiar scent of cologne. Lumion didn't rush to pursue Asta. After a trailed while, he emerged from his hiding spot and the lingering fragrance, maintaining a distance so great he was nearly invisible. Carriages whizzed past him, and extravagant mechanical contraptions appeared sporadically. Chapter 116, City of Fashion. In the morning, while shopping at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, Lumion noticed that Trier's citizens dressed rather casually, or perhaps boldly. This was evident in the women wearing short sleeves that bared their forearms or garments with cut-out shoulders that displayed their collarbones. On the other hand, there was no shortage of peculiar attire. In the Dirige region, a warlock like Asta, donning a black robe and hood, resembled an ancient legend. It was impossible for him to walk the streets openly without being stopped by the police. In Trier, however, passers-by paid him no mind. Such appearances were all too common. People dressed in a variety of antiquated garments. Asta Troll was undoubtedly more cautious. Periodically, he would glance over his shoulder to spot anyone suspicious, but Lumion maintained such a great distance that neither of them were within the other's line of sight. Lumion trailed Asta from one street to the next, following the faint scent of the inferior cologne. As gas lamps illuminated the surroundings, Asta turned into a street sheltered by glass domes and steel frames. This place was brightly lit and lined with upscale shops. Smooth marble paved the ground, and the area bustled with pedestrians, a stark contrast to the ramshackle alleys of Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. "This is the arcade Aurora mentioned?" Lumion observed Asta pausing in front of a store to admire the window display. He too slowed down, scanning the area. He quickly spotted people engaging in unusual behavior. Dressed in formal attire, both men and women walked turtles of varying sizes. The turtles inched forward, and their owners, holding a rope, trailed leisurely behind. Upon seeing a man dressed in a black formal suit and silk top hat walking a turtle, Lumion couldn't help but inquire, "My friend, what are you doing?" The man turned his head, revealing a powdered face. He responded with a smile, "Foreigner, I'm simply taking a stroll, walking my turtle." "Why a turtle?" Lumion didn't conceal his puzzlement. The impeccably groomed gentleman appeared pleased to share his fashion philosophy. He grinned and explained, "Most Trierians enjoy walking around leisurely, but they fail to grasp the essence of leisure and elegance. They always walk briskly and seem rushed. A true stroll is slower than a turtle. Thus, we walk turtles and let them lead to emphasize our leisurely pace. It's a gauge to measure walking speed and a device to quantify elegance." Lumion had to concede that Trierians consistently expanded his perspective as a country bumpkin from Cordoue. Aurora couldn't have even written a story about walking a turtle. A true Trierian. Lumion applauded, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Regrettably, the gentleman failed to grasp his underlying message. He smiled modestly and continued to follow the turtle at a leisurely pace. Before long, Asta reached the other end of the arcade. Lumion waited for a moment before cautiously following. After exiting the arcade, Asta positioned himself by the nearby public carriage stop. Within minutes, a massive carriage, drawn by 2 horses, arrived. The carriage was divided into 2 levels. The yellow-painted exterior bore words like Line 7 written in incision. The driver donned a short green coat and a wide-brimmed hat to fend off the rain. As the carriage came to a stop, a conductor sporting a small hat, striped shirt, and unattractive pants appeared at the open door, scrutinizing each passenger boarding the carriage as if they were criminals. Asta was the 3rd person to climb aboard. He chose a window seat, observing the passers-by and the men and women taking their seats. Lumion watched from a distance without approaching. It was only when the Line 7 carriage had pulled away that he quickened his pace, practically jogging to catch up. Given the relatively slow speed of public transportation and the rule of stopping at every station, Lumion wasn't concerned about being left behind. As he ran, some pedestrians eyed him curiously, while a few even jogged alongside, seemingly believing this to be the latest trend. Is there something wrong with your brains? Lumion didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After 3 stops, he saw Asta Troll disembark from the public carriage. This area was already part of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Asta crossed 2 streets and turned onto Rue de Blouses Blanches, which Charlie had mentioned. He entered an old beige apartment building numbered 20. Lumion halted in front of a street-side newspaper stand, picked up a paper, and casually flipped through it. Simultaneously, he observed the entrance to the apartment building from the corner of his eye. "It's 11 kopecks for one," the newsstand owner reminded Lumion when he noticed that he was only reading and not buying. Lumion was holding a copy of Le Petit Triarien, and without minding, he took out 2 5-kopek and 1 1-kopek coins and tossed them onto the other newspapers. The newsstand owner fell silent. Lumion continued reading the newspaper. City Hall discussing new price plans with the water supply company. Valerie slams consumerism as a fetish. Greatest project in human history seeks collaboration. The final advertisement caught Lumion's attention as he reminded him of something. It reeked of a prankster or a swindler's ploy. As Lumion kept an eye on the apartment, he read the corresponding content with growing interest. The future of humanity lies in the stars. The history of mankind was forged by the brave to explore. In this era of rapid technological progress, we lack civilization pioneers, visionaries with exceptional insight and foresight, and adventurers with courage. Last time, we were trapped in the Berserk Sea. This time, we're trapped within the atmosphere. However, human civilization and technology will undoubtedly overcome all obstacles and dangers to forge a true future. We seek to collaborate with all dreamers to construct a space bridge that will enable us to walk from the surface to the Crimson Moon. Point of contact, Buell Pottle. Contact method, 9th Rue St. Martin, 5th floor, Quartier 2. The more Lumion read, the more amused he became. He found himself in deep contemplation. As Cordo's prankster king and one influenced by Aurora's eccentric ideas, he had never conceived such an outrageous, ludicrous, and absurd notion. Yet, these individuals had brazenly advertised it, as though certain they could fool a crowd. Am I still underestimating the average human IQ? Lumion stroked his chin with his gloved left hand. At that moment, he saw a group of people approaching the old apartment at 20 Rue de Blouses Blanches. The leader was a distinguished-looking gentleman in a silk top hat and black suit. He had a chiseled profile, a mahogany-colored pipe in his mouth, and a diamond ring on his left hand that sparkled under the light. The burly men surrounding the gentleman appeared menacing. They wore either canvas shirts or dark jackets, giving off a gang-like vibe. After they vanished into the apartment's entrance, Lumion walked over with the newspaper. At the base of the stairs, he detected several colognes simultaneously. One was faint and familiar, the inferior cologne he had applied to Asta. The other was more aromatic, sweet, and slightly cloying. Musk cologne? From the man with the pipe? Lumion followed the scent all the way up to the apartment's 5th floor. There, he saw Asta Troll. The imposter dressed as a warlock found himself encircled by the same group of individuals. The gentleman with the diamond ring tapped his forehead with his mahogany-colored pipe, smiling politely. Don't think you can shake us off just because you've moved. Until you repay all the debt, I'll follow you endlessly, like a shadow. Asta stammered fearfully, I'll have money soon. I can return a portion to you tomorrow. Very good, the gentleman nodded with a smile. He then turned the pipe and jabbed Asta's face with the still smoldering end. Asta recoiled in pain but dared not make a sound. The gentleman withdrew his pipe and said gently, yet firmly, this is a little interest. If you don't pay me back tomorrow, I'll take one of your fingers. With that, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed politely. See you tomorrow, my friend. At the staircase, Lumion pursed his lips and muttered to himself, are people and dogs learning from Gehrman now? As Forswall's The Adventurer series gained popularity, Gehrman's sparrow impersonators cropped up across the northern and southern continents. Phrases like "this is basic courtesy" and "a bestowment or a curse" spread far and wide. As the group approached, Lumion lowered his head and stepped aside, acting like an ordinary tenant encountering gangsters. Chaotic footsteps echoed as they descended floor by floor, soon giving way to silence. Lumion glanced in Asta Troll's direction, noting that he had already retreated to his room and closed the wooden door. After some contemplation, Lumion flexed his gloved left hand and adjusted his hat. He walked out of the staircase and approached Asta's door. Bang! 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 He raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a moment, Asta opened the door, his face a mix of shock and fear. He stammered shakily, I really can't get that money until tomorrow. Before he could finish, Lumion's figure came sharply into focus in his eyes. Lumion spread his arms and asked with a beaming smile, surprised? You. Asta backed away as if he'd seen a ghost. Lumion followed him into the room and smiled at Asta Troll. I truly wish to forget the pain of the past, but I'm also a cautious person. I'm afraid of being swindled and, worse, being mocked as a fool. Chapter 117, Remuneration. Asta forced a smile. I'm not lying. There really is a Samaritan women's spring. Is that so? Lumion approached Asta with a grin and said, when the time comes, take a sip first. If it's useful, you'll forget that I haven't paid you. If it's useless, why should I pay you? For a moment, Asta was at a loss for words. He could only smile and nod. Trust me, trust me. Suddenly, he looked past Lumion, his eyes widening in terror. Lumion instinctively turned to look at the door, but there was no one there. Seizing the opportunity, Asta ducked and made a break for the open door. Thud. Asta tripped over Lumion's right foot, which had swiftly extended, and crashed to the ground. His nose bridge turned blue, and his gaunt face swelled. Lumion slowly closed the door, pulled up a chair, and sat down. He looked down at Asta, who was feigning death on the floor, and said, Don't tell me you have high spiritual perception and saw a bizarre creature behind me. Did you rush to the door to help me deal with it? Asta was dumbstruck for a moment before rising to his feet and nodding repeatedly. That's right, that's right. Lumion smiled and glanced at the rectangular wooden table against the wall. Silver dagger, white candles, a few small bottles filled with different liquids or empty, 2 imitation goatskins, and a paper box emitting the fragrance of plants were strewn across it. He has a certain amount of mysticism knowledge. Lumion shifted his gaze back to the uneasy Asta and asked, Who was that guy with the pipe just now? Baron Brignaise. Asta replied hastily. He's the leader of the Savoy mob in the Market District. Savoy was the name of an inland province in the Intis Republic, bordering the provinces of Haute-Hornacis and Bas-Hornacis. It was rich in mineral resources and had a valiant folk culture. A baron? There are still barons? Lumion asked, amused. Ever since Emperor Rosel's death and the establishment of the Republic, aristocratic titles had vanished from daily life. Asta said fearfully, That's a nickname he gave himself. Perhaps his ancestors held such an aristocratic title. Lumion leaned back in his chair and asked casually, Why did he come to you? Do you owe them money? Seeing Lumion's harmless demeanor, as though he was chatting with a friend, Asta relaxed a little despite his fear. He said bitterly, in order to buy an item, borrowed 3,000 vril d'or from a loan shark. Later, that man sold the debt to Brignaise. I paid back at least 3,000 vril d'or, but he told me there was still 2,000 in interest. If you drag on for another 2 or 3 months, you won't owe 2,000, but 4,000. Lumion watched Asta's expression crumble, the air of mystery gone. He then lowered his voice and said in a beguiling tone, "If I were you, I'd find a way to draw Brignaise and his crew into a quarry pit. Then, I'd bring down the stone layer above, burying them for eternity. No creditors, no debts." The more Asta listened, the more panic-stricken he became. He stared at Lumian as if he were a demon. He had a suspicion that Lumian had already plotted such a scheme, but with Asta Troll as the intended target, not Brignaise. "That's murder. A crime," Asta exclaimed in terror. "Keep it down. You wouldn't want to lose your voice permanently, would you?" Lumian warned him with a smile. "So you do realize that's a crime? Did anyone ever tell you that fraud is a crime too?" Asta was at a loss for words. Lumian stood up and dusted off his gloves. "I'm just kidding. I was testing your character." "What?" Asta was baffled. Lumian wouldn't reveal that his true motive was to establish an ice-cold, ruthless persona in Asta's mind. It would come in handy during future negotiations. Forced trust was still trust. "Congratulations on passing my test. This proves you're not completely without scruples." Lumian grinned and spread his arms. He quickly steered the conversation back on course. "What did you borrow so much money for?" He glanced around, adding, "Doesn't seem like there's anything valuable here." Asta instinctively wanted to spout a lie but remembered Lumian's warning. He trembled and said, Do you know about potions? You're really a Beyonder?" Lumian chuckled. Seeing that Lumian knew about Beyonders and potions, Asta breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad he hadn't lied. Any fabricated story would be riddled with holes in front of a true Beyonder easily exposed. If caught, Asta might end up sleeping forever in some underground Trier hideout tonight. Taking 2 deep breaths, Asta continued, "A few months ago, I borrowed 3,000 Vril d'Or from a loan shark to purchase the main ingredient for a potion. Combined with the 4,000 Vril d'Or I'd saved, I successfully transformed from an ordinary person into a Beyonder. Which sequence do you belong to? You can't even handle a few thugs?" Lumian asked with feigned suspicion. Asta looked defeated. "I'm a Sequence 9 secret suppliant." "It doesn't sound weak." Lumian could only gauge by the potion's name. Asta lamented in frustration, "I thought secret suppliants were powerful too. The seller even claimed it would allow me to see the world's truth. In the end, aside from heightened spiritual perception, all I got was some impractical sacrificial knowledge and ritual magic. I can occasionally sense the presence of mysterious entities, scaring myself witless, but I can't even defeat a thug." "The ritual magic should come in handy," Lumian remarked knowingly. Asta looked close to tears. "I'm well versed in mysticism. I'm a follower of the eternal blazing sun. How can I pray to an unknown entity? That's too risky." "Sigh, there are some honorific names in the potion's knowledge, but they're all concealed entities. Just hearing them is terrifying. I wouldn't dare invoke depravity, true kin, or the gaze of fate." He glanced at Lumian and feigned determination. "But I've considered it. If Baron Brignaise and his goons corner me again, I'll pray to the hidden existence and gain strength." He was ostensibly talking about Baron Brignaise, but his true intent was to caution Lumian against forcing him into a corner. Lumian studied Asta's uneasy face and agreed, "That's a wise decision. Baron Brignaise and his crew underestimate a Beyonder. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't give you the chance to reach a dead end." He then smiled at Asta. "You'd be dead before that happens." Asta opened his mouth but closed it again, his expression more pain than crying. Lumian walked over to the wooden table and toyed with the empty bottles. "You've moved several times, but Baron Brignaise keeps finding you. I suspect he or the Savoy mob have Beyonders on their side." Asta gasped in shock. Lumian picked up the silver dagger from the table, twirling it as he said to Asta, "I can offer you 100 Vril d'Or as a reward." "Huh?" Asta was baffled once more. He realized he couldn't keep up with Lumian's thought process. You still want the spring water from the Samaritan women's spring?" he ventured. Lumian grinned and replied, "Tell me, Does it really exist? Eyeing Lumien's amused gaze, Asta hesitated for a moment before admitting, I'm not sure. Lumien nodded in satisfaction. What I want is for you to take me to the gathering you mentioned, the one where you bought the potion's main ingredient. The reward is 100 Vril d'Or. Lumien made this request partly because Madame Magician's mission might be connected to the gathering involving Beyonder materials, and partly because he needed a similar event to acquire weapons, materials, sealed artifacts, and arcane knowledge. Asta swallowed hard. I can try, but I'll need the gathering organizer's approval. No problem. Lumien took out a gold coin and beckoned Asta over. This Louis d'Or is your reward for asking. I'll give you the remaining 80 Vril d'Or when I can attend the gathering. Asta hadn't anticipated that his beating would turn into a job offer. He was momentarily dumbstruck. After a few seconds, he cautiously approached the wooden table and took the 20 Vril Louis d'Or. He told Lumien, I'm not sure when I'll get an answer, but no later than next Wednesday. I spend the day near the catacombs and sleep here at night. You can find me anytime. Lumien nodded, smiling as he raised the silver dagger in his hand and plunged it into Asta's shoulder. Blood spurted out, and Asta staggered back in terror. He leaned against the wall and cried out anxiously, Don't kill me. I'm not lying. Lumien picked up a glass bottle from the wooden table and approached Asta with a smile. Don't worry. If I wanted you dead, I would have done it by now. This is called a blood oath. I'm very wary of deception and betrayal. As Lumien spoke, he held the empty glass bottle to Asta's wound, allowing the blood to trickle in. During this process, he smiled at Asta and said, You have a strong grasp of mysticism. You should know what blood means in the hands of others. Don't lie to me. Curse. For a moment, Asta couldn't decide whether to rejoice that he hadn't been killed on the spot or despair that his blood now belonged to a man more dangerous than Baron Brignace. Lumien said nothing more. He tightened the bottle cap, tore a strip of cloth from the room, and tossed it to Asta. Bandage your wound yourself. He wasn't familiar with any Beyonder curses, but he could test if expired blood could activate Fallen Mercury's fate-exchanging ability. Even if it didn't work, all he needed to do was convince Asta that he knew how to cast curses. Lumien glanced at Asta, who was desperately trying to staunch the bleeding, and casually asked, What's your plan for dealing with Baron Brignace? With this Louis d'Or and some money I've saved, I should be able to appease them for a week, Asta said with a bitter smile. They won't get a single copet if they push their debtors to death. Chapter 118, Summoning. Lumien nodded, asking, You mentioned that your spiritual perception is quite advanced? Asta briefly fell into a trance before a lingering fear spread across his face. He took a moment to compose himself, then said, That seems to be a trait of the secret suppliant. I can sense hidden creatures lurking in the dark depths, and I can also feel the real world wrapped in a thick veil. Beyond that veil, emotionless eyes watch us. As he finished, Asta panted heavily. Lumien patiently waited for the imposter warlock to catch his breath. Nearly a minute later, Asta exhaled, saying, In the Market District and Quartier de l'Observatoire, it's fine, but in Underground Trier, I can often sense the end of certain paths. In places I can't see, some creature beckons me to come closer. I wonder what would happen to me if I truly stepped into that darkness. A fine mystical sensor indeed. Lumien silently mocked his hunter's spirit vision while also feeling that a secret suppliant wasn't as useless as Asta claimed. Asta continued, Sometimes, when I see tourists entering the catacombs with white candles, I get these delusions. I think it's a ritual that forms a magical bond with some hidden entity, protecting the tourists from being devoured by the darkness or spirited away by the dead. Lumien was taken aback, inwardly sighing. In terms of mysticism, a secret suppliant is quite potent. It's just that they're not skilled in combat. From Asta's account, Lumien suspected that carrying a lit white candle into the catacombs was indeed a ritual that allowed visitors to evade the hidden perils there. The tomb administrators likely knew this, but in pursuit of profit, they not only kept silent but also encouraged higher-ups to promote the catacombs as a tourist attraction. Lumion remembered his sister Aurora's frequent lament, "Money changes people." I wonder, at a lower level, which one can bring about a person's change more effectively, potions, boons, or money. Lumion muttered silently with a teasing attitude. He then asked Asta, "Have you sensed any danger lurking in the market district's darkness?" Asta's face shifted as he replied in a grave tone, "I dare not approach the burned-out house in Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman." At the edge of Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, near Rue de Blouses Blanches, stood a scorched, uninhabited house. The district's members of parliament had long demanded its demolition and conversion into a commercial building, but for some reason, the proposal never reached City Hall's agenda. Even after a decade, the 6-story eyesore still stood. "I didn't feel anything when I passed by this morning." Lumion turned and headed for the door. "I'll visit you again. I hope you won't disappoint me." Asta, his shoulder wound now bandaged, flashed an ingratiating smile. "Rest assured, I'll provide you with an answer." After leaving Asta's room, Lumion suddenly quickened his pace. In a blink, he crouched in the shadows of the stairs leading to the rooftop, silently eyeing the tightly shut wooden door. Nearly half an hour later, having confirmed that nothing was amiss, he slowly descended the stairs with Le Petit Triarian. It was then that he finally heard his stomach growl. Gazing at the makeshift barricade of rocks, logs, mud slabs, and assorted items with a narrow opening as a passage, Lumion spotted a nearby bakery and spent 3 licks to buy half a kilogram of croissants. He also sampled Trier's distinctive fruit juice soda. The effervescent liquid swirled as the currant syrup dispersed like clouds within it. The concoction set him back 13 kopit. If he returned the soda bottle, he could reclaim 3 kopit. Rue Anarchy, Auberge du Coq d'Or. Before Lumion could enter the basement bar, the noise and chaos reached his ears. Just past 9 o'clock, nearly 20 people packed the intimate space. They either sat at the bar or huddled around a few small round tables, their attention riveted on the bartender. The stylish, ponytailed bartender explained the contraption on the bar to an unfamiliar male patron. "This is called the idiot instrument. It tests your intelligence. Care to give it a shot?" The man in the dark jacket seemed intrigued and asked, "How do I try?" The bartender gestured at the exposed rubber tube with a solemn expression. "Blow here until bubbles form in the glass jar above. Your ability to produce bubbles and their size determine the final test results." Without hesitation, the man picked up the rubber hose and blew into it. As light green bubbles emerged from the glass jar atop the machine, everyone in the bar leaped to their feet, applauding wildly and exclaiming, "Welcome, idiot." The man looked bewildered for a moment before grasping the joke. His face flushed crimson. He shot a fierce glare at the bartender and the rowdy patrons before stifling his anger and muttering, "Interesting. This prank is really something. I'll bring a few friends to try it tomorrow." "Is this what friends are for?" Lumion sneered inwardly. He pulled a bar stool over and sat down, telling the bartender, "Give me the usual a glass of fennel absinthe." The bartender grinned. "This one's on me. Your machine's fantastic. Word of its mystical powers has spread, and people have come specifically to check it out. My business has doubled since then. By the way, I'm Pavard Neeson, the owner of this bar and an amateur painter. What should I call you?" "Seal," Lumion replied, his smile unwavering. He noticed the difference between Triarians and the villagers of Cordoue. In Cordoue, anyone who fell victim to such a prank would seek revenge. But Triarians enjoyed finding new victims and watching them get caught, easing their own embarrassment. "You've got a keen brain. You're better at pranks than many Triarians." To the native bartender, Pavard Neeson, this compliment was high praise. He slid a slender glass filled with a light green, hallucinogenic liquid toward Lumion. Taking a sip of the absinthe, Lumion savored the faint bitterness that stirred his senses and made him feel alive. He closed his eyes, soaking in the sensation before asking, "I have a few friends who arrived in Trier before me, but I don't have their contact information. Is there a way to find them? Pavard Neeson wiped a glass. If you're wealthy, advertise with the Journal de Trier. If you're not, hire a bounty hunter or information broker to see if they'll take the job. If you're broke, go back to your room and sleep. Maybe one day, you'll bump into your friends on the street. Any recommendations? A reliable bounty hunter or information broker? Lumian wasn't short on cash for now and might receive a donation from a generous benefactor at any moment, but advertising in newspapers was beyond his means. It'd cost at least 3,000 vril d'or. Smaller publications might be cheaper, but they were ineffective. Moreover, he couldn't risk alarming Guillaume Binet and Madame Pualis if they read the papers. Pavard nodded, saying, Anthony Reed lives in room 5 on the hotel's 3rd floor. You can pay him a visit tomorrow. He's a retired military man turned information broker. Highly trustworthy. Lumian took note of the room number and name. He lifted the absinthe, swirling it gently before raising his glass to honor the bartender. Upon returning to room 207, Lumian didn't waste any time resting. He drew the tattered curtains and performed the summoning dance in the cramped space. His goal was to see what strange creatures he could attract in Aubert's du Coq d'Or and Rue Anarchy, preparing for potential future attacks, pursuits, or ambushes. Wasn't according to Asta, aside from the burned-out building, there were no particularly dangerous locations in the market district. Moreover, it was quite a distance from Rue Anarchy, making it unlikely for it to be affected by a Sequence 9 equivalent dancer. After all, this the ruins of Courta Village, where the power of inevitability was pervasive. Disregarding the more dangerous ones and those that dancers couldn't attract, Lumian believed that even if the strange creatures that appeared later were stronger than him, it would be nearly impossible for them to force themselves on him. The bluish-black symbol representing the Great Existence and the black thorn pattern from Inevitability would be enough to deter them from acting recklessly. In a dance that alternated between madness and distortion, Lumian's spirituality merged with the stirred power of nature, stealthily spreading in all directions. Before long, he sensed watchful eyes upon him. Several translucent, blurry figures floated around the room. Some resembled humans, seemingly residual obsessions lingering after death. Others were grotesque, appearing like bottles or stacked meatballs, possibly originating from the corresponding spirit world. Lumian didn't recognize any of them and couldn't determine their traits or abilities. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tattered curtains. Slightly translucent, it was a woman with long turquoise hair interwoven with green leaves that enveloped its body and concealed vital areas. The rest of its fair, smooth skin was exposed, setting one's heart racing and imagination ablaze. With emerald green eyes, red lips, and an exquisite, alluring face, a single glance at Lumian stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. Chapter 119, Strange Creature. Almost simultaneously, Lumian felt his hair stand on end as a chill ran down his spine. He experienced a strong sense of impending danger. Subconsciously, he pulled out fallen mercury from his waist, ready to rip off the black cloth wrapped around it at a moment's notice. The translucent figure with turquoise hair and leafy coverings floated in midair, scrutinizing Lumian in the room. Its emerald green eyes shifted between a misty and smiling expression, reminiscent of a deep vortex enticing the human soul to sink into it. On one hand, Lumian experienced a familiar yet foreign urge that swept through his mind, disrupting most of his thoughts. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel fear, akin to a flying insect encountering a spider spinning its web. He slowed down his dance, prepared to stop at any moment. The translucent female figure displayed an eager expression, but it instinctively sensed that something was amiss and hesitated to approach Lumian. Sometimes it leaned forward, sometimes it retreated into the curtains, but ultimately, it did nothing. After Lumian finished his summoning dance, he heard a faint sound in his ears. It was so close it seemed like it was right next door, causing the strange creatures lingering in the room to vanish one by one. The last to leave was the female figure with turquoise hair and leafy coverings. It appeared both reluctant and perplexed. Lumian heaved a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, quietly listening to the indistinct voices within him. He couldn't make out a single word but yearned to hear each one clearly. After a moment, Lumion opened his eyes and gazed at the window obscured by the tattered curtain. He muttered to himself, "What was that?" His intuition told him that the translucent female figure was far more powerful than the other summoned strange creatures. It wasn't something beyonders at his level could handle. If not for the corruption sealed within his body and the bluish-black pattern on his chest deterring spiritual creatures from subconsciously approaching him even without activation, Lumion suspected something might have happened to him. This piqued his curiosity. How do other dancers survive? He had only dared to perform the summoning dance after confirming the area wasn't too dangerous, yet something nearly happened. How could other dancers avoid such risks? Is it because I obtained my boon through theft and lack some mystical knowledge, or is it because other dancers can only attract strange creatures similar to themselves? Additionally, the summoning dance comes from a hidden existence, so there shouldn't be any problems under normal circumstances? Lumion pondered for a moment. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was the anomaly. He believed that the corruption in his body was on an extremely high level. Even sealed, it could occasionally attract strange and perilous entities. Thankfully, the corruption also provides protection. Lumion exhaled, stowed away fallen mercury, and lit the iron-black carbide lamp. He sat at the wooden table and flipped through Aurora's notebook. Reading the mysticism notebook from back to front was excruciating. Lacking the corresponding knowledge, he would occasionally feel illiterate. He had no choice but to take out Aurora's earliest notebook and memorize the corresponding symbolism and mystical meaning. However, Lumion couldn't sit down and learn bit by bit from front to back. He believed that if Aurora's witchcraft notebook truly concealed crucial information, it would definitely be in the content from the past year or two when abnormalities gradually appeared in Corda village and the shepherds began their hunt. After nearly 2 hours of struggling with the knowledge known as lightning, Lumion admitted defeat and decided to continue the next night. He washed up briefly and lay on the bed. Recalling the strange creature he had just summoned, Lumion placed fallen mercury beside the pillow, feeling apprehensive. Before leaving Cordu, he had inspected the wicked pewter black dirk and confirmed that the fate it had exchanged from the flaming monster was pain from immolation. The darkness gradually deepened, but Rue Anarchy never experienced a moment of peace. Singing, shouting, cursing, fighting, chasing, coughing, crying, and exercising filled the air, composing a nocturnal symphony. Lumion had grown accustomed to the noise, which even made him feel alive. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. At 6 a.m., the distant cathedral chimed, reminiscent of Cordu. Lumion woke up punctually but was reluctant to open his eyes. After a few minutes, he sat up and fastened fallen mercury to his waist. His dreams had been chaotic throughout the night, but nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Am I overthinking it? Lumion muttered. He opened the door and walked into the nearest washroom. Using the morning light streaming through the window, he examined himself in the mirror. Compared to the same moment the day before, he hadn't changed at all. The color and length of his hair were external factors and wouldn't reset with his physical condition. Lumion bent down and brushed his teeth. As he rinsed his mouth, he caught sight of Charlie entering from the corner of his eye. Don't you live on the 5th floor? Lumion spat out the liquid and turned to ask Charlie. Charlie had changed into a yellowed white shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his elbows. He yawned and said, Can you believe it? Those guys are already up before 6. The washroom on the 5th floor is packed. He then grinned. I still like this washroom on the 2nd floor the most. Do you know why? It's clean. Although that bastard Laurent has very high eyebrows and doesn't know how to help his mother at all, he has his strengths. He loves cleanliness. As long as he's in the apartment, he cleans the room every day and takes care of the washroom too. Haha, could it be that he can't use the toilet if it's dirty? So he's the one cleaning. Lumion was surprised. His impression of the young man named Laurent had been that he was cold, haughty, and impeccably dressed. He clearly thought highly of himself and seemed oblivious to his mother's plight. He didn't strike Lumian as someone who'd clean a bathroom. Previously, Lumian had assumed that the other tenants on the second floor had grown fed up with the landlord's penny-pinching ways and had taken it upon themselves to clean their shared spaces. Noticing Charlie's haggard face, as though he'd been up all night, Lumian grinned and asked, "You hit up Rue de la Muraille last night?" Did Rue de la Muraille was Trier's infamous red light district. How can I afford to go to Rue de la Muraille? But I'll definitely go there one of these days. Charlie clenched his teeth and continued, "I got back to the hotel at 10 p.m. last night. Then I went to the underground bar and drank with the guys till midnight. In the wee hours, I even had a, shall we say, quite a vivid dream. Salle, our names sound the same, but they're spelled differently. Can you imagine how ecstatic I was in that dream? And when I woke up, how crushed and how empty?" Lumian supplied the adjective. Yes. Charlie walked to the toilet and unfastened his belt. His already narrow eyes crinkled with satisfaction. Lumian pinched his nose and scoffed. "You had a wet dream?" Charlie shivered, shook his right hand, and laughed. "It was the most lifelike dream I've ever had. The woman in it was far more beautiful than any on Rue de la Muraille. She was so tender and passionate. I never wanted to wake up." "Well, clearly you couldn't hold out for too long." "Waking up was a mercy," Lumian jested. Charlie didn't bother to argue, and instead said earnestly, "I'm planning to head to Rue du Rossignol on Sundays after I get paid and when I'm off work. There are a few dance halls there with some affordable pussies. A coworker told me that I only need 52 kopek to treat myself. But right now, I've lost interest." Suddenly, Charlie's excitement surged. Lowering his voice, he confided in Lumian, "You know what? A wealthy guest at the hotel has been treating me really well, asking me to deliver food and help tidy up the room." "A man?" Lumian inquired with a hint of mischief. Charlie hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's a lady. I think she's taken a liking to me. I'm torn. If she makes a proposal, should I compromise my principles? You know these sorts of things are pretty common in Trier. If my ticket to my first big payday, I could soon own my own hotel. I figured you wouldn't hesitate." Though they'd only known each other for 2 days, Lumian was convinced that Charlie's moral compass was quite flexible. Charlie sighed, visibly troubled, and admitted, "She's in her 50s. Lumian let out a long oh and his expression conveyed his thoughts. Bidding Charlie goodbye, Lumian returned to his room to change into a jacket, pants, and other attire suited for Rue Anarchy. He spent 6 kopek on a scallion pancake and 1 lick on half a liter of apple whiskey sour. Settling into a corner of the street, he leisurely ate his breakfast. Shadows from the buildings on either side cloaked him as he relished the flavors of onions and flour, observing the hawkers, women shopping for groceries, hustling workers, children scavenging for trash, and a barricade in a nearby alley. It was 9 a.m. When Lumian finally rose, dusted himself off, and returned to Aubaire's du Coq door. He climbed to the 3rd floor and knocked on room 5's door. The information broker, Anthony Reed, resided here. After a sequence of knocks, a composed male voice with a West Mid-Seashire coast accent, "Please come in." Lumian turned the handle and pushed the door replied, "Open." The first thing that hit him was a faintly acrid, minty odor, likely meant to repel insects. Then, he saw a man in his 40s seated by the bed. The man wore a military green shirt, matching pants, and laceless leather boots. His hair was cropped to a fine buzz cut. He didn't possess the tidy, efficient air of a veteran. His light yellow hairline had receded considerably, leaving a vast expanse of forehead. His face had grown plump, his beard meticulously shaven. His skin was slightly oily and his nose pores clogged. He appeared somewhat guileless and unsophisticated. As Anthony Reed turned to face Lumian, his dark brown eyes mirrored Lumian's figure. For some reason, Lumian suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Chapter 120, Lunatic's Ravings. Anthony Reed regarded Lumian coolly and inquired, What's the problem? I heard from Pavar that you're a reliable information broker. Lumian quickly disclosed his source to avoid wasting time on mutual probing. With his plump face, Anthony Reed nodded knowingly and gestured towards a chair at the center of the room. What information do you need? Or rather, what information would you like me to uncover? Lumian felt a twinge of unease as he faced Anthony Reed, who exuded an air of honesty and dependability. He took a seat and stated succinctly, I'm searching for two individuals. Names, appearances, and distinguishing features. Anthony Reed shot a glance at Lumian's left hip. Lumian reflected for a moment before answering, one is Guillaume Binet, formerly a Padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The other is Pualis de Roquefort. Over a month ago, she arrived in Trier with her husband, Beast, their butler Louis Lund, and her lady's maid, Kathy. I don't have any pictures of them. All I can tell you is that Guillaume Binet has short black hair and blue eyes. He possesses a solemn demeanor and strong ambitions. His most notable feature is his aquiline nose. Pualis has long, brown hair and bright brown eyes. Her eyebrows are lighter and thinner, and she exudes an elegant yet alluring aura. Anthony Reed listened intently before rising from his chair. He crossed the room to a wooden table near the window, opened a drawer, and retrieved a stack of white paper and a sharpened pencil. In no time, he sketched two portraits. See if these resemble them. Anthony Reed handed the sketches to Lumian. Lumian inspected the drawings and was struck by their vivid, lifelike quality. Aside from the absence of color, they were nearly indistinguishable from photographs. He looked up at Anthony Reed in astonishment, remarking, "Uncanny. How can you reproduce their likeness so accurately based on my brief description?" He had assumed Anthony Reed would draft several sketches for him to review before finalizing the portraits. Anthony Reed cracked a rare smile. I recreated the images from the official wanted posters. The authorities are searching for them as well. No wonder. Suddenly, it all made sense to Lumian. Both Padre Guillaume Binet and Madame Pualis were devotees of evil gods who had been granted boons. Once Ryan and his companions reported the situation, it was bound to attract the necessary attention. With this realization, Lumian's disquiet grew. I must be wanted too. Did Anthony Reed see my portrait? Does he recognize me? Trying to maintain his composure, Lumian queried the information broker, I'm not surprised. I want to know the value of their bounties. Guillaume Binet has a bounty of 20,000 Vril d'Or. Each piece of information is worth 500 Vril d'Or. The same goes for Pualis, Anthony Reed replied nonchalantly. Lumian smirked. If you uncover any useful information, you can cash in on the bounty twice. He was implying that Anthony could claim one share from the authorities and another from him. Anthony nodded in agreement. I'll take your assignment. 500 Vril d'Or, with 100 up front. These are my terms. If you can't accept them, find another information broker or bounty hunter. Lumian knew there was no room for negotiation. He could only nod slightly and concede, no problem. Just as he was about to hand over the money, a gunshot suddenly erupted from outside the window. Anthony Reed's entire body shuddered as if confronted with his mortal nemesis. He instinctively ducked beneath the wooden table for cover. Lumian was taken aback. Wasn't this reaction a bit extreme? Wasn't this typical of life in Ruanarchy? Gunshots, brawls, and large-scale skirmishes were commonplace here. Those who lived in this area should have adapted by now, only needing to steer clear of the windows to avoid stray bullets. Before long, the commotion died down. Anthony Reed took a few seconds to regain his composure before emerging from under the table. He offered Lumian a sheepish grin and explained, I apologize. A few years back during the war, I suffered from post-traumatic stress on the battlefield and had no choice but to retire and return to Trier. Then why choose to live in Ruanarchy, where gunfire was a regular occurrence? Lumian didn't press further. He had no interest in Anthony Reed's psychological issues. He withdrew a 50 Vril d'Or note and gently traced his finger over the image of Ravings, the bustling commercial streets, and the silhouettes of passing merchants. Feeling the remaining texture, Lumian handed the grayish-blue banknote, 2 Louis d'Or, and 2 5-euro coins engraved with the sunbird to Anthony Reed. His wallet felt a third lighter, and he couldn't shake the sense of money slipping through his fingers. As he examined the Le Marque du Quartier du gentleman behind the banknotes, Anthony Reed bent his finger and flicked the surface to verify its authenticity under the sunlight. Satisfied, he pocketed the money and inquired, "Do you want to check in with me periodically for updates, or should I have an address? If I come across any information, I can drop it off at your place." "I'm in room 207. Lumian knew he couldn't conceal his stay at the Auberge du Coq d'Or from Anthony Reed, so he provided his room number. Upon leaving room 305, Lumian's expression grew increasingly solemn as he muttered to himself, "I need to be extra cautious in the coming days to prevent Anthony Reed from betraying me. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to demonstrate my strength in front of him, convincing him that I won't let any transgressions go unpunished." As Lumian mulled over his thoughts, he made his way towards the stairs. Suddenly, he heard someone exclaiming, laughing, and sobbing, "I'm dying, I'm dying." Lumian glanced in the direction of the voice and spotted a man squatting by the door of room 310. The man wore a filthy linen shirt and yellow pants. His unkempt black hair cascaded down to his shoulders. At that moment, he clutched his head with both hands and stared at the ground, repeatedly muttering, "I'm dying, I'm dying." His voice oscillated between fear and insanity. The occasionally lucid madman that Charlie mentioned? Lumian sized him up for a few seconds, leaned in, and asked curiously, "Why do you think you're about to die? Do you have a terminal illness?" Without raising his head, the man continued to yell, "I'm dying, I'm dying." Lumian smirked and strode past him into room 310, its wooden door flung wide open. The room's layout mirrored his own in 207. It was relatively tidy, save for the inevitable bugs that couldn't be evicted. Lumian's gaze swept over the kerosene lamp, a multitude of books, fountain pens, suitcases, and other belongings. The madman stood up and declared in a daze, "This is my territory." "I know," Lumian replied with a grin. "But if you're about to die and you don't have any children or relatives, why not use your inheritance to help poor neighbors like us?" He observed that the madman was only in his late 20s. His bushy, black beard had been left unshaven for who knows how long, causing his blue eyes to appear as if they were buried deep within a forest. The madman stared blankly for a few moments before clutching his hair and screaming in anguish, "They're all dead. They're all dead. I saw the Montsurus ghost. They're all dead. I'm about to die too." The Montsurus ghost? Lumian finally heard something distinct from the madman. He had deliberately provoked the other man to see if he could elicit a different reaction. The positive feedback made him feel as if he were making progress with digesting the potion. One of the acting principles of a provoker is that provocation is only a means and not an end. Lumian studied the madman thoughtfully and inquired, "Why would the Montsurus ghost cause them to die and push you to death's door?" The madman lowered his head and mumbled, "Anyone who sees the Montsurus ghost will die. Their family will die too. They'll die within a year." Is this the madman's delusion, or did something like this actually happen? If so, was it a curse? Lumian prodded, "Where did you encounter the Montsurus ghost?" "Underground, underground. It's beneath the market district." The madman crouched down again, his back pressed against the wall as he hugged his trembling body. The underworld beneath the market district? Couldn't he just report it to the 2 churches and have them send people to eradicate the unclean beings? Lumian mused silently. Seeing that the madman had reverted to his I'm dying state, he abandoned his pursuit of the matter, exited room 310, and descended the stairs. Tomorrow was Sunday. Lumian planned to visit the Mason Café in Quartier du Jardin Botanique at noon to familiarize himself with the area. In the afternoon, he'd head to the underground cemetery to see if Asta had received a reply from the gathering's organizer. The alleys around Rue Anarchy were cluttered with obstacles made of rocks, wood, branches, and assorted debris. Even on the main road, one could stumble upon them from time to time. However, there was already a path wide enough for 2 carriages to pass through. These were called street barricades, and they could be found in many districts. Some bore the marks of smoke and fire, while others still had remnants of dried blood. They were a unique feature of Trier, contrasting starkly with the pedestrian streets of the arcade. Lumion stepped over a low point at the edge of emerged from the dim alley, and a barricade entered the street. He then made his way towards the public carriage sign, intending to take such transportation to Quartier du Jardin Botanique. As he walked, Lumion spotted numerous vagrants lying in corners, basking in the sun and picking at lice. All were filthy, gaunt, and devoid of energy. This brought back memories of his own days as a vagrant. Unlike the Lowen Kingdom, which prohibited vagrants from sleeping on streets and in parks, the Intis Republic had no such rules in place. However, they were forbidden from entering fee-paying establishments or private venues. They often mocked Lowen for its lack of culture. Lost in thought, Lumion's eyes narrowed. He sensed someone was tailing him. Chapter 121, Salle de Brise. Lumion didn't swivel or hesitate, striding confidently toward the public carriage sign. He scanned the area nonchalantly, his eyes settling on the glass window of a nearby cafe. Him in a dark jacket was reflected there, and not far from him, another figure in a canvas jacket and a cap. Lumion averted his eyes, abruptly quickening his pace as if trying to catch the departing double-decker carriage. As expected, he felt the man in the blue cap break into a jog. The public carriage glided away silently, turning down the street. Lumion knew he couldn't catch up and halted abruptly. Using the shop windows lining the street, Lumion caught sight of the cap-wearing man stumbling to a stop. Seizing the moment, he spun around and surveyed the dance hall opposite. As Lumion passed the public horse stop sign, he gave an almost imperceptible nod. Continuing on, he ducked into a shadowy alley blocked by a barricade. The man in the cap pursued him, vaulting the ramshackle barricade with ease, but Lumion had disappeared. His quarry seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Just as the cap-wearing man prepared to give chase, Lumion sprang from his hiding place in the corner, like a predator pouncing on its prey. He seized the man's shoulders and yanked him backward, driving his knee into his back. Crack! Lumion's knee connected with the man's waist, contorting his face in pain and buckling his knees. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lumion crouched and gripped the back of the stalker's head. In a gravelly voice, he demanded, "Who got you to follow me?" "I'm not. I'm just taking a shortcut," the man in the cap protested anxiously. Lumion chuckled, grabbed his head, and slammed it into the ground. The man in the cap howled in pain, his forehead bruised, swollen, and bloody. "Who sent you to follow me?" Lumion pressed. The man in the cap felt indignant. "I'm not following you. I don't even know you." "All right." Lumion released his grip. In an instant, he struck the stalker behind the ear. The man in the cap crumpled, unconscious. Lumion hoisted him up and thoughtfully lowered his hat to cover his tightly shut eyes. Then, as if aiding a drunken friend, he strode out of the alley and rounded the corner. There stood an entrance to the underworld. Lumion had waited for the stalker in the alley knowing he could slip underground if needed, and the setting was suitably quiet. When the man in the cap came to, his vision was swallowed by darkness. Only a faint light in the distance weakly revealed his surroundings. Clang! 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 The sound pierced his ears, approaching and receding through layers of obstacles. As a native of Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman, he was no stranger to such a scene. He suspected he'd been taken underground. A steam subway passed through the street next door, providing the faint light. Lumion sat in the shadows, eyeing the man in the cap. He grinned and said, "You have 2 choices now. Either tell me who sent you to follow me, or I'll take you deeper underground and bury you there. You should know that many people go missing in Trier every day. You won't be the only one." Seeing the stalker's silence, Lumion knew his mental defenses were wavering. He added, "As for me, I'll navigate these underground streets and move to another district. Realizing Lumian had an escape plan and was ready to silence him forever, the man in the cap's fear overwhelmed him. He blurted, It's Baron Brignaise. Baron Brignaise? The boss of the Savoy mob and a creditor of Ostatrol? Why is he tracking me? I met him at the apartment on Rue de Blouses Blanches last night and didn't even speak to him. Lumian was baffled and at a loss. This convinced him the man in the lying. If he wanted to fabricate a story, he wouldn't have chosen a mastermind that Lumian couldn't fathom. Lumian frowned, asking, Why is he following me? I don't know, the man in the cap replied, trembling. He just wants me to follow you and see where you'll go. Lumian pondered for a moment and asked, Where's Baron Brignaise now? If there's nothing else, he's usually at the Salle de Brise on Avenue du Marquet. The man in the cap strained to read Lumian's expression, but the light was too dim. Salle de Brise? Lumian recalled the landmark buildings in Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman from his recent recon. Avenue du Marquet was the main road connecting Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman to the Suet steam locomotive station, stretching 2 kilometers. Salle de Brise was near the market district, its unique statue at the entrance unforgettable. Lumian's lips curled into a smile as he told the stalker, Take me there. I want to talk to Baron Brignaise. The man in the cap sighed in relief, feeling as if his life had been spared. Who would hold the upper hand or be accidentally killed at Salle de Brise was no longer his concern. Salle de Brise occupied the bottom 2 floors of a khaki-colored building. The second floor housed a cafe, while the first was a bustling dance hall, though it had just opened and few customers were present. A white, spherical statue composed of countless skulls greeted visitors at the entrance. Inscribed in Intis were the words, They sleep here, waiting for the arrival of happiness and hope, 1. Lumian surveyed the scene and trailed his guide around the statue to the dance hall entrance. 2 burly men in white shirts and black coats stood guard. They simultaneously rested their right hands on their waists and questioned the man in the cap, Maxime, who is he? He's here to see Baron Brignaise, Maxime stammered. Under the guard's suspicious scrutiny, Lumian replied coolly, It's up to Baron Brignaise to decide if he wants to see me or not you. Do you want to bear his wrath? After a moment's hesitation, one of the guards turned and entered the dance hall. As they waited, Lumian casually asked Maxime, What's up with the statue and the inscription? They don't match the dance hall at all. Of course, it was cool. Maxime nervously glanced at the grinning Lumian and explained, This was originally and moved annex to the cathedral. Later, the bones were to the catacombs, leaving the area empty. Then, this building was constructed. Although those bones were purified or just ashes, the Savoy mob found it too creepy after buying this place. We had no choice but to commission a statue symbolizing death and an inscription representing the dead to appease any lingering bones that might remain underground and unexcavated. Lumian found the idea of people dancing here amusing, considering it could disturb the skeletons below, essentially dancing on their heads. Just then, the guard returned and informed Lumian, Baron Brignaise will meet you at the cafe on the 2nd floor. All right. Lumian held his head high and strutted into the Salle de Brise. First, he noticed the dance floor encircled by railings and the half-height wooden stage up ahead for singers. Then, his attention was drawn to the haphazard seating and the various perfumes and cosmetics wafting through the air. Maxime hesitated before following Lumian. He felt compelled to report the situation to the Baron, lest he end up missing in the underworld. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lumian recognized the gentleman he had encountered the night before. In his 30s, the man sported a black, thin tweed formal suit. His brown hair appeared naturally curly, and his brown eyes held a confident smile. His features were sharply defined. Baron Brignaise set down his coffee and grasped the mahogany pipe with his diamond-adorned palm. What would you like to drink? He was surprisingly polite and generous. Eyeing the 4 thugs with their hands on their waists, Lumian addressed Baron Brignaise, Why did you send someone to follow me? Last Baron Brignaise smiled and admitted candidly, I saw you at Rue de Blouses Blanche's night and again near Rue Anarchy today. The more I observed you, the more familiar you seemed, so I had Maxime follow you to confirm your intentions in the market district. You were searching for Asta last night too, weren't you? He tried to scam me out of my money, Lumian replied before inquiring, why do I seem familiar to you? Baron Brignaise took a puff from his pipe and grinned. To experienced individuals like us, your actions can hardly be considered a disguise. Once we grow suspicious and connect the dots, we'll naturally recognize you, Lumian Lee, a wanted criminal with a 3,000 Verl d'Or bounty. My bounty is only 3,000 Verl d'Or? Lumian's initial reaction was confusion. As the source of Cordo's time loop, how could his official bounty be lower than that of the Padre and Madame Pualis? However, merely providing information about you is worth 500 Verl d'Or, Baron Brignaise added with a smile. Young man, you need a book called Men's Aesthetics. Don't be embarrassed. In Trier, it's quite normal for men to wear makeup. It'll help you conceal your true identity. This gentleman had also applied eyeliner and powder. Lumian smirked. Are you planning to capture me for the bounty? 1. This quote is from an inscription on the entrance of the Salle de Brise in Paris during the Victorian era. I made some modifications to the original inscription. The ballroom was indeed built on the site of an old cemetery, and even used the stones left behind after the cemetery was relocated. It's like dancing on graves. The previous mention of walking turtles also refers to events that really happened during that time. Chapter 122, each with their own plans. Baron Brignaise didn't immediately respond to Lumian's question. Setting down his mahogany-colored pipe, he calmly took a sip of coffee. After a moment, he smiled and said, I'm not an official. I have no obligation to help them capture wanted criminals. Turning over anyone who's wanted would cost my Savoy mob a great deal of valuable talent. More importantly, your bounty isn't impressive. It's far from tempting me. However, if you cause any trouble in the market district, I won't hesitate to tie you up and hand you over to the police for a considerable bounty. The unspoken message from Baron Brignaise was clear: there were many wanted criminals in the Savoy mob. As long as you behaved, he could turn a blind eye. Lumian understood. You had someone tell me to confirm my intentions? Baron Brignaise nodded approvingly. I'm glad you comprehend. Lumian scanned the faces of the thugs, then calmly stated, You've seen my wanted poster, so you've seen the others. My sole purpose in Trier is to find them. Excellent. Baron Brignaise recognized that Lumian had no intention of crossing the Savoy mob. He gestured to the chair opposite the booth. Care for a cup of coffee? No need. Lumian declined the offer. I just want to locate those people as soon as possible. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, Praise the sun for allowing us to live in the light. With that, Lumian turned and strode toward the stairs, unconcerned about the hidden guns of the thugs. Once his footsteps vanished down the staircase, Baron Brignaise turned to the reserved Maxime and said gently, Tell me exactly how you were discovered and coerced by him. Spare no detail. With the mahogany-colored pipe back in his mouth, Baron Brignaise leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Trembling, Maxime recounted his ordeal from start to finish. After hearing the account, one of the thugs asked indignantly, Baron, why didn't you teach that punk a lesson? Why let him walk away so easily? Baron Brignaise tapped the mahogany pipe on the table twice and inquired with a smile, Teach him a lesson? Do you know his sequence, his abilities, or his weapons? I don't, the thug admitted. Baron Brignaise rose, gripping the mahogany-colored pipe and smashing it against the thug's head. Blood flowed from the gash in the thug's forehead, but he didn't dare to cry out or dodge. He stood there, terror etched on his face. Baron Brignaise withdrew the pipe and regarded him coldly. You dare challenge him without knowing anything? Go ahead, take my place. Let's see how long you'll survive. Ignoring the thug's response, Baron Brignaise smiled again. As he wiped his pipe with a folded white handkerchief from his chest pocket, he casually remarked, Didn't you notice something off about Lumian Lee's wanted poster? The difference between the bounties for capturing him and providing information is too small. One is a mere 3,000 Vril d'Or, the other 500. What does that mean? It means the authorities don't want us handling Lumian Lee directly. They want us to provide intel so they can act themselves. Two possible reasons come to mind. First, Lumian Lee is incredibly dangerous. Allowing bounty hunters to pursue him would cause widespread casualties and unnecessary losses. Second, he possesses something valuable that officials don't want to end up in the hands of the bounty hunters. If I had just taught Lumian Lee a lesson, the second scenario would have been fine. But if it's the first possibility, what do you think our chances of survival are? The thug nodded repeatedly, not daring to argue. Baron Brignace sat back down, picked up his coffee cup, and continued, "Moreover, based on how he dealt with Maxime and his audacity to approach me directly, I can tell that he's ruthless, decisive, and utterly confident in his abilities. I wager that if I had threatened him, demanding his total submission, he would have attacked without hesitation. He's the type who won't hesitate to kill. This is both his strength and his weakness. Unaware of my capabilities or the number of traps laid here, he still dares to confront me with the intention of killing me to ensure my silence. Sooner or later, he'll pay the price." Baron Brignace sipped his coffee and closed his eyes. "Let's wait and see if we should offer him assistance and protection. This ruthless country boy with a warren on his head could prove to be a very useful weapon." Outside the Salle de Brise, Lumian glanced back at the white spherical statue made of skulls and headed toward the nearest public carriage station. On his way here, he had already devised a plan to deal with them, but ultimately didn't execute it. He had expected that if Baron Brignace threatened him with the wanted poster or showed any hostility, he would feign fear and reveal that he was wanted for stealing a powerful Beyonder weapon from Cordu's ruins. He'd offer to hand it over in exchange for protection. If Baron Brignace was strong and confident, and allowed Lumian to approach with the weapon, Lumian would launch a fake assassination attempt, or ruse to actually hand over the fallen Mercury to the other party. In that case, the unsuspecting Baron Brignace would become the evil Dirk's puppet due to his gloveless hand. Having interacted with and occasionally communicated with fallen Mercury for some time, Lumian had earned a degree of control over it. As long as it didn't conflict with its instinct to find a knife wielder, it would follow Lumian's orders, even when in someone else's hands. Eventually, Baron Brignace would abandon his animosity and become an ally. After a few days, when no one suspected Lumian, the Baron would mysteriously vanish into the depths of underground Trier with a handful of his subordinates who knew about the matter, never to be seen again. If Baron Brignace didn't allow Lumian to approach with fallen Mercury and instead sent one of his thugs to retrieve the pure Black Dirk, Lumian's strategy would be to first transform the thug into the wielder. Then, he would use cunning to hide the abnormality and give fallen Mercury the corresponding instructions. In the future, if he made the puppet attack Baron Brignace, the Baron would inherit the fate of being the wielder. After completing this task, Lumian would escape if possible or surrender and wait for the fate exchange to finish. Even if the puppet died due to exhaustion, as long as fallen Mercury wasn't severely damaged, the fate exchange wouldn't stop. As for the torture he might endure after surrendering, Lumian didn't mind. As long as he wasn't dead, he would fully recover by 6 the next morning. Regarding the possibility of Baron Brignace becoming a wielder and turning into a zombie with evident signs of decay, Lumian had a solution. Baron Brignace himself had mentioned that men wearing makeup in Trier was common, and he was likely an avid reader of men's aesthetics. Cologne could mask the stench of decay, and cosmetics could conceal rotting skin. Truth be told, Lumian had struggled with whether to act in the café on the second floor of the Salle de Brise. Ultimately, he decided against it because Baron Brignace had shown a degree of kindness to a wanted criminal like him. Such kindness from a villain often meant they wanted to exploit him. If Baron Brignace truly wants to use me, he'll definitely help me conceal my identity and inform me of any unusual movements from bounty hunters in advance. As Lumian thought, he smiled. This was a good thing. As for the risk of ending up in a dangerous situation due to being used, Lumian already had a plan. By then, he should be well acquainted with Baron Brignace. Familiarity made striking easier. Lumion had only one option when being used for dangerous and unthinkable tasks: kill Baron Brignaise. Phew. Lumion exhaled and considered how to better disguise himself. Initially, he had been confident in his disguise. As long as he didn't reveal his connection to the Padre and Madame Pualis like he had with Anthony Reed, he wouldn't be recognized. However, the incident with Baron Brignaise made him realize that he had underestimated other Beyonders. If there were hunters adept at tracking, there might be other sequences even better at recognizing people. Baron Brignaise or one of his subordinates must possess similar abilities. Lumion nodded imperceptibly. This was confirmed by the fact that Asta had relocated several times. With this realization, Lumion halted at the stop sign and boarded a brown double-decker carriage. He paid 30 kopecks to secure a spot inside the carriage. Had he chosen a seat on the roof, it would have cost him only 15 kopecks. The carriage gradually moved toward Quartier de l'Observatoire. Lumion gazed out the window, taking in the sight of hurried passers-by dressed in various attire. He observed ringing bicycles, rental carriages from different companies, and humanoid machines composed of gears, valves, pipes, and levers. The metal backpack on its back spewed white steam, propelling it forward step by step. Praise the sun! The blazing sun beat down on the pedestrians, their arms outstretched in the street. Clang! 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 The nearby cathedral bell chimed. It was noon. Chapter 123, Organizer. Lumion initially planned to scope out Mason Cafe before noon to ensure he'd know where to escape after his treatment the following day. However, the incident with Baron Brignaise had significantly delayed him. He had no choice but to find Asta Trier first and visit the Quartier du Jardin Botanique later in the afternoon. Asta was in his usual spot, by the entrance to the catacombs, a bonfire flickering against a stone pillar. The sound of footsteps approaching caught Asta's attention, and he looked up from under his black hooded robe. Expecting to make a quick buck, he instead froze in place. Quickly recovering, he stood up and forced a smile. Before Lumion could speak, Asta preempted him, saying, "I contacted the organizer this morning, told him I have a friend who's into mysticism and wants to attend the gathering. He hasn't replied yet." Lumion nodded, not questioning how Asta had reached out to the organizer. He walked over to the bonfire, found a rock, and sat down. Casually, he asked, "You've duped plenty of people, but you're always in the same spot. Aren't you scared they'll track you down?" Asta laughed and replied, "Most of the time, it's not really deception. As a true Beyonder and secret suppliant, using my spirituality to perform divination for them isn't a scam. My predictions are far more accurate than most in the Mysticism Club. Sometimes, different folks need different strokes. If I'm ever exposed, I can always talk my way out." "How?" Lumion inquired with a smile. Asta coughed. "The key is to not be too clear or absolute from the start. That way, you can accuse them of misunderstanding your intentions." Lumion's smile deepened. "When it came to the Samaritan Women's Spring, you agreed too easily and made your promise too definite." Asta's expression fell. "Yeah, I was cornered by Baron Brignaise. I just wanted the money right away. The right approach would have been to say I had a solution, but it was difficult to achieve. After you begged me repeatedly, I'd reluctantly accept your cash, warning I couldn't guarantee success." Evidently, Asta had pondered his mistakes the previous night, considering how to avoid risks if he had to start over. He grew more animated as he spoke, only stopping when he noticed Lumion's subtle grin. How could he openly tell this dangerous man how to swindle him? Asta awkwardly smiled and said, "But I doubt this would have fooled you either. You're the most cautious person I've ever met." Lumion smiled and shook his head. "You really picked the wrong pathway." Asta didn't dare to carry on. Instead, he asked, "I thought about it last night. I never mentioned gatherings when we talked. I just said I bought the potion's main ingredient. How'd you know it was a mysticism gathering?" Lumion chuckled. It was just a gut feeling. Internally, he criticized, aren't there only two possibilities? Either a one-on-one deal or a gathering. There was at least a 50% chance of guessing right. It was just a casual comment. No harm done if I was wrong. Asta stared at Lumion, increasingly fearful. It was becoming harder to guess this dangerous man's sequence. He appeared skilled in combat, possessed strong spirituality, and had an intuition bordering on precognition. Lumion savored the warmth of the bonfire and offhandedly asked, "How did you get involved with the mysticism gathering?" Asta's face took on a nostalgic expression. Everyone comes to Trier with hope. Painters dream of having their works chosen by the world's artists' exhibition, but most fail. Every year, some succumb to madness or suicide. Poor authors living in cheap apartments hope to replicate the success of bestsellers like Aurora and Meniere, but they end up selling their stories to small newspapers. They're forced to bear scathing reviews like trite, mediocre, and cliché. Many of them have even stooped to writing smut for underground booksellers, risking arrest by detectives. Over a decade ago, I came to Trier from Cecilis province, eager to make a fortune. I lived in a leaky attic, climbed scaffolding, worked in factories, smuggled illegal books, and sold soda. I made some money, but with each passing year, I realized I'd never be rich. Owning a home and enjoying leisurely mornings before work were impossible dreams. Eventually, I discovered mysticism magazines like Psychic and Mysteries. Perhaps I still fantasized about gaining superpowers overnight and changing my fate, so I started attending gatherings with fellow enthusiasts. Those magazines would publish the relevant information. Earlier this year, a friend from the group asked if I wanted to join a gathering with real Beyonder powers. I couldn't refuse. You know the rest. Lumion listened without interrupting Asta's account. When Asta finished, Lumion asked, "Is that friend the gathering's organizer?" "No," Asta shook his head. "The organizer goes by Mr. K. He always wears a massive hood, practically covering his entire face." Mr. K. Lumion committed the codename to memory and pondered for a moment. What abilities has he shown? Asta shook his head again. "I've never seen any. But after becoming a secret suppliant, I sensed I was facing shadows and deep darkness when meeting him. I think he's very powerful. He seems powerful. I wonder who's stronger, him, the Padre, or Madame Pualis." Lumion mused before asking curiously, "Did you sense anything special around me?" Asta hesitated before admitting, "No, but your dangerous aura frightens me more than even Baron Brignay's." Lumion glanced at his left chest and smiled. "That's good." Asta was taken aback, not understanding Lumion's meaning. Lumion changed the subject. "Have you heard of the Montsurus ghost?" "Of course." As a con artist posing as a warlock, Asta knew many stories about underground Trier. Legend has it that an evil spirit lurks in this dark, vast underground. It always travels alone, never seeming to reach its destination. Those who encounter the ghost either die instantly or suffer mysterious deaths along with their families within the year. Those who've claimed to see the Montsurus ghost went mad and died within a year. I've heard both church factions send experts to search for the spirit, but they found nothing. It sounds plausible. Lumion didn't inquire further. Standing, he told Asta, "I'll catch up with you tomorrow night or the following morning." "All right." Though Asta didn't believe Lumion would harm him now, he couldn't help but sigh with relief at the departure of the dangerous man. No ordinary human could feel at ease around a tiger. On his way back to the surface, Lumion carried the carbide lamp and passed by the entrance to the catacombs. Once again, he saw the arch adorned with white bones, sunflowers, and steam symbols. Looking at the word "stop." The Death Empire lies ahead. Lumion cautiously approached the natural doorway separating the inner and outer chambers. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the stone arch and bellowed, "Halt!" The figure donned a blue vest and yellow pants. He was an elderly man with gray hair and wrinkled skin. His light yellow eyes, slightly clouded, locked onto Lumion. "Can I go in?" Lumian feigned the innocence of a foreigner. The old man scrutinized him. You need to purchase a ticket upstairs and bring a white candle with you. I have a friend buried inside. Do I need to buy a ticket to pay my respects? Lumian fabricated a friend on the spot. The old man eyed him suspiciously. Don't tell me you're one of those Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative college students? Those troublemakers always concoct lies to sneak into the tomb. They sing, dance, and feast in the ossuary. Fine, go in. Just remember to bring lit white candles like them. That's my only demand. Lumian once worried that if he attended university, he'd be too different from his classmates. Now, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Those students were even wilder than he was. All right, Lumian feigned disappointment. I'll bring a white candle next time. The old man nodded, relieved. Lumian turned and followed the restored path to the stairs leading to the surface. Over 100 meters away, he suddenly spotted a black shadow from the corner of his eye. The shadow hunched slightly, shuffling behind a row of stone pillars on the left. Lumian glanced over and noticed its intangibility, as if it were almost illusory. Instinctively, he raised the carbide lamp, casting a bluish-yellow glow. The shadow disappeared, as though it had never existed. Lumian quickly scanned the surroundings but found nothing. Is it an illusion or an underground ghost? As Lumian pondered, he suddenly wondered, could it be the Montsurus ghost? Did I encounter the Montsurus ghost? His pupils widened, and his expression grew unusually grave. Moments later, Lumian erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. He laughed until tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Ah, come on, come at me. I want to see how you'll kill my entire family and how you'll cause my mysterious death. Chapter 124, Method of Self-Protection. As planned, Lumian circled the vicinity of Mason Café in Quartier du Jardin Botanique before making his way back to Auberge du Coq d'Or en Rue Anarchy. He headed straight for the third floor and arrived at room 310, where the lunatic resided. Bang! 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 He hammered on the door. I'm dying. I'm dying. The wailing from inside grew frantic. I'm fucking dying too. Lumian spat, his face expressionless. Startled by his response, the lunatic fell silent and offered no reply. Lumian didn't knock again. He produced a small wire he carried with him, inserted it into the keyhole, and fidgeted with it. With a click, the grimy brown wooden door swung open. Inside, Lumian found the madman, clad in a linen shirt and yellow pants, kneeling with his thick black beard nearly covering his eyes. Lumian entered and casually closed the door. He crouched before the lunatic and lowered his voice. I've encountered the Montsurus ghost too. The lunatic visibly trembled, his fear-filled blue eyes showing the faintest glimmer of lucidity. After a few seconds, he caught his breath and asked in a deep voice, Are you sure it was the Montsurus ghost? He's in that state of intermittent lucidity Charlie mentioned? Lumian smirked and replied, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you to confirm it. What did the Montsurus ghost you saw look like? With a shiver, the lunatic described, a black shadow, like a lonely old man. Its back was slightly hunched, and it moved very slowly. After I spotted it, it vanished into the darkness. I didn't realize it was the Montsurus ghost until my parents, my wife, and my children started dying one after another. It's eerily similar to my experience. Lumian frowned, suspecting that he had indeed encountered the Montsurus ghost. He contemplated for a moment. How did your family die? Were you attacked? The lunatic hastily shook his head. I often felt something watching me from the shadows. But I didn't face anything else. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far. My child became gravely ill and died in the hospital. We had just cleansed and interred him in the catacombs when my wife, snapped and hanged herself in our room. That's when I recalled the legend of the Montsurus ghost. I took my parents to the cathedral and asked the Padre there to protect us. The church took it very seriously and assigned 3 clergymen to stay at my home. Nothing happened during that time. I thought the nightmare was over. But after the new year, the clergyman left. Soon after, my father strangled my mother and ended his own life with a table knife. I can't remember much after that. Sometimes, I wake up and realize that I moved here at some point. The lunatic's blue eyes revealed unmasked anguish. Lumion felt like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment. They said the Montsurus ghost would kill anyone who encountered it back then. But this lasted until the new year. Lumion keenly noticed the lunatic's account differed from the legend. The lunatic shook his head. I don't know why it happened. I thought the nightmare was over. Otherwise, the 3 clergymen wouldn't have left. A curse with no time limit until all targets are dead? Lumion formed a new hypothesis about the Montsurus ghost legend. He stood up and told the lunatic, I might have encountered the Montsurus ghost too. Let's see which one of us lasts longer. If I figure out how to break this curse, you can pay me to help you. A way, a solution. The corners of the lunatic's mouth twitched as he echoed Lumion's words, caught between tears and laughter. He raised his hands and clutched his hair. I'm dying, I'm dying. Lumion intended to ask the lunatic's name, something to inscribe when he was laid to rest in the cemetery or catacombs, but he shook his head, opened the door, and left room 310 instead. Back in room 207, Lumion sat on the bed, mulling over how to break the curse brought by the Montsurus ghost. Although theoretically, the curse might not take effect until year's end, leaving no urgency for now, Lumion couldn't rely on the Montsurus ghost's apparent delay. Moreover, he had no immediate family, so he stood a high chance of being the curse's first victim. It could happen in the latter half of the year, next week, or even tonight. Come to think of it, that man might still be alive. If the Montsurus ghost could help me kill him, I'd owe it a debt of gratitude. Lumion's thoughts raced, and he suddenly laughed at himself. In the dream, he had lied to Ryan and the others, claiming he'd forgotten his original name. He simply wanted to avoid mentioning or remembering it. When he was young, his family had been well off, but the man he called father turned out to be a philanderer and later a gambling addict. His mother died from grief-induced illness, and his grandfather went bankrupt. They lived together in the slums until his grandfather's death a few years later. Thus, after being adopted by Aurora, Lumion had willingly asked to take her last name and change his own. Lumion didn't know if the man who had only provided genetic material was dead or alive. If he was dead, it was a blessing. If not, he hoped the Montsurus ghost would step up its game. As for himself, Lumion dared not assume the Montsurus ghost wouldn't harm him just because he harbored the taint of an evil god and the mark of a great existence. As long as it didn't possess him, the ghost could do anything. According to Madame Magician, Lumion was convinced that many Beyonders and monsters could easily kill him, but they would have to face the ensuing corruption as a consequence. I'm not certain if this is a curse or not. But I can't just sit here waiting for death. I have to take action. Aurora used to say that the best skill for the weak or underage is finding their parents. With this in mind, Lumion's eyes brightened. He stood up and walked to the table to find a pen and paper. He planned to update Madame Magician on the mission's progress. Simultaneously, he would mention his encounter with the Montsurus ghost, questioning if he had been cursed and how to address the issue. Though the woman with the magician code name wasn't his parent, she was undoubtedly his superior in the current circumstances. It was logical to seek assistance from his superior when in trouble. Lumion pondered for a moment before writing, "Esteemed Madam Magician, I have followed your instructions and gained Asta Troll's trust. I've also requested his introduction to Mr. K's mysticism gathering. On my return from the catacombs, I regrettably encountered the legendary Montsurus ghost. Of course, I cannot be certain. The specific legend is as such. I seek to know if I have been cursed by the Montsurus ghost or if another influence is at play. How should I proceed?" Towards the end, Lumion intentionally added the code name 7 of Wands to remind the recipient not to overlook his status as an external member of their enigmatic organization. Lumion deduced this from the lady's use of the tarot card's magician code name and his 7 of Wands. He suspected Madame Magician might belong to a clandestine organization symbolized by tarot cards and devoted to a powerful entity. The major arcana were official members, possessing formidable abilities. The minor each arcana served as peripheral members who undertook various missions. After folding the letter, Lumion meticulously cleaned the room. He crushed a few bedbugs that had crept in from next door and disposed of them in the bathroom trash can. Once done, he lit the candle and conjured a spiritual barrier to summon Madame Magician's messenger in his name. Before long, the candle flame transformed into a deep blue hue. This time, an arm-height, doll-like messenger in a light gold dress materialized atop the flames, floating there. Its unfocused, light blue eyes scanned the surroundings before gently nodding. Much better than last time. The voice was otherworldly and ghostly, far from human-like. Truth be told, I'm not fond of those bedbugs either, Lumion chimed in. The doll messenger smiled. Right? No creature appreciates those pests. Lumion sensed a shared sentiment, as if both sides despised the same thing. With that, the doll messenger extended a pale white palm, devoid of any skin texture, and the letter floated up. Lumion watched the doll seize the letter and vanish like a bursting bubble. He sighed with admiration and thought, having a messenger is so convenient. After concluding the ritual and tidying up the wooden table, Lumion returned to the bed, awaiting the messenger's response. As time passed, the night outside deepened. Songs echoed from the underground bar, but Lumion received no reply from Madame Magician. This made him furrow his brow. Does Madame Magician have other matters to handle and no time to read my letter? I can't keep waiting. I must devise other ways to protect myself. Neither Hunter nor Provoker grant me the power to combat curses, if it is indeed a curse. Dancer doesn't either. Unless I genuinely pray to that concealed entity after the sacrificial dance. But how would that differ from suicide? Ah, if I can't pray to that hidden being, I can seek out that great existence. I bear his seal upon me. I even obtained his permission when I claimed the boon. I'm not afraid to beseech him again. Yes, I can entreat him to help me lift this curse. Lumion acted swiftly, setting up the altar. Since Madame Magician hadn't specifically outlined the ingredients for the great existence's domain, Lumion believed that whatever he employed wouldn't impact the final outcome, as long as it didn't invoke other deities. He arranged orange candles made of citrus and lavender. 2 symbolized the deity, and 1 represented himself. After completing the preparations, Lumion stepped back and examined the 3 yellowish candles. He recited in Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Chapter 125, Struggle. As Lumion intoned the 3 lines of the honorific name, a faint gray fog materialized around him, radiating an unnerving aura. The orange candle flame adopted a bluish tinge, casting a sinister, deep glow over the entire altar. In that instant, Lumion's thoughts seemed to decelerate. He felt an itching beneath his flesh, as if something was on the verge of burrowing out. A distant, inscrutable gaze from an unfathomable height appeared once more. Collecting himself, Lumion resumed his prayer. Adhering to Madame Magician's instructions and incorporating sacrificial knowledge from Aurora's witchcraft notebook, he recited in Hermes, I implore you. I beseech you to lift this curse from me. In all honesty, Lumion yearned to request the great existence's protection for a year, shielding him from all harm. But that was clearly unattainable. He had not yet mastered the necessary Hermes phrases to counter the threat of the Montsurus ghost. Thus, he could only allude to the curse plaguing him. As the ritual culminated, Lumion began to draw upon the power of the herbs on the altar. In the following moment, his vision blurred, as if a seraph with 12 pairs of luminous wings materialized before him. Descending from above, the seraph extended its arms, enveloping Lumion in an embrace. The wings of light closed around him, enfolding him layer by layer. Lumian shook off his stupor and noticed the bluish candle flame had reverted to its original orange hue at some unknown point. Recalling the surreal encounter, it felt like a dream. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Did I just see an angel? Did that great existence send one of his angels to protect me and lift this curse?" Until today, Lumian had only heard of angels in the sermons of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. He never anticipated experiencing an angelic embrace firsthand. According to Madame Magician, this was at least a high-level sequence to entity. Even if only a fraction of its power had been projected from afar, it was still angelic in nature. Lumian felt an even deeper reverence for the enigmatic organization that employed tarot cards as their moniker and the great existence that had sealed the corruption within him. Simultaneously, he breathed a sigh of relief. If the Montsurus ghost had truly inflicted a curse, it should no longer be an issue. How could a ghost that dared not confront the protection granted by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's clergy and was confined to wandering beneath Trier compare to an angel? Nevertheless, trepidation still gripped Lumian's heart. He had prayed for the curse to be lifted. What if the Montsurus ghost employed a different method of killing than a curse? He waited until midnight, but Magician's response never came. Unable to risk sleep, he lay on the bed, shutting his eyes just to rest. Staying awake all night posed no challenge for him. At 6 in the morning, his body and mind would simultaneously reset. This was both a curse and a blessing. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that the cacophony of Rue anarchy died down. Lumian discerned the faint chirping of insects in the distance and an even more remote whistle. Abruptly, his body felt leaden, and breathing grew labored. It was as if someone had swaddled him in a blanket and weighed him down. This isn't good. Lumian tried to rise, but he could only move his arms. His eyes wouldn't even open. His arms felt restrained, barely able to lift a few centimeters off the bed. In the next moment, Lumian's body turned frigid, and his nose felt damp. It was as if he had been stuffed into a sack and hurled into the depths of a river. His breathing faltered, his chest tightened with pain, and his thoughts decelerated. Lumian's desperate attempts at resistance flashed through his mind, entering cogitation and activating the black thorn symbol on his chest. He dismissed the idea in an instant. Firstly, he would likely lose control. Secondly, the Montsurus ghost bore no connection to the covert entity known as Inevitability. It might not be deterred by the black thorn symbol. Unless left with no alternative and teetering on the brink of death, Lumian wouldn't gamble his life on this seemingly futile method. His lips and nose turned icy, as though an invisible hand was pressing them down. Paired with the sensation of drowning, Lumian found breathing impossible. His lungs were on the verge of bursting. Words like hunter, provoker, dancer, corruption, seal, and fallen Mercury flickered through Lumian's mind, each forming fleeting thoughts before dissipating. Fallen Mercury. Fallen Mercury. At last, Lumian had a revelation. He strained to shift his gloved left palm to the side. He had already positioned the evil dirk in the most accessible location to handle potential emergencies. A few seconds later, Lumian, gasping for air with his mouth agape, made contact with the hilt of Fallen Mercury and hoisted the pewter black dirk. Fallen Mercury was no longer shrouded in black cloth. The intricate patterns on its surface overlapped, inducing vertigo. With every ounce of his strength, Lumian hoisted his shoulder, bent his arm, and plunged Fallen Mercury above his body. There was nothing there. Not even a scratch, let alone blood. Without hesitation, Lumian gritted his teeth and angled his arm toward his body. With a sickening pop, he drove Fallen Mercury into his left waist. Crimson blood oozed out, staining the blade of Fallen Mercury. The phantom mercury droplet symbolizing the fate of immolation penetrated Lumian's body. The pain shocked Lumian's oxygen-starved mind to consciousness. His vision blurred as the enigmatic river, composed of innumerable mercury symbols, emerged. This represented his own fate. Ignoring the need for precision, Lumian cast his gaze downstream of the illusory river, toward a current on the verge of engulfing the other tributaries. He then infused his spirituality into Fallen Mercury, allowing it to agitate the complex mercury symbol birthed from the river's entanglement. In the next moment, Lumion saw himself lying on the bed, his face a purplish hue, teetering on the brink of death. The mercury symbols abruptly constricted, solidifying into a droplet that seeped into fallen Mercury's blade. Almost instantaneously, Lumion felt his entire body relax. The sensations of drowning and suffocation vanished. Simultaneously, pain enveloped him, and he couldn't help but emit a soft groan. Flames erupted from his body, searing his flesh inch by inch. He had utilized the pain of being incinerated stored in fallen Mercury to trade for his fate of being assaulted by a Montsurus ghost. He had successfully escaped a state where he couldn't even struggle, and the attack didn't come again. Fallen Mercury could stab others or Lumion himself, replacing an unwanted fate. He was ignited, reliving the agony of battling the flaming beast. Braced for the onslaught, Lumion rolled beneath the bed. Thumping against the floor, he rolled back and forth to smother the flames engulfing him. After a while, it was unclear whether Lumion's strategy had worked, if the fire brought on by the fate exchange had run its course, or if it was a combination of both, but he was no longer consumed by the scarlet inferno. However, his clothes were in shreds, and his body was marred with charred wounds. His nose teetered on the edge of detachment, and his singed hair emitted a burnt odor. For an ordinary person or most low-sequence beyonders, this was an injury beyond resuscitation. Death was the only outcome. Lumion strained to keep his eyes open and focused, fighting the urge to pass out. As time ticked away, he sensed his life rapidly ebbing. He clung to consciousness, gasping for air. After an indeterminate period, Lumion finally heard the eerily beautiful chime of a bell. Clang! 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 The bell struck 6 in the morning, Trier time, its peal echoing through Rue Anarchy and beyond. Dawn's first light crept over the horizon. Lumion snapped to attention, his pain abruptly gone. His body and mind had completely reset. Phew! Lumion exhaled in relief and stood. He looked down at the tattered remnants of his once crisp linen shirt and dark pants. His skin had returned to normal. Already in a financial bind, he couldn't help but sigh. He needed new clothes, a fresh expense. Still, he'd managed to survive the Montsurus ghost's initial attack. This was likely a first in the annals of its dark legend. From the looks of it, it's not a curse. Lumion changed into fresh clothes and stepped into the washroom to splash cold tap water on his face. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed that some of his hair had shortened, and the golden dye had faded in places. These external changes couldn't be reset. After washing up, Lumion returned to room 207 and was startled to find another letter awaiting him. The folded piece of paper lay innocuously on the wooden table. Lumion muttered under his breath, "Isn't it too early for a reply? You didn't sleep again last night. Did you just get home?" With a shake of his head, Lumion picked up the magician's response and unfolded it. The handwriting was messy, but he could just make out that it belonged to a woman. Excellent work. Engage more with Mr. K and exhibit your wild, fanatical side until he converts you and extends an invitation to his organization. The Montsurus ghost is not a curse. There are 3 solutions for your current predicament. First, die before it. Use the corruption within you to destroy it and avenge the fallen. Second, trade your fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost with your dirk. Haven't you ever considered using that blade on yourself? Third, take refuge in a particular cathedral of a certain church and never leave its sanctuary.